See if it still works at breakneck speed round here.
Oh, yeah. Did you want to see that as well?
Oh, I can sort that out.
I won't touch anything till
Yep.
it's breaking.
Apparently. Welcome to Ipswich Kart Club for the Chris Robbo Robinson tag titles. Out on track at the moment, we've got Cadet 12 qualifying. Just working a few things out up here so we can get a clear view, but looks like Carter Grothers on top right now. But we're all over the place as the young fellas try and find their way around the track. Grother being a very famous name in karting, with Carter's father, Johnny. Raced with Johnny for a long time over the years with his famous Chuppa Chup helmet, which I think's getting passed through Carter these days. So we can see he's on top. Got a 2/10 gap at the moment, but this will change. It'll come down to the last lap with these guys. Lukey Robinson's out in front, punching his own air at the moment. So doing a good job to punch at the times he's doing without the slipstream. Carter again, keeps punching at the time. He's chasing Luke, so gets a good slipstream on it. Parents sitting on the fence telling the kids to go faster when they already know they've got to go faster anyway. But OJ Walton also up there, so Tony Kart doing quite well this morning in qualifying. Don't normally qualify the cadets, but full field of 40 here this weekend. So it goes against my values that we should be doing random draw, but we'll qualify them and let them race from the front. A lot of racecraft to be learnt from doing random draw, but also understand the fact of accidents can happen. So it's Carter Grothers and the Soddy on top, Luke Robinson and OJ, and the Tony Kart second and third. There's only the smallest of margins in between Carter and Luke. Harlan Bell's in 10th. Expect to see him come up a little bit more from there. Go across the line again. Carter's doing the perfect role here of chasing down Luke. I would be, there you go, Luke's quite smart there and lets Carter go, so now he can start chasing. Great racecraft in qualifying. Ricardo Johnson now to the top. 3,000ths of a second over Carter Grothers. Paige Flux now moved up to third. Lukey's dropped down to fifth. OJ's dropped down to eighth. So a lot of movement running through. There's only a minute, 40 seconds to go. Bit of gamesmanship going on between those two at the front. As Carter's probably woken up to the fact that Luke is chasing. But Ricardo Johnson's the one they're chasing at the moment with a 53.943. Holding down the pole position. Paige Fluck now to the top. The 53.90 to 4 thousandths of a second better than Ricardo Johnson. Carter Grother slipping down to third. Jax Fuller, Lennox Carson, Luke Robinson, RJ Balboa, OJ Walton and Oscar Ray. With Frankie Marjorick, if I can get last names right today, is rounding out your top 10. 50 seconds to go. But my timing might be slightly off. The checker flag is actually out. So this is it. At the moment, Paige Flack holds down the pole position. Ricardo Johnson is only 4 thousandths behind. As Luke and Carter come across the line, can they do anything about it? No, they can't. Paige still holding down pole position. Can't see that moving right now. The top 12 have all finished unless someone pulls out something from below. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but we'll let them all come across the line. At the moment, it's Paige Flack on pole position. To start out, Chris Robbo Robinson tag titles event at Ipswich, round 2, 288 entries this weekend. Big weekend again for Ipswich Kart Club, but not something we're not used to. So there we have it. Paige Flack, 53.791 on pole position from Ricardo Johnson with a 53.943. Carter Grother just couldn't quite get there in the end, a 53.977. Followed by Jax Fuller. We'll see the end of Cadet 12 qualifying. Not sure what has happened to Knox Black.
Okay, I'm here with Levi Dossel, and mate, a couple of quick questions for you before you go out for your last practice session tonight. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow with any driver in the world, who would it be? Who would you like to race against?
Jai Flynn.
There's a stitch-up going on here. It's the second person to say that. Jai, you're very, very popular, apparently. Trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
Horsepower.
Need more power.
Yep. Nah. You'd probably go, need a better mechanic.
Dad's copped a spray as well. He's spraying everybody. Well done. Love it. Okay, well, all the best for tomorrow. Hope it goes well. Have you brought a new Ipswich Kart Club shirt?
No.
Why not?
I've run out of money.
Jai Flynn brought 4.
Oh, I'll go grab one off him.
That's the man. Excellent. All the best tomorrow. Good job. Okay.
And your flagships are located on the entry.
At the moment, 3.4 of anybody in KA3. You can turn the jump up on top. And that's also got the flag. So it looks like we've won the toss to finish line. Ethan Turnbull, full shift. Atop the KA3 Senior, the 50.605, followed by Watches Clark off to Hannick, 50.624, so only 2,000 per second between those guys. Then there's a bit of a jump of 310.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
Chris Walton, legend of the sport, who's had a bit of a change lately and started his own thing, Chris Walton Motorsport. Do you want to give us a quick rundown on your offering, where and when, and how people get in contact with you?
Yeah, we just decided to start out and do sort of more the beginner side of the sport. We're just starting out and you don't know actually anything about the sport, so we're just trying to train that side of things up out here on Wednesday nights and some training days out here on weekends, and just keeping it local, Warwick, Toowoomba, Kalula. Yeah, and just sort of starting out with the basics, to be honest with you. I think that's where the hole is at the moment, and trying to do it at affordable rates for everyone, so it's not cost them a fortune to go racing. And then also still do their own things on the race meetings with their family, so they get that family time instead of being inside race teams and getting tied up with all the mess.
So they can basically engage you right from the get-go, or they could just take you on a bit of a roving mechanic or advice point of view on a race day that I could engage you, for example, and you might just come around and give me a bit of data help or mechanical help on the setup on my kart?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just want to stick to the basics. I don't want to get tied up in what I had before. It was just been there, done that. So we're just going to stick to the basics and yeah, try and help everyone enjoy their racing. Yeah,
and obviously very, very important. It's something we do well here at Ipswich Kart Club with our come and try days, and then we put on other days that sort of help them learn and so on. But obviously with the race meetings the way they are, it's hard to keep them under our wing as such. So obviously that's something that is great for you to be able to jump in and help them out.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll utilise the during the week to for the less track time and stuff, where the race meetings are massive. So, but also still got all that P-plate stuff that you guys do here as well. So which is awesome for them, and it speeds the learning curve up.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, all the best. And how do people get in contact with you?
Yeah, just on Instagram or things like that, and just send us a message, or I'm always at the track. So.
Yeah, he's always at the track, and we're sharing his stuff on our Facebook page as well. So you want to get in contact with Chris, have a chat to him about what you need from start to finish. He's your man. Cheers, pal. Okay, I'm here with Craig and...
Kilos, I think it is, give or take. Not quite up with that at the moment, but good field here today. See young Hamish Campbell up the seniors. The old stalwart Sammy Houston still kicking around in a green one these days, so I'm sure he'll have his dad out there spinning spanners for him for the day. But 6 minutes is all these guys have got, so if I'm not mistaken, I also think, looking at the entry list, there could be Tyler Greenberry floating around racing, which I haven't seen for a while, so obviously Tyler's been around the trucks for a long time, so see if he's still got it. I did a lot of racing against his brother Matt back in the day, but Tyler's always had the speed, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. See John O'Markinson's also heading around the track as well, so I know that his dad will be here helping him as well. But we get the first times come through. At the moment it's Trent Newton with a 50.1757, followed by Norris. But won't be much going on until these guys warm up. But 6 minutes doesn't leave much time on the table, so as you can see, these guys are a bit more spread out than the juniors. They sort of understand that you can't be racing and try and get a time in qualifying. So again, it'll be the smart ones, which I think you'll find. You'll see Tyler Greenberry out there by himself right now, punching his own air. Smart thing to do. But I would presume that these times will start to change shortly. Although I'm not seeing a time show up from Hamish Campbell, Johnson, Greenberry, or Braxton Regan, so not sure if their transponders aren't working. But can you go what's on our screen? It's Kai Burke to the top, the 49.4, ahead of Brodie Norris. Jack Stimson sitting in third. Jay Keys, right of the guard. As I speak, Jai Flynn is doing a great job. In juniors now up to seniors, takes it up to pole position at the moment on a 49.131. Ryan Orman sneaking into the top 10, jumped into the Praga this weekend. New program that Dale Verrill's running alongside IKD. So it's great to see the Praga back in action and seeing DV running a team with a lot of experience. So it'll be good to see how Ryan goes. He's been out of it for a bit, so good to see Ryan back in the sport. But Hamish Campbell's popped up, and Tyler, so now the transponders are working. So it's Hamish Campbell on top, Tyler Greenberry in second, only 7 thousandths between them. Jay Keys, Jai Flynn, as we say that Tyler Greenberry goes to the top. So the old dog still got it against the young fellas. Looking down the list, there's a few names running down the list that should be moving up, but they're not right now. But with only a couple minutes to go, we'll see some movement, I'm sure. But at the moment, it is the 66 of Tyler Greenberry on top by a tenth of a second to Geordie Slater, who's jumped up there from Hamish Campbell. So Tony Kart's quite strong for H Sport. Harry's obviously got a new team he's running now with in conjunction with OTK, doing a great job. Not driving himself as much, but I'm sure he's enjoying the success of his team. But it is still Tyler on top and extends his lead. As I say that, Jai Flynn now goes to the top by 5 thousandths with a 48.581 to Tyler Greenberry, Hamish Campbell, Lewis Brown's popped up to fourth, Geordie Slater, Johnson, Kai Burke, Brent Reading, with the apparent biggest trolley in the world, which I haven't seen yet, but I have to go and have a look at it, has jumped up in 8th position. Brodie Norris has dropped all the way down to 9th, and Josh Dagg running out to 10. So on Harry and Sam's podcast, they spoke about Brett Reading's trailer, so I'll have to go and have a look at it, because apparently it's a 45 metres long trolley, but I'm sure it's got its purposes. But good to see the boys doing a bit of a podcast too, so we give them a bit of a shout out. Kai Burke now to the top. I'm presuming that Trent Mercerby on the spanners there. 48.5, 6 thousandths of a second ahead of Jai Flynn. Brodie Norris bounces back to third. Tyler slips down to fourth. Slater and Campbell and Brown still sitting in there with Johnson, Reading and Stimson running out to 10. So Kai Burke will be in the Birrell, no doubt. Quite a unique driving style. You can spot him out in the track. Obviously works for him. He's been racing a bit over in Malaysia with Trent and having quite a success over there with the Birrell team. But obviously Trent's got things working well, sitting on top for the moment. Checker flags at the ready butts, that's not far away from ending. Checker flag is now out. As it sits right now, still with half the field to come across the line. Kai Burke still sits on top. Geordie Slater now pops up. Sitting second. Flynn third. And Conor O'Reilly has come from the clouds. That can't be right. A 47.3 is not right. Cannot be 1.2 seconds ahead of the field, so I'll discount that one. So it is still Kai Burke sitting on top from Slater, Flynn, Norris, Greenberry, Campbell, Reid, Brown, Johnson. But as half the field has got an extra lap here, will this be a telltale? Got the extra lap in compared to the back of the field. which is why it's important sometimes to get out there. But it doesn't look like it's going to change much. He's got the last cut coming across the line, so we'll ignore Kai Rowley on top because that can't be right. Something's happened there. So Kai Burke will sit on pole from Geordie Slater, Jai Flynn, Brodie Norris. Tyler Greenbury sneaks in the top 5, so you've still got it. Hamish Campbell, Ryan Reid, Lewis Brown, Jack Johnson, and Brett Reading will round out the 10. So Trent got the spanners working well for Kai. So it'll be interesting to watch that race later on today for the Chris Robbo Robertson Tag 125 titles at Ipswich Kart Club for round 2.
Our initial races or inaugural races in the new class KA3 Masters that we're running here at Ipswich this weekend. A bit of a trial run, but how are you guys looking for tomorrow? You excited?
Yeah, very excited. It's going to be great fun.
I'm excited, unfit, old, slow.
So how did this all come about? Obviously, you've hit me up 12 months ago and with a wild dream. Why don't you just explain to everyone how it all came about and why you decided to push me on it?
Yep, well, it came about because when it came to the KA3 junior karts, when the children moved on to seniors or moved on to KA2, the karts were left behind. So us dads thought, what a great idea, let's kind of steal our kids' karts and let's go racing.
And how long has it been since you guys have put your bum in the go-kart?
It's the same suit 29 years ago.
And you still fit in the same suit?
Same suit.
I can't fit in the suit that I had a year ago, so you guys are doing very, very well.
I don't fit in my suit. So as a little bit of a tidbit of information, Craig and I raced each other at Orman Park back in 1992. Today will be the first day that we'll be racing each other again since that date.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Are you going to survive? Because
the first race of the day coming up for tag restricted light on their formation lap as it currently sits. It'll be Cooper Field and Jack Doswell in the front row from McGrath, Coburn, Horwell. Francie Velicott, great name, raced the Velicotts back in the day as well. Benzano, Duncan, Briggs, Ramali, Phil's young boy, Mullins, Sales, Frank, Munro, Wheeler, Shaw, Look, McLaughlin, Young, Powers, Matthews, James, Hines. Russell and Moorfield.
Can I get KA3 Senior Heavy down for Heat 1?
Easy cut through, looking pretty good so far, but it will be the officials in the box up here, Nick and Baz, that will let this one go. Not looking good from this point. But as we know, turn 1 at Ipswich Kart Club, with a group of guys still learning, can have all sorts of action. They come up, it's looking pretty good. We are lights out for race 1. Into turn 1, we're going clean so far. We're bumping and grinding, but we've poked out the other end without any casualties by the looks of it. Jack out the front, opening up quite a lead, but as we all know, this is random draw, so it's quite mixed up. We've lost one backwards, which possibly can't pick up a number there, but they've got going against, that's good. No damage done. But yes, this is random draw, So it's not really sorted out until Heat 3, which is great. Round draws, what we all should be doing. That's how you learn how to pass and have some racecraft. So sometimes in the heats you'll see quite a big gap sometimes, and it's on in the H Sport corner for 4th and 5th. But at the moment, it's Jack Dosel out in front from Coburn and Field with a 2.3 second lead, which looks like he's not going to be headed, but obviously starting on the front row, he's got some clear air to punch through, but the rest of the field still winding their way through. The battle between 2nd, 3rd and 4th as the move went from Field on Coburn. The sight's pulled off in a video pro. It's been quite a good race so far. Everyone keeping themselves clean. It's back on down at H Sport. On the inside, it's 3 going for the bum position. It's worked its way out so far, so big gap. Jack a long way in front. So Coburn has managed to hang on to 2nd place from Manzano, Field, and Vellacott's working his way up from Briggs, Horwell, Sales, Wheeler, Munro. So Jack Munro's been a stalwart of this class for a long time. So he's up in 10th. Not sure where Jack started. I'm assuming further down the pack because he's normally a front runner. Be good to actually see Jack up in tag, open with the big boys and see how he goes in that, because I feel he's got the talent to be up there. So we'll just watch how he comes through this field. But it's still on for 2nd position with a big lineup now. There's about 4 or 5 guys vying with 3 wide down the back straight. So normally doesn't end well, but credit to them, they're pulling it off. It's bunching up behind them. There's all sorts of moves that are going on. Can't even keep up with what's happening right now, but there's about 3 wide coming onto the front straight. But it's still Jack, now 5 seconds in front. Shows you how much fighting hurts. From Manzano in 2nd, Dean Vellacott's done a great job to work his way up into 3rd spot from Darcy Briggs, Sales and Coburn. Orwell, Jack Munro's popped up to 8th, so I'm assuming he's tacked on the back of this pack. And still working his way forward. In Video Pro, we're now 2 wide. Lost 2 positions there. There's a few hand gestures floating around. Probably don't need those. But head down and keep working it, because at the moment it's a 5-second gap out in front. Nice clean air. No problems for Jack. 2nd place now. Sort of asserted himself in a clear spot as well, so it's starting to work its way out. Vellacott still sitting in get a bit of practice up, so I would expect Declan to be at the front of this field later in the day. He's clearly started from the back this time, so 6th and 7th, Jack and Munro. So they're probably 2 of the top talents in this field, but right now it's Jack Doso way out in front. Probably could start backing off and save some tyres if he wanted to, because he's got a 5-second lead. Field's starting to struggle its way out, but the best thing is we haven't lost any runners yet, so it's a good start for Tag Restricted Light. You start to watch Declan and Jack pierce their way through. At the moment, both following each other. But behind Munro's, McLaughlin in 8th, William 9th, Mullins, Horwell, Wheeler, Field. Coburn's dropped down from 2nd early on down to 14th at the moment. Duncan, Shaw. And Romelli started at the front, but he's had to drop down the back a little bit, so he's obviously coming to some sort of issues out on track with some other karts. But again, it's a pretty steady gap now, sitting at around the 5-second mark from Jack to Jordan. And Vellacott holding his own in 3rd. Although he's starting to have the gap closed up, while both Declan and Jack are closing in on Darcy Briggs. So I wouldn't expect much before we see a move from turn 2, I would have thought. Yep, executed. And done. So he moves on to the next victim, who clearly has a blue plate. So I'm not sure where the blue plates come from. But blue plate, doesn't know at home as a state title. So state titles somewhere. Declan's down the charge there. Again, the leader just cruising out in front, maintaining it. Nothing much is happening. Third place is now starting to get hunted down, so Vellicot's starting to come under pressure. With only a minute to go, there's only a couple of laps, so I it's the actual move to third and fourth. There's been a gap closed right up here, so I'd expect with 40 seconds to go, it'll be tight coming across the line, but it could be 2 more laps. But I'll be expecting a move on the third, fourth position shortly. Declan and Munro are still working their way towards the front as well, so it won't be long. It could be a last lap battle between the 5 of them, because the rest of the field's pretty strung out. But we've got everyone still rolling the wheels, so that's good. Out in front, Jack's on a Sunday drive. No problems at all, but the next one will be starting from the back, so it'll be a bit... Second and third. I'm presuming a move might come here on Blondie, the old Blondie Court Video Pro. That's where I'll be making the move right now, because the karts are starting to bank up behind him, so you don't be wasting too much time. Doesn't take that chance. Not sure when Vellicot's going to make the move, because he's now got 2 or 3 karts starting to rage behind him. We've gone the blocking down the back straight. Declan Matthews jams it in there. Under brakes. Lots of experience from Declan, so you'd expect him to start to move through the field. So we're on again here. The time is out, but I think we're under still with another lap to go on top of this. But still no move here. Between second and third, but Vellicott want to make a move shortly because Declan Matthews, and we've had a bit of an incident between Munro and Sales. He's done the cut through, so I'm assuming he should now wait and take his spot back where it was. And Declan Matthews has gone for a bit of an ambitious move there. Not sure that was where it's supposed to land, but it's allowed Munro to come past both of them and knock Vellicott back. So still waiting on the back straight for Sales to take back the position he was in. So he has readdressed and done the right thing. Great work there. But the winner, out in front by himself, Jack Dosal, by more than 5 seconds now. And Zeno hangs on. Munro moves his way up to third. And unfortunately, Matthews and Vellicott dropped down after an incident in Blondie that I'm sure will be looked at later on. Sales, readdressing, doing the right thing, dropping into 6. Briggs, McLaughlin, Lung, Mullins, Hallwell, Shaw, Field, Dong, Duncan, Frank, James, McGrath, Coburn and Blake Romelli rounding out your top 20. Bit of an action-packed last lap there, so I'm sure the boys will sort that one out. But we'd also like to thank our live stream sponsors. So this doesn't happen without some people putting their hands in their pockets. So Scotty Cleaver's done a great job here. So Wild Earth, Jimmy Black, thank you, mate. Knox Black's dad, always willing to help. Aqua Pipeline, with Noel chipping in. All these guys aren't just giving up their time, they're actually paying money towards this live stream so everyone can watch and see back at home. Ray White, Northlake's jumping on board. That'll be the Schull family. So thank you very much. They've been a part of the karting community for a long time. Darren and Lisa. And Ryan, I think now is in the real estate game as well. Family-run business. And Talk Karting. Fantastic to see him jump on board. It'd actually be good to see some of the other kart shops jump on board. We can have a young fella jump on and put his hand in his pocket. I'm sure, Willie, I'll call you out. You could probably put your hand in your pocket at the same time as Ian Black and a few other boys to get the live stream going, because this does cost a lot of money and the club keeps putting their hand in their pocket. So without those guys, this wouldn't be happening. So anybody out there that can share some money to put back into the sport, it'd be great to get hold of Scotty and the team Ipswich Kart Club to keep the live stream running. Otherwise, it can't happen. So obviously everyone's so used to it happening that people forget that this costs money. So anyone out there that would like to get their advertising up on the live stream, get hold of Scotty and the team Ipswich Kart Club and help the club keep the live stream running for the rest of the year.
there's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
You're on track with us, obviously, so we're going to put you guys at the back of the DD2 class. Are we going to come around and lap you, do you think?
Hopefully not.
Some of us, hopefully not us.
Well, that was one of my questions. Do you prefer racing in the wet or dry? I've been asking everyone all day that, but given you guys haven't been racing for so long, I will ask, wet or dry, what do you prefer?
I've no idea about wet weather tyres because it was all slicks back in our day, and it was fun this morning running around when it was a bit wet, back in the old days.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's wet. It's going to be great.
I'm sort of hoping it's wet as well, but unfortunately I think it's going to be one of those days that's dry, wet, and it's going to be a bitch of a day for setup. Okay, well, all the best tomorrow, guys. Hope it goes well. I'll see you on the out-grid. And
F-Dad, Formula Dad.
Formula Dads, very good. Well, all the best. I hope it goes well and hope we don't have any broken ribs or any serious injuries.
Hopefully not.
Thanks, Scotty. See you on the track.
Next up,
See you there. Thanks, guys.
we've got KA3 Junior Heavy. Quite a decent field. It's grown quite a lot, this field, over the last couple of years with the weight. Kids obviously getting bigger and KA3 being quite a small weight. There is 27 runners. So very good to see again, random draw. So it's quite good to see this mix. But it'll be Zach Hawkery on the pole from McPherson. Booth, Carket, Cleto, Wright, Barnard, Leggett, Smith. Going through the cut through now. Looks like they should be able to get lined up before the red line. One just getting in there. Still trying to get in. Whoa. We're still past the red line. That will be a tight one. Leave that to the officials. Oh, we're still going around, so that's not what you're supposed to do. You've got to get in before the red line, so I'm sure the officials will look at that. We're going around one more time. So that will allow that cart to get back into position. There is a rule that you cannot move out of your grid spot once you've gone past the red line on the track. So luckily for that driver, one more lap instead of being trying to push it. Otherwise it could be a 10-second penalty coming their way. So again, they'll go through the cut through. Quite daunting, some of these drivers that aren't used to being in the front, starting in the front row. But it's also about you to learn racecraft and put yourself in a position where you can learn to pass, lead, and race, and you'll do a lot better for it in the long run. Sitting at the front qualifying all the time doesn't do yourself any favours. So coming around again, Zach and Bentley on the front row. This time we're away. So we'll see how we go through turn one this time. So far we're a bit crossed up. Oh, we've got a few things in the back not going right. Nose cone's been ripped off. Didn't quite make it, unfortunately. Another one pulled off on the exit of turn two there, so he needs to probably get that out of the way. He's probably not in the great spot. Exit turn two, I'm sure the official will take care of that. Bit of damage coming out of that one. Unfortunately, back someone's turned, but we're on in Video Pro. Straight away, the move's put on from Huth. He's moved straight to the front, which I would expect him to do. Opening up a gap. We've got the driver out of the way, turn two, so racing should continue. But we'll leave that to the officials as the cart's still sitting in the turn two exit. But we go through for the first lap. Joel Mitten, McPherson, Neil Williams, Bernard Jenkins, and Tilmouth rounding out your top 10. So hopefully those drivers are all okay. Looks like they're all up and back into the pit, so no issues there. Back out in the track, it seems to be a battle for third, fourth, fifth. First and second sort of got their own. We're on there, third, Fourth into third at Video Pro. Runs wide on the exit, so probably will cost another spot. Going into Autobahn. Too wide. Down the back straight, going into H Sport. A few hand signals floating around. They've sorted themselves out as the leaders come around the front. Nice clean air, the front three can now settle in. Front two clearing out, but Williams starting to chase down Leggett. So we'll just see, actually pretty sure that Josh Williams' father, Chris, if it's what I'm thinking of, raced him back in Ipswich, been part of the club for a long time as well, so good to see second generation coming through. Made the move for third. And now we'll start to hunt down first and second. There's still a big battle on behind these guys. For fifth, sixth and seventh. A lot of pushing and shoving going on. Hand signals everywhere. That's not going to help you. Just work on staying your eyes forward. Unfortunately, we're not playing netball here. We're in go-kart, so there's going to be a bit of bumping and grinding that goes to the territory. So that's what the boys have sorted out. But Josh Williams, his father, he's on fire, moving up into second. Into Video Pro, there he goes. Switchback happening, but they'll work together, I'm sure, to try and catch young Seth Huth at the front. So they've definitely got this number 9 of Josh Williams dialed in. And we'll now spend the next 3.5 minutes hunting down the lead and see if he can jump in. Purple alongside his name, so Josh is the quite considerably faster, 51.8. Front guys, he's got half a second on the front guys, so it won't take long for him to start chasing those boys down. It's now the battle, third and fourth as well. The rest of the field strung themselves out pretty nicely. After the instant start, we've lost one out the exit of Video Pro. Not sure what's happened there, we've missed that one, but out in front it's Williams on the hunt. Bridging this gap. Will not be long, there'll be one more lap and this will be on this move. We have slowboards out. So there's an incident on track somewhere. The officials have called the slowboards. Let's see if these guys understand what the slowboard is all about. Should be putting their hands up, slowing down, single file. At rolling around speed. Which they seem to be doing, so that's a great job by the guys in front. Sometimes we don't read our rule book, so everyone should slow down here. Follow the lead around while the officials work out what or how they're fixing what's on the track. So 2 minutes to go. Let's see whether this will get going again. So there is a go-kart on the exit of turn 2 from the start. So I'm not sure if that's it or there's, looks like right behind my vision, there's a cart, maybe lost something. Safety comes first here, obviously, so the officials doing a great job with the slowboard out. Boys probably could be a fraction slower right now, but they're doing a great job in single file until they get the green flag again. With only a minute and 30 seconds to go, not sure we're going to see that, but they'll keep rolling around. But disappointing for young Josh Williams. I reckon was only a lap away from making the move, but that is racing. See the green flag in the hands of the officials, so possible start next lap round, which will see us have a 1 lap dash. The big boys follow the rules, they will come around, boards will be retracted, they'll be in a single file down the middle of the straight with the green flag is waved, they cannot overlap and move out of the centre line, otherwise they will face a 3 or 5 second penalty. So this will be watched closely by the officials, and this is where you hope as a mum and a dad that your child has read the rule book on a slow restart. Because I can see the boards retracted the green flag is in the hands of the starter. So we'll just see whether we're going to get a start here or not with 30 seconds to go. The green flag is held. So we're anticipating a start. Let's see what happens here. The boys know the rules. All eyes from the officials on the start of this. And it is green flag, last lap dash. We're on. So Williams will be trying to move early here. Straight on turn 2. Great roll. Straight to the front. Executed it perfectly there. Seth blocked in turn 1, which opened up turn 2. So Williams gets the job done. Moves into the front position. Now have a massive train behind him, but he is clear, so no need to block there. Video Pro's got some action going on. So we will come across the line with 1 lap to go as the timer has run out, but Williams shut the door and see you later. He's gone. There's a big scrap behind him. The field's obviously now closed back up again, so we've got a move going on here. Young Lana can steer and has moved ahead in turn 2, so she's also on the charge. She must have started further back in the win and draw, so I'd expect to see Lana Fluck at the front on the next race. Great to see girls racing in our sport. None better than Alice Buckley right now, who has moved on to Strip 2, so it goes to show you that if you have got the dedication, which young Alice does, that you can make it all the way. Oh, we've had an incident in Video Pro, and unfortunately, we've lost a couple of competitors, but I didn't see what happened there. A few arms floating around. But that was Johnny Wright was involved in that. I'm not sure the other kart. But we have checkered flag. Josh Williams, well done. Great Josh Williams takes it out. Gets himself in the box seat for the rest of the day.
Okay, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club. I'm here with Dimmer and Geordie Slater. So a couple of questions for you boys. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think most club days, it's when we do the reverse grids or just a random grid more so. So if you get placed right at the back and maybe you're someone that's maybe a bit faster, you've got to learn how to get through the field.
But you're qualifying tomorrow in tag?
Yeah, that's correct. So qualifying, it's a bit different. I think it's good practice for when we go to the big events. So I think we'll learn as much as we can from it.
Feel like if you mess up one corner around this track, it doesn't set you up well for the next one. Like, say you mess up the corner before the back straight, your entire run for the back straight's gone. So.
And big fields too, so if you make that mistake, you're going to get gobbled up real quick. You lose 3 or 4 spots real quick. Do you prefer the wet or dry racing tomorrow? Who knows? Could be anything. Wet or dry? What's your preference?
I think for my go-kart and my motor's sake, I prefer the dry weather.
Fair enough. Definitely wet.
You like the wet? Nice. Excellent. Wet on slicks, or would you rather be out there on wet tyres?
Wet on slicks, mate. Way more fun.
Wet on slicks.
Agreed. So I'm here.
Welcome back. We move on now to Cadet 12 Heat 1, which has started with a bit of controversy, but rules are rules. So young Paige Flack was started on pole position, has had her kart put to the back of the field for an infringement, but she has time in the right laps to try and get to the front, so we'll see how that pans out. But like anything, everyone's got to follow the rules, so everyone learns their lesson. But we've qualified here, so this will be a slightly different race because they have been qualified in the positions of fastest. We'll see one of the most competitive fields at Ipswich Kart Club for the last 5 to 10 years is Cadet 12s, which is great for our sports system and young kids. They're going to cut through it. I'm not sure they'll make it round for a start this lap with a long field. So they'll probably have to roll around again with a couple of stragglers still rolling through, but just trying to sort out where young Paige is. There also should be a gap left at the front. One more lap to go, so that will help young Paige Flack. Fence is filled up with the parents out in the track to help out the young kids. Sometimes things don't quite go well.
Attention in the pits, can I get KA3 Senior to the outlet, please?
They're ready to go past, which is the red line on the track. So we'll line it up and see how we go with Cadet 12. This time around, looking good so far. Should be Flack and Johnson on the front. Bit of a tussle in the turn one, but so far so good. Oh no, we spoke too soon. Oh, we've got a bit of a... Oh, yeah, no, that's not great, but let's hope the drivers are all still moving around, so hopefully they'll all get those going. Looks like there's no one seriously hurt, which is great to see. So that should all keep racing, moving on. No, he's not happy. He cannot get the kart going, so you've only got a certain amount of time to get to your kart. It's part of the rules. Remember, it's 15 seconds. If you cannot get your kart moved, you must get off for safety reasons. So unfortunately for those guys and girls, if there's any out there, they've missed it there, but we'll keep racing. Out in front, coming around, it will be Ricardo Johnson has taken the lead from Paige Flack. Lukey Robinson sitting in third. Mudrick in fourth. Fuller, Carter Grother, OJ Walton has moved in the seventh spot. So first and second are pretty steady, but it seems to be on. Lukey's a little bit in front at 456. Is where the action's at the moment. I'll presumably be a move in Video Pro as the tap of the head didn't quite work there and had two karts go past. This is why we don't. Oh, Paige Flack's had a bit of an off by herself there. Ran wide on the exit of Video Pro. So you've got to remember these kids are only 9 to 11 years old, so very young, and they're going to make mistakes. So I'm sure she'll work her way back to the front. But it's Ricardo Johnson out in front by himself. Now with Lukey Robinson clearing away in. In one lap, so old Johnny will be out there quite happy with the young fellas so far. But with Cadet 12, as we all know, going over to the last lap in the checkered flag. Sometimes kids have some funny ideas, but it's definitely on in the background from about 7th spot on. It's got a big train there. But we'll see what Carter can do because Ricardo's out the front, but Lukey is chasing him down for H Sport. Been spending a lot of time out in the track. Young Harry's with Max and Jacob on the spanners for Lukey. So Lukey's mum also one of the people that help us out day in, day out on the grid. So the whole family's involved, but got some great motor down the back straight there, young Lukey, to pull in the gap in the slipstream. Carter's also on the prowl for third spot. Wouldn't take him long. I wouldn't have thought he'd be looking around turn 2 to make that move. So we'll keep the action going at the front. It's Ricardo and Luke goes for the move in turn 1 and pulls it off. Great move. Bridged a big gap there, Luke. So let's see if all the driver training Harry's been doing with him and Maxi will pay off. And Carter, I'm sure, will try and make the move. I would have thought around the video pro on Jack's Fuller, but we'll see as it's now let go back up again as a big long freight train. So great action out the front. The rest of the field's working its way around, which we'll see Paige Flack is in 6th now. OJ Walton's in 7th. Felix Sims with his way back up to 9th. Then Pilot, Campbell, Carson. Kenny is in 13th. Jumpy's young boy, who's the treasurer of our kart club. Oliver Jones, Oscar Ray, running out the 15. But out in front, it is on as Ricardo Johnson has moved past Lukey. Carter Groves made the move in 3rd. So it's quite a tight pack, first 6 here. You expect the winner to come from one of those 6. As we said before, they've qualified here, so the faster guys are to the front, like the rest of the classes today where it's random draw. So you're seeing probably 6 of the best in the country going at it right now at one of the best tracks in the country. So we've got just under 3 minutes to go. So this is anyone's battle right now. Paige is still kicking herself for making a small mistake at a video pro earlier on, so should be coming steaming for the boys here. But out the front, Lukey will go here, I would have thought. Under brakes in H-Sport. Corner, Carter's gone with him. He's gone from 1st to 3rd. Don't watch out. 7th place will also catch this train, but right now it's Lukey. Robinson out in front. Carter Grother in 2nd. Worked her back up to 4th, so she's having a great run back. Chasing the boys down. I'm sure she'd love to win it, starting from pole. Obviously has the speed to show, but dropped off 4th and 5th right now. See if they can catch the pack back up. The more they fight at the front, the more they'll catch back up. So if you had a bit of smart about you, you'd just be chasing and following right now, leaving it to the last lap to make a move. But we do have 9 or 10-year-old kids that will make their own mind up on that. But it is Robinson from Grother. Johnny will be sweating on the sidelines. Looks like Ricardo Johnson's lacking a bit of top end. Hasn't quite had it from any kart that comes near him, so it might be something to look at there. But with a minute and a half to go, it is Lukey in front of Carter. With full rock there early, but he's dropped back to 6th place now. And OJ, something's happened to OJ. Not sure what's happening there, but the hand's gone up. It looks like it's going again now. But we're back on front. Can't get the eyes on the front here. Top 4. This is on. Sue makes the first move. Lukey's hit the curb there. That is not going to help him. Lucky he gets the pushback from Carter. But this is going to be on. They've gone the hard block down on the Autobahn. And Ricardo here will pounce. We are in one file down the back straight. Carter moves back into 3rd. So don't take your eyes off this front 4. Carter now back into 2nd. Great move. This is Lukey, a bit of a break, but coming in with 40 seconds to go. So we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Now it's a run of 6. Paige Flack's all over the back of Ricardo Johnson. And it brings the other 2 guys into it. Looks like whatever OJ had problem-wise has been fixed. So I'm sure Harry will sort that one out. But back to the front. Great race here. Ricardo can find a bit more top end speed for the next race. It'll definitely help. Lukey's got a couple of kart length gap, but Carter's been around a long time. Would have the experience on Luke, but we'll just see how the nerves hold up. I'm sure as I look down, you see Harry and Maxi chewing fingernails, hoping that he can hang on. He's just got to hold his line, which he's doing right now. Can't go past if you're on the inside. Looks like he's going to hang on here. No, he's left the door open. There's a bit of a touch, but not sure what was in that, but it's definitely all on the last corner. Looks like Carter Gray. The Paige Flack's come back. Oh, no! He's starting to get going now by the looks of it. It was an unfortunate accident right there. I'm sure the officials will look at it, but it was no malice in it. but we're still in the last lap. I thought we'd finished, but we're still going. So it's Carter Grother has taken it from Ricardo. Paige Flax back in third. And Jax Fuller's worked his way back up to fourth with the incident with a slight touch there, dropped Lukey back, and there's been an incident on the main straight, which I've missed. But down the back straight, it is on. There's bumping and all sorts going on down there. But Carter's holding his nerve. Just needs to hold the inside line, which he's doing right now, and I'm sure he'll come away here as it comes to the front straight for a drag race. It's on. It's very, very tight, but Carter will have Jax Fuller runs in fourth. Jake Brubitsky, sorry if I say that wrong, has moved his way up to fourth. OJ Walton recovering from whatever she had to finish sixth. Lennox Carson, Oscar Ray, Felix Sim punching into the top 10. Liam Campbell, Lukey unfortunately drops back to 11th, but definitely has the speed, so I'm sure that Harry will be some mentoring going on back in the camp there, and Chris Walton will sort Lukey out, but he will come back, no doubt, in the next race. But what a great race for the 12-year-olds there. Great to see. We didn't lose too many kids, a few at the start, but I'm sure they'll bounce back. There's a bit of a debrief going on down there with Team H Sport. But
Praga pilot, Ryan Orman. So Ryan, if you could be on the outgrid with any driver in the world, who would it be?
I think it'd be a tough one. I reckon the home Aussie fan, Oscar Piastri. I think it'd be a good experience to learn alongside of, I reckon.
Very good. And what's the trickiest part here for you racing at Ipswich?
Probably through from 1 to speed bowl. It's very technical, very twisty. You've got to nail it every time. If you miss it, and it's quite crucial. So I think that'd be the most difficult part.
Yeah, that's been a popular answer. A lot of people saying you stuff up one question, you lose half a lap.
Correct.
And if you had to describe your driving style in one word only, what would it be?
Smooth.
Nice. And wet or dry racing, what do you prefer? And you can give me an answer of you like slicks in the wet, or wets in the wet, or slick racing only, whatever you like.
No, I like the dry more than the wet.
You like what, sorry?
I like the dry more than the wet, so I'll rather dry.
And if you find yourself out on slicks out there and it starts raining, do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun, but you just got to be very patient and smooth.
Cool, thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
We're back for round 2 of Ipswich Kart Club's Championship. The Chris Robbo Robinson tag titles with KA3 Senior Heat 1. This will be round of applause. Kittle, Matthews, Mays, McCulloch, Camelora, Sourwood, Keys, Jarrett, Penman, Fraser, Dixon, Toby Spinks, Risman, Fish, Hurd, Saragi, Burke, Chapman, Powers, Matthews. Butcher rating out. So tell you what, there's some drivers in this field that have a lot of experience. This would be great to see. Random draw. This would be great to watch. So if you're not at the fence, I'd get there. See how Jace Matthews, if he is out there, which he is, rolls from second last in a field with some good drivers rolling around for a start. Looking pretty good. Not good enough, but I can see some bright pink gloves out there from a Tony kart, so that would have to be, I'm presuming, Fish. With a bit of talk about that on the podcast with Sammy and Harry. If you haven't had a listen, jump onto the Australian Karting podcast. Always doing a good job there, talking all things karting and anything in between. So we'll roll around again. Officials weren't happy with the first start, so we'll see if they can get it better this time. Possibly too fast the first time, but Braxton Regan and Jai Flynn, two guys that should know exactly what to do on the front row, so there shouldn't be any excuses here. This time we're going, and we're away. Perfect start this time. Whoop. Got through the first corner pretty good. A few touches, well, spoken too soon, but everyone's sort of edging their way to get through. It's a bit of a tussle at the back there, one going straight ahead. Not sure who that is, but we'll take a shortcut, which will be a long way around. Up the front. Clearly my grid given to me is different than what started. So it is Jace Matthews actually started towards the front. So he is in second right now. Third actually, looking at this on track. But there'll be a freight train come past here into H Sports corner. With first place pushing all the way back down to third. See Zach Hurd there with the blue plates on. Great power leading away from Jace Matthews. A few guys coming up from Sydney for this one with Tom, by the looks of it. Toby Spinks rounding out the top 10 with Keegan Fraser jumping aboard the IPK Formula K chassis this weekend with DV and the team at IKD. So he's always had the arrow, so he's made the move. I'm presuming for AKC this year to run with the Formula K, so we'll keep an eye on how Keegan goes. Ex-Australian champion in this class. So I'm sure DV will have it working hard, but it'll be a bit of a test session this weekend. But out in front, it is Matthews who would have the most credentials in this field by a long way, actually. Been around a long time, Jace. There's a bit of a kerfuffle back between 7th and last. It's a big freight train there, so Spinks involved in that. Keegan Fraser at the front of that. A bit messy there, boys at the front getting away, but tell you what, it's Jace Matthews, but right behind him is Zachy Hurd, who probably is due a national title in this class. Always talking about that in the podcast about who their favourites were for the championship. And as he makes a move on Jace Matthews in video parade, great stuff from Hurd. Hurd was the boys' choice for the Australian Kart Championship this year, so Zach's obviously been around a long time. He's made the move on Jace's local track, so Jace won't particularly like that, but I'm sure Jace is out there doing some testing himself for the upcoming championship, which is on next weekend at Coffs Harbour for round 1. So we come along. Chad Risman in third with Quade Powers. Jet Saragi, Joey Vuchui, Cooper Fish with the pink gloves. They do stand out, something chronic. Penman in 8th, Fraser running up 9th with Jarrett. Baxter Jarrett moving up from juniors, seniors obviously with 10. But it's sort of a breakaway top 5 here. It sort of looks like that Chad might just be starting to catch the top 2, so we'll just see. Jace is pretty smart, so I'm sure he won't be making any moves until he knows he can, which is right now. Looks at the behind him on the straight, sees third place coming, makes the move into first. So it'll be on the top 3 here as Chad now joins him in the parallel for third. Great move from Jace, but Hurdy's all over him at the back here. Still breaking away from the 4th and 5th place of Saragi and Powers. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. As Hurdy straight back at Video Pro. Same move as the first time. So there's a bit going on here, but boys giving themselves plenty of room. And Matthew straight back underneath him at Autobahn. So the boys are out at the front. Not wanting to not lead this race. So there's been 3 lead changes on the one lap, with 4th and 5th now starting to chase down, especially Jet, who's starting to move on to the back of the field. We've had a bit of a bang up in the back of the field there with the front left wheel's not looking good. And that unfortunately is Toby Spinks. Toby Spinks has got the left front tie rod snap. So he'll be out of this one. He drags the car out of the way down the H-Sport corner in the paralleling chassis. But back out in front is Chase Matthews. This time, going to have a move. You've got to commit. Didn't commit hard enough there. Can't just stick your nose up and then hope for the best. That's now going to cost a few spots as it does. So Chase Matthews works it out perfectly to get a gap. Hurdy back in the third. Back in the second, I should say. And Video Pro is one of those corners like turn 2. If you do not get it right, you will not make the move. You have to be all the way up to make it work. So Chase Matthews, good bit of racecraft. See if Hurdy can chase him down, but it's Penman having the fastest lap of the race, moving up into 6th as well. So he's come from the back. Up 4 spots. Penman, Jai Flynn up 6 spots. Braxton Regan up 6 spots. So there's a few guys on the move in this race. Again, round draw wasn't qualifying, so let's see whether Hurdy can make an inroads on Jace here. Never easy on a home track, but if anyone can do it, I'm presuming Hurdy will. But Cooper Fish is sort of floating around there, but he needs to pick up the pace to join these front runners. But he's doing a good job. Still sitting where he started. Cannot miss those gloves. But it is Matthews out in front. Last time it was 6/10, so we'll see what it is this time. I'd say it's the same. Smack on 6/10 again, so going purple. The fastest lap. He's already up 4 spots. See if he can make an inroads. There's still 37 seconds to go, so be tight on coming past for one more lap. Or 2 more laps as it counter types down. It's Penman with 50.293. The fastest out in the track right now. Matthews looks behind just to see where he's sitting, knowing he's got a bit of a couple of kart length gap to Hurd, sort of spreading itself out a little bit, but looks like that Penman may have made the move also. Not sure until they come around. But he has. In the parallel, been through a few chassis in the last couple of years, but in the parallel this year, so still got the fastest lap of the race. And on a charge, up 5 spots to be sitting in 5th position. Hurdy's starting to make some inroads. The gap's down to 5/10, but on track visually it's actually less than that right now. So it'll be interesting to see if this comes down to a battle at the end with Siragi probably too far back, but as soon as the front 2 start the battle, I'm sure he'll be on top of it. But Penman closing in hard on Risman. I'm presuming we'll see a move there shortly. Jace has been around a long time, so I'm sure he's got this under control. As we come around, the time has hit 0, so this will be the last lap. Covering the inside line, but back out in front. Hurdy's probably half a tenth quicker, but Matthews has got this pretty much under control, I feel. The rest of the field's strung out. Keegan Fraser still sitting around where he started in the Formula K, so it's a new chassis for him to get used to. Braxton Regan and Giles Flynn both up 7 spots. They've had a great race. You'll see them at the front the next time with the random draw. Starting at the back or start at the front the next time, but Jace Matthews this under control as Penman. Brisbane leaves the door wide open, so Penman comes straight up and will take 4th spot, but the winner of race 1 will be Jace Matthews from a hard charging.
the back.
Okay, so we're here with Ryan, who's racing in tag this weekend in his FA kart. Ryan, wet or dry racing? It could be either tomorrow or today when everyone's watching this. What do you prefer?
Normally the wet, preferably. Always love the wet. Always been quicker, but looking forward to the dry just to show the pace if I have it. Other than that, hopefully wet.
Take it as it comes.
Yeah.
Are you one of these ones that launch a kart straight over the flip-flop in the wet weather?
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
Is that the fastest way?
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't pay for your chassis, do you?
No, pretend like I'm 16 because I am, and pretend like Dad pays for it is my whole goal. Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich, do you think?
Trickiest? Just the raw fitness is probably the hardest part, but once you get over that, it's just laps. Every lap hurts, but you get used to it.
The more you do it, the more your body gets used to it. Yeah. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, who would be your pick to race against?
Jai Flynn.
Jai Flynn?
Really? Just to take him out. Yeah. Hate that guy.
You'd take him out?
Hate him.
Yeah, he said the same thing about you when I interviewed him as well. So, okay, mate, well, all the best for tomorrow. Send it. Hopefully it's dry for you. If not, I'll be looking for you launching over the flip-flop in the wet.
Always.
Enjoy.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Okay, I'm here with...
Back on track with tag restricted medium. Heat 1 random draw for the tag restricted mediums. I haven't got any. Number 2, Rudy Farkas. Rudy has been around for a long, long time. Great to see. And Rudy won't mind me saying, but Rudy would be in his 60s. Still pumping out with the young fellas and loving his racing. Young fella Chris, back in the day raced. So I think Jackie, Rudy's wife, it's great to see she's still good for him. It's great to see him enjoying himself at his age. It's not nothing all about. And also one of our sponsors, Noel Smice, out there. He chips in for the live stream that you guys all love to watch at home. So thanks again to Noel for what he does. But great to see Rudy out there, starting back in the pack on this one. Again, random draw. We're coming round for a start. Bit of a break in the middle, but we'll see how we go. We're away. Polsetter gets off. Sails off to a great start. Shouldn't be too many dramas, I would have thought, the first corner here. Runs pretty much worked his way around. Gap already forming between second and third. Whitaker and Field. Rudy down 11th spot, but I'm presuming you see him move through the field pretty quickly. Bit of a move going on down there in 7th and 8th. It looks like possibly Schumacher going, oh no, he's bitten off more than he can chew there. But he's kept it going. Was about to make 2 moves and the one straight, but unfortunately... That's possibly some coaching from Chris Walton that's brought that on. Just number 1 move anyway, I'm sure they'll learn out in front Sunday drive. for Hugo. He's out in the front with a 1.5 second lead over Whittaker. Field in third, Jordan in fourth, Donnelly in fifth. So these boys are all going to go to work on a Monday, so you won't see them attacking each other too hard. Rudy Farkas on the move. He's moved himself up to 6th position, I think, right now. So Rudy starting back in 14th. Picked up a lot of spots. And is sitting in 6th position. But it's Hugo out the front with the fastest lap of the race. So Rudy's on the charge. Now be checking in on Donnelly with the next target for him. Out in front, but fast up the race. And the winner at the moment is still Sales out of Whittaker, Jordan, Field, Donnelly, Farkas. But I'm sure, as we were talking, Rudy's already moved onto the back of Donnelly, and I don't think it'll be long before he makes the move. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened to Noel, but he's pulled the pin on this race, unfortunately. So another lap down. 2 second lead now. Rudy's on the tune, so you can see in these classes, any tag class, you can have the choice of engines to run here. So a lot of the guys have been running the X30 for a lot of years. But the Rotax is starting to come back into the market. With the new restrictor coming out shortly, you might see some Rotaxes back towards the front of these fields. But right now you'll see them sometimes on the tune with the carburetor. You can't do that with the Rotax. Has a fixed jet, so just having a look through the field, and I can't see anybody with a Rotax, but I'm sure IKD and the team, Ian Black, Dale Verrill, they will be working hard for this new restrictor plate to come out and boost the Rotaxes in these fields, which will help. But at the moment, it's a chuck on here as well from Patrick's course if you wish. But most of the time you'll see X30s on these classes. But the restrictor for the new restrictor for Rotax definitely up the performance with the X30. And supposed to be here towards the end of this month, so it'll be exciting to see whether someone takes it on, because it'll also be used in the tag as well as the restricted. But the restricted definitely have been lacking with the restrictor plate compared to the X30, so we'll see if that can change things, make it a bit more even playing field for everybody. But Farkas has moved up to 5th. Sales and Whittaker, they sort of just sit there. Whittaker now with the fast lap of the race, so he's just pulled that gap in 0.3 of a second. Rudy up to 4th. From 13th or 14th position, I think he's up a lot, so great race from Rudy. Schumacher now coming back through the field after a bit ambitious move down the back straight, so showing some pace, but when he comes to the chain brake a bit crossed up, probably just needs to back it off a little bit. Straight up the inside on Video Pro on a P-plater. So if you see the P-plates out there, those guys are within their first 4 races of their career. Just like a car, I suppose. There's no restrictions on them, but they get their karts checked by the scrutineers to make sure things aren't going to fall off it and get used to the whole racing. And then move through the C, B and A grade licence categories, but good to see plenty of P-platers out there. What the sport's all about. Rudy's now moving in on 3rd place. With just on a minute to go, Rudy Farkas now pulls the fastest lap out. He's chasing down Scott Jordan. As Sales continues to lead out the front. Gap is starting to diminish 0.2 of a lap, but there won't be enough time for Whittaker to catch him unless there's a mistake made. But definitely got late race pace has Whittaker, or Sales could have just backed off the button a bit. But it's Farkas making the move on 3rd. He's coming up behind the barrel of Scott Jordan. And knowing Rudy, he won't muck around and making the move. going through Brisbane Karts. Corner down to RHQ. Long-time sponsor Gus and the family of Ipswich Kart Club is also our track inspector. Gus does a lot of work with Scotty and the boys around the club, which doesn't go unnoticed. We'll see him a bit later on in DD2. See if he can hang on to it today without shaking the fingers out. But Rudy has got some speed down the straight. Rudy also builds motors, has done for a long time, has a mechanical business, so never short of a motor oil. Rudy coming down with the clock now ticking 0. Leaders have already gone past, so we'll see 2 more laps. But again, it sails out the front. And Whittaker, that gap's just sitting at 1.5 to 2 seconds. It's locked in there, but the battle's now for third. See if Rudy can pull this one off. Seems to lose a bit through the S's. Chain brake. But seems to catch it back up again down the back straight, so probably also getting a bit tired, old Rudy. Waiting for that checker flag to come out. But again at the front, it is Sales coming across to get the last lap board from Whittaker. It's been a slower race out the front for him, but nothing wrong with the out the front leading the race. But it's on here, still between Rudy and Jordan. Schumacher's definitely working his way back through the field. So he'll be kicking himself that he bit off more than he could chew down there at H-Sport corner. But Rudy now all over. Jordan going through the RHQ, coming up to Video Pro. Will Rudy make the move? It's very close. I presume a move would come down the back straight from Rudy. A bit of coverage going on there from Scott Jordan, so it'll be on down the back straight here. I'm sure he's gone the inside, which he has. Rudy's not silly, but... Oh, he's overshot the corner. But he will probably hang on through H-Sport. Coming into the last corner. Sales will take the victory from Whittaker. Scott Jordan, Rudy Farkas. Sales takes the fast lap of the race. At the end, from Donnelly, Leenan, Field, Schumacher works his way back to 8th after facing backwards after lap 2. Tuncliffe, Freeman, Simpson will round it out in the tag restricted medium heat 1, which we'll see a reverse grid of that next time out.
Young Maddie, Cadet 9 racer, having a crack tomorrow at Ipswich. Do you prefer the wet or the dry weather? Because it could be either tomorrow.
Of Cadet P's, 9 and 12s. And this is hats off to Ipswich's own Russell Hins for all the work he does with the P-plate guys and girls around the kart club. So it's great to see 20 of them turn up to have a go with this class, which I actually bought in a long time ago, just to help the kids breach the difference between practicing and then all of a sudden being thrown into the race with 40 other karts. This just gives them a bit of bit of a chance to understand what the racing's all about before they step it up. It's good to see some names in here. Old names popping back up, actually. As I see Dallas Sharp walking across the field. Been part of Ipswich Kart Club a long time, Dallas. His daughter's now racing. So this guy's all about just giving him a start, making him understand the rules, getting used to racing, and then once they get to a certain point, Russell will have a chat with him and move him up to the main field. But we've got one running behind at the moment, so we'll give him one more lap on the right lap. So it's great to see the parents out there spread across the track just to help these guys out, because it's quite a daunting task to jump into a kart in one of your first race meetings, which is why this class is so good. Not offered all the time, which doesn't need to be. Just every now and again they put this class on just to get them used to it. But I'm sure Russell's enjoying watching watching all these little kids run around, because he's a lot of work into getting them where they are. There's a lot of time on the track, so everyone knows Russell from being the practice monitor. But does a lot of work with the kids, come and try days, everything development-wise you see in Ipswich Kart Club, Russell's got his hands on. So has his team of helpers, but he'll be loving watching these 20 guys and girls go around, getting their first experience of a race start. So sometimes it can be a little bit messy, but they're doing a great job to line up this time. It's a bit better. We're back in the middle, and I'm sure we're away. So while this is still a race, it's also a demonstration. So Chris Walton's got his hand in this one with a young charger, helping Lukey's young brother come through. Doing a great job on lots of laps out here. Oop, we've lost one there, we lost a couple, that's all right. That's what this is all about, just moving around. That's why we call it a demonstration rather than a race. But I'm sure they'll get those ones going. Whoop. Parents out there helping, doing a great job. They can get them going again just to get some experience under their belts. This is a mixture of 12s and 9s. So I haven't got, actually, yes, I do have the difference in front of me. So I'll see when they come across the line for the first time how they're going, but they've got those two karts, I think, going by the looks of it. It's Kevel out the front. In the 12s from Fullerton, Edmonds, Cosgrove. There's actually a Cadet 9 jumped up there. Young Joshy Robinson, we just watched Lukey in Cadet 12, so his younger brothers have started in Cadet 9s. He's up in 9th place, spent a lot of time out the track. And I'm sure he's getting a lot of help from his older brother on what to do. So, like I said, this is more about the kids just having a go more than having a race. And it's all about the big smiles on their faces when they come back in the other side of it. Because as much as we all love the competitiveness of this sport, it is all about fun and hanging with your mates. I'm sure half these kids hang out in each other's race trailers and play games in between races. But once the helmet comes on, it gets pretty serious. Down the back straight, we've got a bit going on. Everyone's got to try and find their markers. So you'll see a bit of bumping and moving and grinding, but that's fine. That's what it's all about. Finding out where the limits are. Just got to watch crossing a live track there, but you can't have parents doing that. But it's still Levi Cavell out in front with a 4.3 second lead. So he's obviously done a bit of practice to get himself up to speed. So I don't think he's far away from moving up to the Cadet 12 field. Looking at lap times of 56.6, definitely well on his way to jumping up to the big league. Great to see another couple of girls in this race too. Natalie in second spot, whose father used to race Ipswich Kart Club as well, so it's great to see the generations come through. Like I said, a few girls in this class also. Young Poppy Sharp. Like I said, Dallas, her dad used to race as well back here in the late 90s. Was a great steerer back in his day, so I'm sure he's thrilled that his daughter back in a kart. But Levi's out the front, killing it with a 6.5 second lead. I'll just remind the parents that we do not cross a live track. Can't have anyone, there's a bit of an accident on a blondie, but that's all right. Plenty of parents out there tell them to slow down, but we just can't have parents crossing live tracks that officials help here. But this is what it's all about. Kids having a go, having a spin.
Attention in the pits, we're still missing a few carts for Cadet 9. Can we please get cart number 9, cart 6?
Levi now nearly out to a 9-second lead.
Thank you.
Absolutely killing it out the front, so fastest lap. Now with 55.4, so I'm sure this is the last time you'll see him in the P-plate race, as he will make the way up to the main field still with his Ps. Next time at Ipswich Kart Club would be a great time for him to move up. Now they're doing a great job in second place for the Get 12. But shout out to Butcher in the Cadet 9P, mixing up there with the 12s in third overall, doing a great job. And the girls still getting around. Don't think we've lost too many competitors out there, so it's quite a stretched out field. As Natalie comes across the line. But as we look into the sky, I don't think it's long before we may see some weather come into it today. With the radar sort of a bit scattered. It was supposed to be a big heap of rain today, but we'll probably see some later on. But at the moment, it's still dry, which is why we don't listen to the weather. Because earlier on the week, they were trying to say it was going to be 100 mil of rain today. So one of the competitors off down the back of H Sport. I see a parent down there with an orange vest. Plenty of helpers out in the track, which is great to see for the kids. Try and keep them moving. So some of these you wouldn't see in a normal race, but with the Cadet 12s and P-plate race, we can bend the rules a little bit to make sure these kids have a good time. We don't see anyone sitting out while they're trying to learn. But Levi rolls through. Long way in front, Natalie coming in. 10-second gap back to Natalie. In the 16, young Butcher. Outside could be. Is that wrong? Cadet 9 is doing a great job. He'll be also moving up to Cadet 9 the next race. Kai Austin, Jackson Martin, James Fulton in Cadet 12 down there. In 7th position, Harry Lewis, Matt Van Twist. In 9th, Jude Fells, Poppy Sharp. She's moving away up, Dallas's young girl. Joshy Robinson, Chris Walton's protege. Great to see Chris Walton giving back to the sport. But Levi takes out the win by a long, long margin. Natalie will be coming around shortly. He's finishing second, but like I said, this is more about demonstration than who wins and comes second and 10th. Just to see the kids cross the line and finish is great. And like I said, once you see a smile on their faces back in the pits, that's what it's all about. So a big round of applause for all these boys and girls finishing. Some of them will be their first race. Some of them not. But great to see them out there having a great time, and eventually we'll move their way up to the main field. So a lot of work for mums and dads out there. A lot of nerves that hopefully are settled down now. It's always a big ask coming to Ipswich Kart Club, and like I said, we've got 40 in Cadet 12 this weekend, so it's not easy to even get into the field. So that's why these races are so important, to keep the young kids moving forward, settle the nerves. It's great to see all the parents out there helping the young kids out in the middle of the field, helping our officials, keeps everything running smoothly and keeps the kids back on track. And great to see them all spread out all over the track rather than in one huddle. That's great. We'll be back shortly.
Don't like racing in the wet at all?
Oh, I like racing in the wet. Yeah, I just like dry more.
Fair enough. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, can be from any sport or any motorsport, who would be your pick to race against?
I I would definitely lose, but probably Lando Norris.
I think we would all lose to Lando, but good pick. So you're a McLaren girl?
Yeah, or Oscar Piastri.
Are you going to be watching the race on Sunday?
Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think maybe getting every corner right and perfecting everything.
Everyone we've interviewed has said exactly that same thing. You got to stitch the whole lap together, don't you?
Yeah.
And how do you reckon you're going to go tomorrow? Am I going to give you a trophy come tomorrow night?
Ooh, maybe.
I hope I do. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Friends. Little idea, First guys at the gate actually spin around, so they've got themselves going again. That's good to see. So for anyone at home that doesn't know, these kids are 7 to 9 years old. So the youngest competitors we've got. Great to see a full field, or near on full field here of Cadet 9s. They're the future of our sport. So 27 of them will line up today in Heat 1, and again on the random draw, which is great for young kids to understand what it's all about. I'll roll around here. Hopefully the one that spun around at the start can get back to the starting position. Just waiting on some grid sheets, otherwise I could run through the grid, so we'll just have to wait for the one to start. We see the blue plate there, Harry Lack, who would be one of the favourites this year at IKC, done a lot of work. So they've gone the full lap to let that competitor catch back up, which he's starting to do now. It's great to see the officials keeping an eye on what's going on, just give every kid the chance to be in the position they're supposed to be in. The red line's a long way down the back of this straight, so looking at that, we're all in position. Because he was starting on pole position, young Christian, so it's good to see him get back in position. We just need to slow this down a little bit, but we're probably moving way too fast for a start, or a thought. So the starter puts the one finger up, never going to get a start there. I think we're a bit anxious to get away. And it's Harron and Shule in the front row, Jones and Lawson. Black starting from 5th. Then Twist, Mills, Milligan to round out the 8. Like I said, there's 27 cars' parents out there with a slow down. They're willing to slow these kids down because they're way too fast. Whoop, and, oh no. Bit of confusion at the front there. Unfortunately, the cut through. Oh, and now we've got a bit of a front to back, so I dare say we'll get the next class ready and maybe bring these kids in. Got to remember these kids are only 7 years old, so and we use the cut through so much, so sometimes we get a little bit confused, which is okay. I'm sure Nick will work it out. Possibly bring them back in, by the looks of which they are. The red flag's out, so they'll bring these kids back in, have a little chat to them, just reset the grid. Don't anyone missing out today, so just have a bit of a chat, understand why they're getting the red flag and what went wrong, which is fine, as long as we understand we've got to pull into the pits now, which the parents will probably help them with. Yes, we're all following in. That's very good. Whoa, whoa, slow down, young fella. Whoa. Just need to have a bit of a chat to the young kids. Slow them down and reset them. So I'm sure the officials will do that, but possibly we might see D2 go out in the meantime, but we'll just wait and see. as one of the parents gets the kids going there. That's actually Young Schult, who's also one of our sponsors for the live stream. So we'll wait for the officials to come back, whether we just roll these kids out again or possibly send DD2 out while they have a bit of a chat. Like I said, 7 to 10-year-olds, so sometimes you get a little bit confused. Could be the first time on the front row, so the confusing part for people at home that might not understand is that we use a cut-through for most roll-up laps, but sometimes the officials will decide not to do that if we need someone to catch up. So just one of those times that we did this time, and the front guys got caught out a little bit, so that's all right. I'm sure they'll learn from it and we'll move forward. So just wait and see what the officials do. But we'll just remind everyone that today is all about Robbo Robinson, who is one of the long-serving members of Karting Australia with being an official for well over 30, 35 years. And I've known Chris for a long time, starting racing myself 35 years ago. Chris has done a lot for the sport. It's good to see the club recognising that and Chris actually getting inducted into the Hall of Fame with Karting Australia in February at the annual event held by Karting Australia. Thoroughly deserved to be on that with the amount of time he's put into the sport, which everyone's got to remember is all volunteer work. No one gets paid to do what they do with being an official, which is why we always ask to be respectful towards them. But Robbo's travelled the country between Rotax Pro Tour, Club Days, AKC, given a lot. Like I said, was probably the person that broke the barrier between the driver themselves and the officials. There's always a break in between those two, but Robbo sort of made it fun to like an official and led the way to what we see now, where you see a lot of mixing between the officials and the drivers, which is great to see. But so we thank Robbo for all his time. We've also got the grandstand, the Chris Robbo Robinson grandstand on turn 2. And now we'll have this day put in Chris's archives for the rest of Ipswich's life of the Tag 125 Robbo titles. So the old fella will probably shoot off home shortly for a bit of a nap, but I'm sure he'll be back later on tonight to hand the trophies out, as he's quite proud of the club, loves Ipswich Kart Club, and all the people involved in it. So it's great to see Scotty and the team at Ipswich respond and award Robbo this race. I think it's a great gesture for what he's done for the club. So I dare say the Cadet 9s will be put away, have a bit of a talking to. So the DD2s and the KA3 Masters, I'm presuming, will come out next. Also a quick shout out to Marnie and her crew from Tracks Medical, who keep everyone running smoothly, and unfortunately there's injuries. She looks after everybody, so Marnie's been a part of the club for a long time. Does a great job making sure everyone's safe. So thank you to Marnie and the team for all your first aid and help. But we do have the DD2 and KA3 Masters field out on track.
You're not too far away now.
Bowles, the #1 president. The DD2 was coming as a hot favourite this weekend, but there's also a couple of trial run of a KA3 Masters class. So these are the dads of some of the kids that race or used to race and want to have a bit of fun themselves, so they've stolen the carts off the kids. I think Jeremy Knight's had the charge here, just to see what it's like. I think he said before there's a father here that's hasn't raced in 20-something years or 30 years, so it's great to see the dads out there having a go. That's what it's all about. Kids have fun, but at the end of the day, it's dad's money paying the bills and mums, so if dad can have a bit of fun at the same time, that's good. So we'll see with the DD2's ex-IKC champion, Jason Smith, will be off the pole. Dan Hutchinson off grid 2. Angus Mathers, one of our sponsors of RHQ Corner, will be off grid 3. Stephanie Duffy off 4. Hudson Heath, just been over to the world with Terry Hanley in DD2 Masters as a mechanic. Let's come up there, give the boys a run in 5th. Scotty Cleveland the president of the Ipswich Kart Club out of 6, Adam Wood out of 7. And then the Masters, you got Jeremy Knight. You got Jumpy, the treasurer of the club's jumped into one as well. John Dong, Andrew Dawson, Craig Lawson, and Glenn Clifford. So it's good to see 6 Masters for a trial. But we'll also see the DD2s, which are called DD2 for direct drive with 2 gears. So they have paddle shift gears on the steering wheel, so you see them roll around in neutral, clear it out, grab first gear and try and launch. Won't do a rolling, they won't do a standing start, but they can do a good rolling start. So we're away. Quite a competitive field. And Scotty didn't get the great start there. He got stuck behind Stephanie. He's well on his way now. Out in front is Dan, pulling a gap on Smithy and Gus with Hudson Heath sitting in 4th. And Woody's in there. Woody's also responsible for your live stream, your totem up on the left-hand side. He's all about computers, Woody, so that's his thing. So him and Scotty Cleveland having a good old battle here. Well, young Dan out the front just heads away. Gus has moved himself into 2nd. With another race suit, even who has as many racing suits as Gus does. That move there in turn 3, that sometimes does not pay off. Dangling on the outside, but it's helped Scotty jam his way in there. But Scotty's just changed chassis back to the Scotty kart. And looks to me, possibly could have a bit of a rear bumper hanging down, but we'll see. So he did say, I hope nothing falls off it, but sometimes Scotty's strong point's not leaving things on there. But he's charging forward in 4th position now, but Dan's out in front. 7/10 over Gus, so we'll just see whether Gus can pull this in. Top speed of around 116 kilometres an hour on the back straight in the DD2 and the top of the front straight into turn 1. Front brakes on these karts as well as the clouds start rolling over. It's getting quite dark outside. Cooling off, I don't think it's long before the rain hits. Jumpy's having a great time in KA3 Masters, leading away from Jeremy Knight. They're back out in front. Hutchinson still in front. They're pretty much maintaining a gap over Gus. I presume Hudson Heath and Scotty Cleveland will come charging through. Although Scott's bar's hanging down, it's still secured properly. So that's all right. As I should be a weatherman because the rain is just starting to come down, so this will make it interesting on slicks. So if you're out there right now and you have been around the track a long time, back in the day we never had wet weather tyres, so we always raced on slicks. So as the rain comes down, you want to be moving off the rubber line onto the high side, and the loose rubber is where the grip is right now. Staying on the rubber line will do no good at all for you. So Gus is perfectly doing this on the high line, and you'll find Dan just goes straight ahead there, gets caught out by it, so Gus moves in the front. These boys will learn that the rubber line is definitely not the fastest line to go around. Definitely goes for a trip as well. Any young kids out there listening, when it starts to rain on slicks, do not stick to the rubber line. Move off it, move up to the high line, out where the loose rubber is, that's where all your grip is. Dan goes again straight ahead, so he's still not learning, big fella. Back going again now. Oop, was one backwards out of RHQ. That's Woody. He's doing donuts in the grass. So now Jumpy, we've lost one down the main straight. You would think the elder Steltzman would understand how to run in the rain, but we may need some Cadet 9s to teach them. It's not going the greatest, and we've lost another one down the back there, so kart's going everywhere, but old Gus out the front, the big fella, using all the proper lines. Looks like Hudson Heath's had a skid off, and the Scotty's trying to pass him on the inside. Scott Cleveland should know better, but to be on the rubber line right now. But Gus showing him how it's all done out the front, running a perfect race. Kenny's on it. Get off the rubber line, that's where you want to be. So Hudson Heath still only down 2nd place from Scotty Cleveland. Dan slipped back to 4th after a couple of excursions here. Whoop, Woody's gone again. Woody's not having a good run of it, but I think he's bogged this time. No, I think we're going again. Quite an entertaining race here. Maybe these boys need to do a bit of practice in the wet with some slicks on. Like I said, back in the day, there was no wet with the tyres, so this is how you used to race, whether it was pouring down rain or not. So everyone gets looked after these days with the wet weather tyres. So Gus is just cruising around trying to belt people. Looks like the rain possibly stops. It should start to speed up the lap times, but 1.5 seconds in front of Heath and Scotty Cleveland. Dan Hutchinson still coming fourth. Stephanie staying out of trouble. Smithy's past her. Back to fifth. Stephanie back to sixth. Jumping's up there with him. It's a single speed, but driving how it should be driven. And at the front, it's Gus getting taken by Hudson Heath, so the track is drying up out there, I'm presuming. Scotty Cleveland's in there as well, so now it's a three-way battle out the front with just under 2 minutes to go. It'll be Hudson Heath out the front. Scotty Cleveland trying to go for the move on Gus. Good mates off the track. Always find each other on the track, so Gus won't be happy about that. As Gus is now back to the third position. Probably not realising the track's dried up a little bit, so he needs to get back onto the rubber line now. Hudson Heath showing the way out the front, but Scotty Cleveland's bar somehow still hanging on the rear. Wouldn't be much left for that when he comes back in. Like I said, Scotty's normally on the... Oh, no. Commentator's curse have given Scotty the meatball flag. But not up with my rules, but I'm pretty sure you've got 3 laps to come in, 2 laps to come in. As I'm joined the box by Russell, gives me the 2 laps, not 3. So I actually don't know how long he's been shown that flag for, but if it's only just come out, he'll be all right to finish a race. But it's Hudson Heath out there, leading the way from Scotty. Gus in third's quite tight at the front. 25 seconds to go. Scotty's still going around. I've sort of lost the KA3 Masters, but presuming Jumpy's still floating around in first place after the rains come down. As he comes past the box now. And Woody's still going around after a couple of excursions in the grass as well, so Steph rolling around. Still in 6th overall. And Adam Wood, after a couple of excursions, puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 50.391, so clearly the track's gone dry out there, which is probably good with Cadet 9 to follow us. Oh, Scotty's come in. Won't be happy about that. Needs to fix up the rear bar, but will get himself a mechanic. Hudson Heath leads the way, but as I say, that looks like the rain's possibly coming down again, so you'll see Gus all of a sudden come back into this. Loves the rain. Carries the extra weight like we all do. So that will help him in the rain, which could be on and off for the rest of the day. So we'll have to wait and see whether the officials declare the track wet. Well, Woody's flight at the inside of some KA3s. But at the front, it's Gus. It's Hudson Heath, followed by Gus. Scotty Cleveland's had to pull in with the rear bar hanging off. Checker flag's out, but as the rain continues to come down, and it'll be Hudson Heath taking the victory from Gus. Third place was Scotty. Unfortunately, he's pulled in with a rear bar. So waiting along now for Dan Hutchinson to roll around in third. And Jason Smith will come along and finish fourth in the DD2. And then Jumpy's coming around to show his Japanese skills to take out the KA3 Masters. First time run here as a trial class to see whether some dads want to get involved in it. So good job, Jumpy. And then Woody is coming around now after having 2 excursions, setting the fastest lap of the race. He's now going to finish, and he'll finish in 5th for DD2. Steph will roll around in 6th for DD2. Probably a few lessons learnt there for the boys in the rain. KA3 Masters boys finishing. Gus decided to do an extra lap. No doubt he'll get a bit of a talking to from the officials. He doesn't know what's going on. So maybe next time Gus needs to pay a bit more attention to what's going on with the checkered flag. And we'll be right back with the Cadet 9s rerun after their red flag.
With young Brock from Talk Karting, a proud sponsor of our live stream that you're watching now today on YouTube. So, Brock, how's it all going at Talk Karting? Very busy man.
Yeah, it's going awesome. We've pretty busy this year. We've got all kart brands on board. If you need any parts or components, we've got you all covered here. From Paralon, Birrell, KR, pretty much everything karting related, you can get it here.
Perfect. And you're set up just here at the end of the in-grid, which is your favourite posse. You go to the other clubs as well too. You go to Toowoomba and Warwick, is that right?
Yep, we go to Toowoomba and Warwick as well as Ipswich, so pretty busy months. But yeah, heaps of fun, and you can find us right here, just off the outgrid near the tech area.
Cool. And brands of karts that you have parts for and sell. Obviously, you're right from start to finish. You can buy the whole chassis right through to all the spare parts. So, what's your favourite brand?
Oh, I can't pick favourites, but yeah, definitely whatever you need, just hit us up and send us a message on Facebook, Instagram, or just give me a call and we'll get you covered.
Perfect. Good man. Thank you very much for your support. All the best, and means lots to the club. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
The whole field went through, then the second one's like, hang on, I'm going to go left and cut in front of everyone, and those two went that way, and the whole field went that way. We're back with Cadet 9 rerun after a bit of a mishap at the start last time. I'm assuming that they have had a bit of a talking to and just advised on a few different rules of the start procedures, which is hard when you're 7 years old to understand sometimes. Right, our parents going out there again, so I'm sure they'll get a bit of guidance. When they come past the start finish line, they do see the sign that says this time. So it's just a rerun from where we started before. On the pole with Christian Harron, followed by the famous name in karting, Dan Schul, Jones, Lawson, Harry Lack, running with the blue plate. Want to start tiles. We've got one that stalled out in the track, so we'll get a parent down there to have a look at that. Unfortunately, not sure what's going on there. We've been Twist, Mills, Milligan, Kropinski, Litfin, Curtis, Boylan, Forlong, Southgate. This year 15, we're just trying to slow them down again because they're probably a fraction too fast. Unfortunately, that Carter won't take any more in this first race. They've stopped out of her HQ. Oh, actually think it was, could be a pole sitter actually. Unfortunately, looks like the pole sitter's out. The kart stopped after RHQ, so unfortunate there. Lucky there's 3 more races to come back. Some luck there for pushing. Nice and slow. Parents are guiding them through. Make sure they go down the cut through this time, which they all have done. Oh, well, we've sort of done. We've made a few mistakes here, so we'll have to do another lap here, unfortunately. So, like I said, everyone's got to remember these kids are only 7 years old, 7, 8, 9 years old, so they'll learn from their mistakes. So we'll just give them one more lap, I would have thought, and get a couple of parents on the cut through, I would have thought, just to make sure that we're guiding them through all the way on the cut through. Thanks, guys. Just run the whole cut through and make sure that you're pointing to them all the way so they know where they're going. Great work from the parents out there. See if we can get a start this time. Hopefully. It's good lessons learned here from the kids, but can't blame them. Their supercar drivers aren't much better. So we're all sorts of fingers pointing going out there, but I think we've got it right. Great work, parents out there directing the kids through. Should be traffic controllers. We've got it this time. If we can keep them nice and slow, let's see if we can get a start. Here we go. And we're away. Finally got them going. Won't take long for Harry Lack to get his way to the front here. There's all sorts of things going on, but I think we've all made it around the first corner. We're very close to it anyway. Out the front. Tussle freeway, but it won't take long for Lack to get himself to the front, and I presume it would happen very shortly. Moves done on Video Pro, ran a little bit wide, but he carries the pace around the corner, so move himself to the front. The blue plate obviously noting that he has won a state title. I actually think he's won several state titles and would be one of the main contenders in Cadet 9. Whoop, we've lost one there. Unfortunately, the brake's a bit hard and spun, so let's hope everyone can miss him. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a pile up down there, but we'll get some parents down there to help as quick as they can. To make sure the kids are all safe and out of their karts. Probably needs more than one parent running down there. Out in front, Harry Lack. Showing his class. He's still part of the AKC. He's sort of been called out of AKC now, which is quite smart. We don't need 7 and 8 and 9-year-olds running in a national competition, I don't feel. Haven't done back in the day. There's a lot of learning. It's all about learning in this class. So Harry Lack's 1 second already in front. From Emerson Mills. See what the gap looks like this time. It's a lot more than a second. He's wound it out. Young Lack to be nearly a full length to the front straight in front. 4.5 second gap back to Emerson Mills. Kowinski, Jones and Fielding rounding out your top 5. So the action's all sitting from 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Harry Lack clearly laying down the fastest lap of the race. But as we say, this is a random draw, so Harry will have to start from the back at the next one, so it'll be interesting to watch him come through the pack. But 2nd and 3rd are now getting close. As it goes to the move, it doesn't quite stick it up far enough. As I'm joined in the commentary box by the one and only Chris Robinson. I'll give up my seat for you, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
So, Robbo, good to see you up here, mate. Been around a long time. Just been talking to people about the fact that you're probably the person that bridges the gap between the drivers and the officials, making it fun for everybody. So great to see you here, mate. And obviously appreciative of the club for doing what they do. And you've just been inducted in the Hall of Fame of Karting Australia. So that's fantastic to reward you for what you've done. So I'll let you talk a little bit. Life membership. I call it Hall of Fame, Robbo, because it should be. But it is life membership at Karting Australia, mate. But great to see you here. A bit's changed over the years.
Yeah, Scott, it is. I can remember when my voice is going again, when I started racing here, it was a 450-metre track, like up the top, and now it is just unbelievable. It is really great.
Yep, it's definitely grown a lot.
It has, and it's sort of been a big shift in driver, parent participation. But everything evolves, everything moves on, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, exactly right. The old days of rocking up in your dad's Volvo with your open trailer like I used to, they aren't there anymore. You got to rock up in a truck these days. But, I mean, everything evolves and everything changes. So that's unfortunately the way the world works these days. We've got a couple of them down the back straight there trying to get going again. The wet grass won't be helping them do that. But, yes, mate, it's obviously we used to have the shake lock pits out the side here, and now it's all open and it's track's obviously extended to, now is one of the best tracks in the country. I say is the best track in the country. Very technical through the first section of the track. But obviously, lease negotiations have put this in a good place to move forward for the next 50 years without moving. But the sport itself, obviously, to the parents out here, mate, it's grown to be a lot different than it used to be back in the day. Probably, I'm not going to lie, it's lost some of the touch of being family friendly. We used to go to parents' houses for dinners on Sunday nights, and so it's lost that edge a little bit. But again, it evolves. Everything gets so much money gets poured into sport these days. But the smiles are still there at the end of the day, which is what counts.
Yeah, well, it's right. I can remember back at the Gold Coast when the commentator here, Scotty Howard, he was running, I think he was a midget or a rookie. His father would tear his hair.
Every race.
Trailer, put it on the track, and you went racing. At the end of the day, they all had a big hug, had a beer, and went home.
Yeah.
But it's changed so much.
Yeah, it has, mate. When I had a 10-year gap and come back into the sport, and I hadn't changed an axle in 5 years, and all of a sudden we're changing 3 in one day. So all those things have changed. But you're right, you don't realise, and I unfortunately lost my dad not long ago, so you don't realise the effort they put in to your racing. And Dad put his house built off for 6 years while I went racing because we couldn't afford to do much. So I still quite like when you see people like Harry and his dad looking after him, Sammy and his dad looking after him. I quite like the teams I still see. Yeah, Chrissy Bolton, Sally's still floating around. So, and even at the top level to see that still going, I think it's great for the sport. And then seeing full fields of young kids like we see now from 7 years old, yeah, they're where we're at. They're where we need to be moving forward. But on the Gold Coast, looks like there might be some movement there as well. We've done a lot of racing. I've done a lot of my racing at the Gold Coast Kart Club. So things are in motion there to get that moving again over the next 6 months. With the Buckleys heavily involved for a long time, despite all the rumours of the bad things going on. They've done a very good job of keeping the money in the bank and extending that to, looks like maybe moving forward at Pimpamar, but it'd be great to see it come back again because it's been part of our growing up, the Gold Coast Kart Club. But unfortunately, everything moves. So, like I said, mate, you're getting older and you're travelling around Australia and enjoying your life now. So, but we've still got the same drama. We've still got the same officials volunteering, still short of officials. There's been no real way of working out how we can do that better yet. It's the same faces you see over and over and over again. It's just you and the Capris and those people have moved on and we've got a new flow coming through. But again, I don't know what the answer is, mate, but I feel, unfortunately, probably have to start paying people to do these roles to work it properly, but that's probably a sad thing that we haven't got that nutted out after all these years.
Yeah, that's true. I can remember now, I was an official for 33 years, and it cost me a lot of money, but I just loved doing it. I loved the people, I loved the tracks we went to, and now we see officials coming through, and they are a lot younger now, and I think also treated yourself, and you'll never go wrong. If you get a bit heated, take a breath, walk away, come back and talk about it, and that's what I always did. And there's always 3 sides to a story, so you've got to listen to the 3 and make a decision from there.
Yeah, exactly, mate. And I've been on the end of that myself numerous times. We've been probably at each other in the steward's room, but that's where you earn the respect because you actually always listen to everybody. Sometimes as a driver side of things, you don't feel you get listened to, but you're right. We've been chatting away, but obviously Harry Lacker's won by, I think, 11 seconds there. But thank you very much, Robo, for your time. We'll see you a bit later on for a presentation. Go and have a snooze, mate. Look after yourself. That's it, mate. So it's great to see Robo up in the box. But yes, Harry Lack, what a performance. 10.3 seconds in front. Takes the win from Vinnie Misson, Grayson McPhee, Cooper Van Twist, Lennox Fielding, Kapruski, Ding, Lawson, Boland. As he actually slips down the line, it's Mills and Klein wrapping out your top 10. So great insight there with Chris Robinson on what it used to be like back in the day as an official. And it's great to see him here, like I said, to be rewarded for all his hard work. And what you probably don't understand is exactly what he just said then. He spent a lot of his own money travelling the country going to go-kart events so everybody could enjoy their time. It's probably something that we don't realise what our officials are doing these days. So like Scott Cleveland spoke about at briefing, that we need to make sure that we do take that breath away. Don't come up heated at officials. They're here volunteering their time so you guys can go out and race and enjoy yourselves. I think that gets lost a lot of the time. And it's great to see Ipswich Kart Club take a stance on you want to do that, you'll be sent straight home. And not sent straight home, but you want to do it and do it enough, you'll be banned for 12 months from the club. So people probably understand that if you're the powers the club can have and you've got one of the best clubs in the country at your doorstep, you just need to take that breath sometimes and realise that these guys are human beings as well, here volunteering their time. So you wouldn't like someone coming up to any of your family members being abusive. So the no abuse stops here is definitely what Ipswich is pushing, as every country should, every kart club in the country should. And exactly that, if you are found out to be doing that, then you need to go for a little holiday and think about what you've been doing. So we'll have a few karts picked up here from the Cadet 9s. Still a bit slippery out in track, and we'll be coming right back.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
Righto, we're back. This time with Tag Restricted Masters. What a field this is becoming. 30 karts today. 5 or 6 years ago we were talking about getting rid of this class. It wasn't getting many numbers, and all of a sudden now it's one of our best performers. So putting it on pole, or in random draw putting it on pole, is Regan Payne. And I'm sorry to say, Regan, but you should be stepping it back up to tag open, not being restricted, but we'll see how we go. He's getting old like the rest of us. Rudy Farkas doubling up 2 classes. This is great to see. Not sure we'll get a start this time round. We are, we're away. And Rudy splits the difference, but Regan takes it out. Going around, we've lost one in this. Could be bad. We've lost one in the middle there, but I think the ball kept it running, which was good to see. So Regan out the front with Rudy Farkas. How's Rudy's for me? He's 60, he's running 2 classes. Chris Walton, you need to be looking at what you're doing. Rudy's out there at 60 something, mate. You're leaning on the fence. What's going on? Thumbs up, yep. Time to get Chris Walton back in a cart. Regan leads away with a blue plate on, so Regan must have picked up a title somewhere along the lines. I would expect him to take this victory in the first heat quite comfortably. But we'll just see who throws the challenge out to him. So he's out in front, starting off pole, which obviously means the next race he's starting off the back. But at the moment, it's Regan Payne from Rudy Farkas, from Highland, from Brazier, from Mick Robinson, who's been a stalwart in this class as well. Looking through the names. Rab Jones down in 12th position, also running out of the new IPK Praga stable with DV and IKD running a new team this year, so I'm no doubt Aaron Rab Jones will move his way up through the field. But it's Regan out in front with the fastest lap so far of 52.2, 1.3 seconds ahead of Rudy. Holland and the Birrell running around in third, but all on Rudy's heels. But we've got the field quite spread out here. So these guys with Masters, I might be wrong here, I'm pretty sure they're all have to be over 35, probably should be 40. But Regan Payne has been racing karts a long time and has done many things in his past, had a bit of a break from the sport and has come back. So perfect way to get back into the sport is jumping into the restricted class just to get yourself back on it, but it won't be long before we see Regan move up to tag. If he doesn't, we'll make him. But Rudy's doing a great job here. It was 1.3 seconds last time. It's out to 1.7 this time, so not doing too bad compared to Regan on his lap times. Regan again punching out the fastest lap at 51.566. So a couple of movers. Rab Jones is up to 9th. He's up 3 or 4 spots already, so not far off making a move there, back into 8th. That's probably where the action is right now, in that little group there. As they work their way up to Video Pro. Don't think he's quite close enough this time. It's also on for 5th, 6th and 7th. Going down to Autobahn. Again, the restricted class is a learning class. So a lot of new people in here, so getting used to the sport and having a bit of a crack at it, which is great to see. Rab has made that move now. So he's up 4 spots, up to 8, so good start. Regan continues out the front. But Rudy keeping him pretty honest. Only a 10th off that lap. Highland's dropped off the pace a little bit. Robinson's sort of having a lonely old race in 4th there, but he won't mind that. No damage. And then Brazier. I'm sure Rab Jones, looking at his card, has the grey numbers. So I think he's won the event down at Coffs Harbour for the over 40s. I think that's where that plate's come from. So Rab Jones been around a long time and has been helping develop the Prague kart with Dale Verrill. So those boys have been working pretty hard on practice weekends. But again, Regan just keeps laying lap after lap. 51.523 this time. Opens the gap back up 3/10 that lap on Rudy Farkas. You'd be expecting Regan to do that, but Robinson's still just in his own little world in 4th position. Tussle's now moved to 5th and 6th. The more they fight, Aaron Rab Jones will be all over them if they don't watch out, which is starting to happen now. Chasing down Campbell. He's got a bit of a hop in the cart, so just got to watch what he does, otherwise Rab Jones will be all over it here. It's been a great drive. And pulls the move off under brakes in H-Sport. Corner coming around, holds his nerve, moves up another position. So that'll move him up to 7th with still 1:40 on the clock left, so still probably 4 laps left to go here. Regan Payne again does a new fastest lap, 51.375. He's got the Tony kart from H-Sport dialed in. A lot of work's gone in the start of the year for Harry and his new team. Doing a lot of days at Ipswich Kart Club. Regan reaping the rewards there, because not sure how much testing he's been doing, but no doubt Harry's helped him with the setup. But it's on here for 6th, 7th and 8th, with the boys all getting a bit of a tussle going on. Rab Jones now going down the inside, so he's going to move up another spot. So he'll move up 6 spots now to move into 6th position. It's a great start. Sure will be happy with himself there. Robinson crossed the line again. Regan laying down the fastest lap, so quite consistent. Regan, lap after lap. Obviously got the kart dialed in well if he's going faster and faster. But Rudy Farkas is hanging in there. Half his age, still giving it to him, so it's great to see from Rudy. He'll sleep well tonight. Robinson by himself, and now Rab Jones has moved his way up to 5th actually. He's up 7 spots. So started back in 12th, moved up to 5th. So next time you'll see him probably start around the same position, but the guys in front will have to start from the back of the pack, especially Regan, who will definitely have to start from the rear. He started on pole this time. So crossed the line with about 5 seconds to go, so we'll still see 2 more laps as the clock winds down to 0 now. It's pretty much sorted itself out at the front. The top 5 all, barring any incident, pretty set in their ways of what's going to happen. Rudy Farkas picking up 0.3 a second on Regan Payne that time, so keeping him honest, that's for sure. Don't think they'll catch that traffic in this race. But 17th, 18th and 19th, still got a bit of a tussle going on between those positions, but these guys are old enough and wise enough to understand that there's no point finding out positions with a lap to go and causing too much damage. So the last lap board now for Regan Payne. Actually running the famous number 68 of Chris Walton. Regan's changing numbers like he changed his undies. Backed off a bit obviously now, but Farkas is within 1.7 of Regan, so I'm assuming Regan's backed off the pace. Scott Hyland still sitting there in 3rd position. Robinson having a lonely old race, still in 4th. Rab Jones now clear in 5th. Bit of a tussle going on. 7th, 8th and 9th. I think the boys will just be happy to finish the race in one piece. The checkered flag is in the hands of our starters. And Regan Payne will go lights the flag victory here in tag restricted Masters and takes the victory. Regan Payne, followed by Rudy Farkas, Scott Hyland, Mick Robinson, Aaron Rab Jones. Bit of a gap back now, it's top 5. Justin Vigold, Scotty Campbell, Steve Jones, Ben Brazier. And running out to 10, you'll see Matthew Donnelly. We'll be back here shortly.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
I'm here with Levi Dossel, and make a couple of quick questions for you before you go out for your last practice session tonight. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow with any driver in the world, who would it be? Who would you like to race against?
Jai Flynn.
There's a stitch-up going on here. It's the second person to say that. Jai, you're very, very popular, apparently. Trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
Horsepower.
Need more power?
Yep. Nah. You'd probably go, need a better mechanic.
Dad's copped a spray as well. He's spraying everybody. Well done. Love it. Okay, well, all the best for tomorrow. Hope it goes well. Have you brought a new Ipswich Kart Club shirt?
No.
Why not?
I've run out of money.
Jai Flynn brought 4.
Oh, I'll go grab one off him.
That's the man. Excellent. All the best tomorrow. Good job.
We're back for one of the biggest races of the day. Full field of KA3 Junior. 39 entries. Lost one somewhere, but these guys have actually qualified. So you will see the faster guys from this morning out the front. And most are using as a lead up to the AKC event, which will be here later on in the year. That was Ethan Turnbull who took the pole from Hannock, Butler, Ollie Williamson, Leggett, Vinny, Petroni, Dawson, Smith and Larson's your top 10. Be interesting to see how this goes with a couple of Sydney guys mixed up with a couple of the locals. So if we're going to see proper starts, these boys should be showing them. All been around long enough to know what to do. So you go through the cut through. Done a good job getting a big field together here. So again, it'll feature Ollie Williamson, who's gone back-to-back Cadet 9, Cadet 12 Australian titles, and now in KA3. So it'll be interesting to watch here as we're rolling up. And we're away into turn 1. Hannock quite aggressive from the outside, squeezing the pole man as we go through turn 2. I think we're all going to make it pretty well through without incident, which is a great result. Pitchers will be happy about that. But it was Hannock very aggressive at the start to move across and take the lead. We've gone through the first lap and it's been quite well. Everyone's got through unscathed. A couple of hands waving in the air, but we'll realise that we need to keep our hands on the steering wheel. But the chase is on now, as we've got 7-minute races. Everything's timed these days, which is great for the day to run smoothly. But again, it's Hannock with a gap of 7 tenths and 8 tenths back to Butler. Ollie Williamson's got himself up in a 3rd position. Now Polstead has dropped back down to 4th with Leggett, Petroni. Vinny's dropped down a couple of spots, but he's still sitting there in 7th. But it's Hannock stretching the lead actually at the front by the looks of this. Ollie just dropping down one then in a video pro. So I'm a betting man, I would have it that we'll see how the rest of the race goes, but I'm assuming that young Oscar's got a tyre pressure up, getting away at the start here. Nice clean air, so it's up to him now to punch his own air and get away from the pack behind that's arguing with each other. We've got young H Sports, Charger, Geordie Butler is chasing down. The pole man's moved back up to 3rd, dropping Ollie down, but Oscar Hannock's leading the way with a 51 flat out in front, extending the lead, doing a great job in the FA kart. Probably seeing 5 or 10 of the best in the country going around at the moment. And AKC does come here later on in the year, so you'll find a lot of Sydney-siders here, like young Ollie, getting used to the track. He's been here a few times, but obviously chasing setups, not allowed to do any practice, so they've been thrown in the deep end. I'm sure Cody will get in going as the pole man's starting to work his way back up, but unfortunately just outbreaks himself down there and touches the back of Butler, comes off 2nd best. But it's Hannock out in front, clearing away to 1.5 second, laying down another fast lap, 50.5. Butler Williamson back in the third. Unfortunately, the pole man, he's dropped back to 7th after a mistake from himself, so he'll be kicking himself, but he'll learn. The rest of the field's flowing through nicely. No major incidents. It's unusual to have such a spread out in this class, but see if Ollie can charge down in the second position here. There's a bit of an angry pack around that 10th to 20th is where the action is probably right now. This is a fair few positions moving, but Ollie is starting to move forward here on Butler. That's where the action is going to be shortly. As they come across the line, and Hannick is another faster slap and back out to 1.8 second of a gap. All these things starting to warm up now, so he'll start to put the pressure on Butler. I've no doubt we'll try and make a move this lap. A lot of experience now, Ollie. Does a lot of driving. I'm sure Harry's on the fence giving his signals to Butler and what he's doing. He's doing a great job holding down second place in a field this size. Pole man's starting to come back up. He's actually starting to lay down the fastest lap from Hannick of 50.396. So he's got the speed to get back up there. He just needs to be patient. And Ollie's now made the move on Butler down there in the H-Sport corner. They come onto the front straight now. Ollie's giving him the signals to work with him. But all this does is give Hannick a 2-second lead out in front by himself. And Turnbull lowers that fastest lap to 50.299, so he's definitely on the charge. Has the pace. He's going to work his way through these charges. See how Ollie hangs on now with Butler behind him. Ollie in the Kart Republic getting chased by Butler in the Tony Kart from H-Sport. So Tom versus Harry here. It's great to see the pole man's now getting onto the back of Monty Jamison, a local boy here. I think he won the first round, or last year won a round. He's working his way back up where he started. Looking like they're possibly teammates, those two. But again, we got Leggett now getting onto the back of this pack. When you battle, you start drawing people back towards you. So Ollie in second and Butler still right behind him, but Leggett's sort of hanging in there, hoping they keep on fighting so he can have his chance. And then there's a small gap back to Petroni, Jamison and Turnbull. So it's a two-way battle here, but it doesn't take long to be one big, long battle if they start fighting. But Ollie's doing a great job out in second spot. Hannick's gone. Barring any instances, he's under no pressure right now, can be rolling around. Over to a 2.5 second lead now, so they've got Hannick's thing dialed in at the start of this year. So run from the front of the row, but this battle for second's going to start to heat up soon. It's going to be a 6-way battle between Williamson, Butler, Leggett, Petroni and Jamison and Turnbull. With 35 seconds left to go, I'm presuming we're going to see 2 more laps at least. And Turnbull keeps turning out the fastest lap of the race, showing that he's got the pace. Just unfortunately had the incident that hasn't helped him. But again, Oscar Hannick rolls along with 17 seconds left, so we will see 2 more laps left. Butler's still pushing hard on Ollie. They've broken away from Leggett. And Butler's in there on the locals, but it's a locals move, turn 2. 6 up the inside. Nice clean racing from the boys, which is good to see. But now that's made one long list of 6 karts vying for second position. See how much the pressure can hold up with Butler now in second position, fighting off. And Leggett now goes for Williamson on the move, which invites the other 3 guys into the fight, which is now giving Butler a bit of a reprieve. So there'll be a bit of a sigh of relief in the H-Sport camp. He's got a couple of kart length gap there now for a clear second. But it'll be Oscar Hannick rolling around, having no problems whatsoever, taking the last lap board. Setting the fastest lap of the race, followed by Butler, Leggett, Monty Jamison's moved in. Petroni, Williamson's dropped back to 6th. Turnbull in 7th. So it's not over yet. First and second looks like it's done. Third possibly, but 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th is still on. Unfortunately, not sure what's happened to Ollie's thing, but it's just gone off a little bit, but that's just momentum sometimes too, so looks like they're pretty well straight out. Oscar Anik has a long look behind him and realises that he has a huge gap. Done a great job out in front for the Washit. Trucks number 5 will come along and take the victory by over 3 seconds. Oscar Anik is your winner. Geordie Butler, great fight back. Finishes second. AJ Leggett, Monty Jamison, Cruz Petroni, Oliver Williamson, Ethan Turnbull, the pole sitter. Was fast, but comes back in 7th. Lucas Losco, Mason Luciani, and Vinny Vanderhorst rounds out the top 10. So I'm sure Oscar Target will spin some spanners there and make that a bit better for the next race. But once again, great race from Oscar Anik in the Washit truck. Number 5 takes the victory in the KA3 Junior.
Chris Walton, legend of the sport, who's had a bit of a change lately and started his own thing, Chris Walton Motorsport. Do you want to give us a quick rundown on your offering, where and when, and how people get in contact with you?
Yeah, we just decided to start out and do sort of more the beginner side of the sport. We're just starting out and you don't know actually anything about the sport, so we're just trying to train that side of things up out here on Wednesday nights.
And we're back for the championship class this weekend. Tag 125 pro weight. No tagging light these days, heavy and light. And this is the tag 125 Robbo Robinson titles with some great names. Again, qualified here. A couple of young blokes and some old stalwarts amongst us. We've got Kai Burke running at the front with Geordie Slater, Jai Flynn, Brody Norris, Tyler Greenbury, mixing it with the young kids. Hamish Campbell, Ryan Reid, Lewis Brown, Jackson Johnson and Brett Reading bringing out the 10. Stimson, Dag, Marshall, Bennett, Orman, Keys, Clark, Newton, Bosco, Lagarde, Hughes, Sammy Houston down 22nd. He will not be liking that. Robert Mortensen, Jones, Wish, O'Reilly, Buckley, Markinson, not sure what Jono's doing there. Braxton Regan rounds out on the 29th. We'll see how we go here. We have Trent Mercer versus Harrison Hoey on the front row in the mechanic stakes. Both looking at their charges, hoping for the best of the starts. Rain's still a big threat right now, but we'll wait and see. Nice pace, as you would expect from a championship class. Robert Robinson will be happy. Let's see what we can do. Very, very slow pace, which is great. See if our starters agree with this. And we're away. Geordie Slater not happy with the start. Kai Burke's out of here. Checks out. Turn 1. Everyone's got through there pretty well. No dramas, but Kai Burke has gapped it out the front. Tyler Greenbury has come from 5th on the grid to be 2nd. Cannot beat the racecraft with this guy. He will be hard to beat amongst some of the young guns, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Looks like Flynn's possibly in 3rd. Geordie Slater's gone from 2nd on the grid to 4th. There's a bit of nose to tail down there in H Sports corner end of the back straight. But it's Kai Burke, Tyler Greenbury all over him. So this will be interesting. He won't muck around, Tyler. I'll be expecting a move pretty much straight away when he can. So it's Burke, Greenbury, Flynn, Slater, Norris. There's your top 5. Greenbury all over him through the, well, I call the technical part of the track. So I'll be expecting a move here shortly from Tyler. They got the gap back to 3rd. So it goes to show that once you've got it, you don't lose it. And there he goes down in Autobahn, has a go, but great work from Kai Burke. Shuts the door, Tolan up far enough. Has a bit of a look now, but Tyler's on the inside, so Kai opens the wheel up, lets him in, tucks him behind him. Doesn't want to give too much room up to third place because it won't take much for Jai Flynn to stick his nose in either. Let's see if Kai Burke sits here and pushes Tyler along. Interesting to see. If I'm in that position right now, I'll be pushing, trying to get away, but looks like Tyler's got some early speed. See if it comes back later on, but Flynn sort of holding up Slater a little bit here, so we'll see if Slater can make a move. It's quite spread out the first 7, but one mistake and it's going to be on. Geordie Slater laying down the fastest lap, 49.530. So again, has the pace, didn't get the best start. Bit of mentoring there from Harry and Max to help him out there. He makes the move on Flynn in the H-Sport corner. Quite ironic, moves into third. Gets the signal to go straight ahead. Tyler Greenby now punches out 49 flat. 4/10 of a gap away from Burke. Slater now in third, so it'll be interesting to see Slater's pace. Has been setting purples. Now that he's clear, see if he can chase down Kai Burke. Kai's been doing a lot of racing in Malaysia lately and in Asia with Trent, with the X30 over there. Some great tracks, LYL. And I'm pretty sure they're heading, or will be heading to Birra at Thailand next weekend for round 1, or the weekend after, I think heading over there. But Tyler showing some experience here. Pretty much showing the young fellas how it's done, to be honest with you. Out in front. Sets the fastest lap, 48.6. Got some pace going to be 9/10 nearly in front. Slater in third, 7/10 behind Burke. Flynn now in fourth, Norris in fifth. It's quite static at the front, and then there's another pack from Reading backwards. Reading, Marshall, Campbell, Simpson. I sort of thought that Hamish would be up further, but I'm pretty sure Hamish is actually running the Vortex engine, which again, for people at home, you can have 3 engines in this class. X30 Rotax or the Vortex engine, all completely different models and do different things, but Rotax starting to make their way back with the help of Dale Verrill and the IKD team pushing the Prague and the Rotax with Jack Black, who's not here this weekend, and Orman. But at the moment, it is all Tyler Greenbury. Out in front now by a second over Slater. Norris has popped up into fourth over Flynn. And Reed and Johnson, Brent Redding moving up to 8th. Will Marshall and Hamish Campbell racking out the top 10. So Hamish has just moved up from juniors. Was at the Rotax World Finals last year. Year before I was over there with him, and he actually won one of the heats in Sarno in Italy. Had a great run. Unfortunately, had a back bar issue for that race, but definitely knows he can mix it with the best in the world. Has done a fair bit of racing overseas. Gets a fair hit in the back there. Not on. That move was definitely not on. So Lewis Brown there tagging the back of Hamish's cart. So I'm sure the officials will look at that. But out in front, Tyler Greenbury, still 1.1 extending the lead out in front. Kai Burke's actually slightly extended his lead over Slater, so it's probably Norris now on the move. Chasing hard down to Slater with Reed in 5th. And Johnson in 6th. Tyler's still pushing hard. Their head's ducking down the back, so hasn't backed off one bit. But it is Norris starting to catch Slater. So with just over a minute to go, I'm sure Harry will hand out some signals here to let Slater know that he's coming at a rate of knots. Still a second gap in front. Chris Walton, you wouldn't know what you're doing right now. You're just putting arms in the air for no reason. Let Harry handle it. But I don't reckon Norris is going to muck around when he gets to the back of Slater either. If he gets to the back of him, I think he'll be putting a move on. But again, Tyler Greenbury in a world of his own out there. Kai Burke's starting to close the gap, but Tyler's done the damage already. We'll just have to see. Is it raining out there, Harry? Looks like the rain's starting to come down. This will be interesting. And there we go. There is Norris' move. Oh, and straight back. Slater on the inside. Didn't muck around coming back there. But the rain is coming down very slightly, but this will make it greasy. So I would expect Tyler to be better, but Kai Burke's actually showing the speed here and closed right up on Tyler. Wasn't much of a shower, but it's enough to put wet out in the track. Reading goes in on the chain brake. Oh, Greenbridge ran wide. He's lost the lead. Tyler's very smart, so we'll see what goes on there. Slater's still holding down a third spot. I still think that Norris is sitting there in fourth, but it's on here. Well, Kai Burke and Tyler are neck and neck. Back in front, Tyler. Coming down, this will be the last lap. Tyler should have the experience here. Geordie Slater again showing some great speed from the young fella. But I would expect as it comes down a little bit harder now. Oh, no. There's been a wheel fed there from Norris into Slater. That'll be seen by the stewards a bit later on. There's karts going everywhere right now. Everyone's got to understand when the rain comes down, we need to get off that rubber line. We've lost third, fourth and fifth across the S's. Another one's gone. There are karts flying everywhere. Might need a bit of mentorship from the teams here, and when it rains, make sure you get off that rubber line. There is karts literally flying everywhere. At the front, Tyler Greenbridge still got it. Experience coming through there, no doubt. Kai Burke doing a great job in second. I've got no idea who's sitting in third right now. I think it's Norris. But then somehow I think that possibly could be Reading, come from nowhere into fourth. But the checker flag is out. There is a gaggle of karts down the back there, but it is Tyler Greenbridge showing the experience. Kai Burke, great job. God knows what is going on between fourth and eighth here. There's people everywhere. In the end, it's Greenbridge ahead of Burke, then Norris, Reading all the way up to fourth. Johnson, Brown, Flynn, Slater, Campbell, Marshall. I have no doubt there'll be some inquiries from the officials into some of those moves in the last couple of laps, as we've got someone that's gone straight ahead into the tie ball after the flag. That possibly could be Flynn. No, it's not. I'm not sure who that is, actually. Great race there. A bit of rain always comes to become an issue. But Tyler Greenbridge showing his experience there.
Okay, we're here with Chris Walton, legend of the sport, who's had a bit of a change lately and started his own thing, Chris Walton Motorsport. Do you want to give us a quick rundown on your offering, where and when, and how people get in contact with you?
Yeah, we just decided to start out and do sort of more the beginner side of the sport. We're just starting out and you don't know actually anything about the sport, so we're just trying to train that side of things up out here on Wednesday nights and some training days out here on weekends, and just keeping it local, Warwick.
Down to the outside for Heat 2.
You back. Stop, by
Always trying to make the time up to hard range. Club day. Some club once a year, switch back to that. Month in, month out. 250 plus at a club day. Great work from the club. Looks like we've got CXR teammates towards the front of this one. Again, looks like the showers are gone, but they're sitting out there. Won't take much for it to happen again, so a bit of country. see at the moment it has stopped. Got someone trying to get back into the position, which they've done. That's great. Keep things moving along here. First of the second round is Heat 2. Take restricted light, so you'll see the guys that started at the back last time will be at the front this time. Random draw. So it'll be Corey James and Declan off the front row. And we're away. And again, as I thought, Declan cuts the grass there, but stays in third. It's still slippery out there. Australia, we've got the chevron flag out. So let's hope everyone's looked at their rules and understands this should be a restart out on the track. So I've no doubt Declan knows his rules, so we'll just see what happens. So you see the green flag that'll get shown. It's already getting shown, so they've already got their hands up. This will be a reform out on the track. Some have not seen that at the back of the pack. But basically they should reform back into their grid positions to have a second start. So the starters weren't happy with something that happened, and they've decided to reform back out on the track. So Declan knows what he's doing. He's pointing up, showing his young counterpart. I think he's still obviously learning that you've got to get back in your starting positions, boys. Declan's trying to drive and point it. It's clearly something the starters didn't like. Clearly a lot slipperier than they all thought. The fair few making exits in the first couple of corners. We'll go again for a second time and see if we can get the start. Nice and slow, great place. Held here. See if we can get going for the second time. As the clock is ticking, which it should be. Actually, no, it's not. It's reset. So we go again. Turn one. See if we can get through this again without any loss. Turn two. Three are still in the top three positions. And power goes in the inside of Video Pro. CXR12. So I've no doubt that Declan's mentoring young Charger in this race. See how Munro looks like he's worked his way up already. Outbraked himself there, but so it's Matthews out in front, laying down the fast lap from Powers. But we're looking to get a lot more with Young in third. Lachlan and James ran out your five. It's quite a tussle going on from third place backwards here. Front two have sort of cleared out. Declan not happy with something on the engine, but still punching out some nut time. So a few looks down the back straight of something going on there. Not sure what's going on. Looks to be running pretty smooth now, so whoever it was, I'm sure he sorted it out. As he sets another fastest lap. Outdone by Caleb Mullins. 1:7.27. move here in Video Pro. Munro's involved in the back of that 3-pack there. Out in front, Matthews is gone. Powers is sticking with him, but it's 1.5 second gap now, with another second gap back to McLaughlin. It is on from 4th backwards, as there's probably 6 or 7 karts there trying to vie for the 1 position through H-Sport corner. There's Munro starting to come through, so they'll move him up to 4th. That 5 spots from where he started from the door. This is starting to clear out now. It's Declan Matthews takes the fastest up back. 1.5 second gap. Just 1 second back to 3rd. So we'll see whether Munro can make some inroads now. Sitting in 4th with some clear air, which has been looking for the whole race. We're still 3.5 minutes to go. I'd expect him to be charging up hard on the 3rd position here. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. It's on. There's a 3 wide down in the H-Sport corner. And they all come out of it all right. But now there's a big line of karts lined up behind there. So first 4 are set. Matthews again laying down the fastest lap, which is quickly outdone by Jack Munro. He goes nearly half a second faster, so he's on the charge. Munro like the 40 he's supposed to be in third. But Declan's no new guy. He will be out there knowing exactly what he's doing. His own teammate sitting in 2nd. 3rd and 4th now starting to close up. 5th and 6th is also a battle going on. This is a move for 5th position and pulls it off quite comfortably. So it's Matthews cruising, you would say. Quade Powers now lays down the fastest lap. Outdone by Jack Munro by 3/10 straight after it. So Jack's definitely all over 3rd now, so I'd expect that move to happen down the video. Backing it off, Quade Powers leading around the finish. We'll soon find out. At the outside goes Munro. So this will be interesting to watch now. Everyone's in clear air and see what goes on. Has Matthews got a problem, or is he just cruising along, towing along his teammate, showing him a few ways around the track? Minute and a half to go. All these guys are using the X30, like I said. They're going to listen up with new super plate coming in for World Cup, so you see that change. Engines is a Declan's pointing past there, so there's definitely some driver coaching going on here, and Declan is just there to help his teammate. So he'll now push him along. Jack Munro won't stop charging, but there'll be no love lost between Munro and Matthews if they come close to each other. Just over a minute to go, but I don't think they're going to bridge that gap. As now it's Powers ahead of Matthews, Munro, Lachlan, Dale, Long, Mullen, Shaw, Bellicott, Briggs. Top 10. We're going to get 2 more laps here. Munro is charging hard, so not sure whether there actually is an issue with Declan's kart. I'm now starting to think that there probably is. At the start of the race, he was looking down the engine and something not being right. His teammate's taken off out the front now. Let's go to see, because there's going to be 2 more laps left here. Munro again's laid down the fastest lap, 50.273, as he continues to charge. Still 6 seconds. With 10 seconds on the clock, actually, so there's still plenty of time. 2 more laps. Munro, fastest lap, 50.183. Down to 5/10 now between Munro. Can he get to the back of Matthews? I'm sure he's not going to make that easy. It's Powers out in front, though. He shouldn't be challenged, really. He should take the victory here. As Declan's having long, hard looks behind him in the back straight. Munro's now getting to the back of him through the H-Sport corner. Coming on the front straight, they'll face the last lap. What's going to happen here? There's no love lost between these two. It's Matthews blocking hard on the inside of two. Munro's going to have to work hard to get past it here. Not going to give it up. Can't do much with it down the train break. It'll be a hard white line run here by Matthews in the video pro. Been around long enough to know what the switchback's all about. Munro's on the outside. It'll be a switchback if he's smart enough here. He's not. But Matthews tries to slow it down on the inside. It's backfired. Munro straight back on the inside. Didn't shut the door. Left it wide open. Matthews says, thanks very much. I'll take that one back. But Power takes the win clearly in front. Matthews second, Munro third. Sales in fourth. McLaughlin, Mullins, Young, Shaw, and Zeno and Dossel. So Munro had made the move there, but did not shut the gate going down the back straight. So that gap was left wide open for Matthews to take it back up again. But I'm sure we have not seen the end of that battle between Matthews and Munro for the rest of the day. And the next race, they'll be starting alongside each other, I would have thought. So it'll be interesting last two races for those two. And we'll be back shortly.
Toowoomba, Kalula. Yeah, just sort of starting out with the basics, to be honest with you. I think that's where the hole is at the moment, and trying to do it at affordable rates for everyone, so it's not cost them a fortune to go racing. And then also still do their thing, do their own things on the race meetings with their family, so they get that family time instead of being inside race teams and getting tied up with all the mess.
So they can basically engage you right from the get-go, or they could just take you on a bit of a roving mechanic or advice point of view on a race day that I could engage you, for example, and you might just come around and give me a bit of data help or mechanical help on the setup on my kart?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just want to stick to the basics. I don't want to get tied up in what I had before. It was just been there, done that. So we're just going to stick to the basics and yeah, try and help everyone enjoy their racing.
Yeah, and obviously very, very important. It's something we do well here at Ipswich Kart Club with our come and try days, and then we put on other days that sort of help them learn and so on. But obviously with the race meetings the way they are, it's hard to keep them under our wing as such. So obviously that's something that is great for you to be able to jump in and help them out.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll utilise the during the week to for the less track time and stuff, where the race meetings are massive. So, but also still got all that P-plate stuff that you guys do here as well. So which is awesome for them, and it speeds the learning curve up.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, all the best. And how do people get in contact with you?
Yeah, just on Instagram or things like that, and just send us a message, or I'm always at the track. So.
Yeah, he's always at the track, and we're sharing your stuff on our Facebook page as well. So you want to get in contact with Chris, have a chat to him about what you need from start to finish. He's your man. Cheers, pal.
We're back with the second round. Oi, and we've just lost one in the main straight, KA3 Heavy. That's what happened there. So he'll gather himself back up again and get back into position. Again, random draw. So this will have reverse from the first race.
Attention in the pits.
So in the first race, it was a very fast Josh Williams that took the win. This time, though, he's back in 7th, which means he actually come from further back last time. We've got one more lap here to get right. So up there running back a lot. I'm sure we'll probably use the cut through. Pretty sure everyone's caught up now. It's KA3 Heavy, big field. KA3 Heavy, which has been building over the last couple of years here at Ipswich. Nice slow pace. Bit of nose to tail contact back in the pack, but pace being controlled well here. And we're away. We started KA3 Heavy back into turn 1. It's a good start. Don't see any issues happening so far. Everyone's sort of got through there. Bit of bumping and grinding. Out in front, gap the field. It's Levi, who started off the pole position. It's now opened up a huge gap on the rest of the field. It's going to get bigger and bigger as there's a mistake made going into Autobahn from the second place getter there, and that comes into a pass down the back and loses 2 spots. Williams up to 4th, 3rd already from 7th, so he's moved up 4 spots. That's Lana Flack, so Lana Flack in KA3 Heavy, so she can steer, but we'll see Williams behind her, how she goes. So we've got the meatball flag out for 71 Southgate, N23, so clearly there's something not quite right there. But I've lost all positions in front of me, so I'll just have to visually do it. Out the front, Williams has moved himself into 2nd behind, in front of Flack. So Flack will no doubt follow him through because he's definitely carrying pace. The 71, his rear bar's off. That's what's wrong with the 71. So he's got the meatball flag. He's got 2 laps to get in. Otherwise, he'll face the black flag. I can't see 23 to see what was wrong with that kart. The 71 to the black flag with the orange centre in it is what they call the meatball mechanical flag, which means you have got something hanging off your kart that isn't safe. And you've got 2 laps to return to the pits. And if you don't do that, you'll receive a black flag, which no one wants to get in karting because that is not the flag you want to see. So hopefully he sees the meatball flag and pulls himself in this lap. Out the front butt. Got a blue and a pink glove. Something different for the front runner. And Southgate has seen it. That's a good job. He's come in. Looks like so the 71 hasn't seen it. So I think it was the 23 that's pulled in. So doing one more lap here for Southgate to see this flag to get himself into the pits. Out in front. Williams is hunting down. Timing's back up again now. So 1.1 seconds to the leader. Showcasing looks like a pink and a blue glove. So a bit different on the steering wheel. No, the left and rights are doing anyway. Flack also following through. Williams got the fastest lap out there. 51.426. Back down to 6/10 now. Lowell's his fastest lap to 51.1. 71 still not seeing the meatball flag. Josh Williams laying down the pace. Hunting down first. A big achievement to get 2 wins in the first 2 heats of the random draw here, but looks like he's well on his way to doing it. '71 not following the meatball flag. Not far along, should be a black flag, I would have thought. Out in front, the gap is diminished to nothing. So Stossel trying to hang on from Williams, knows he's coming hard. Another fastest lap, 50.982. As the Talk Karting hooked up at the moment through the All Tracks corner into Brisbane Karts, bumpy right down to RHQ. I'd expect a move here on Video Pro, not in the back straight. It's carrying a lot of speed off there. It's quite smart, but it's me you're doing it on the back straight, so you don't lose too much time as Flack is sitting there in the back. Any fight, they're going to find themselves dropping back to Flack. So the black flag is now showing to Southgate. So there goes Josh on the inside, down at H Sport corner, taking the lead. Great drive, up 7 spots. Flack still sitting there in third, so she do anything about that now. As unfortunately, Southgate has not seen the flag, so he's now got a black flag. As that bar's getting looser and looser, so obviously it's a safety concern. That bar flies off, we don't want it hitting anybody, so hence the reason the officials are trying to get that card in. Josh hasn't pulled away as much as we thought he'd pull away here. And Flack's just sitting there. So the gap at the moment was 8/10, back to Flack. So she can pull that in. Big gap back to 4th. To Rafa. He's sort of in his own little race, but that gap's down to 7/10, so Flack is going to try and challenge for second positions. He's got the pace to do it. But Josh isn't pulling away as much as we thought he would. RHQ coming up the Video Pro. Has a look behind, sees where everyone's sitting at. Flack definitely closing the gap. Running the pink plates from the ladies champion. And she used to always be run down Lithgow every year. Not sure where it's run now, but Josh hasn't given up here. He's still chasing hard on Josh. Actually expected Josh to pull away, so it's a great drive. Punching his own air. Isn't getting away as much as we thought he would. Back out to 3/10 now, but it's into 6/10 from Lana Flack. So Lana's coming home strong. 4th and 5th. Rafa and Huth sort of setting their positions. Rest of the field strung out. 64's pulled over and sort of let them go. Not sure what's going on there with Leggett, but definitely pulling those two past down the main straight. So whether he's got issues or not, I'm not sure. Back out in front, it's Flack chasing down. Dossel out there, it's coming up to the last lap. Last lap, yep, it is the last lap. So Lana Flack probably running out of time. She's trying her hardest to catch back up. Back out to 7/10 now, so then beyond here in 4th and 5th. Between Gatt and Huth. Going into turn 2. Always want to make a move. You don't want to be ruining it on the last lap, but they're definitely getting closer. The front 3 are spread out now, so they will finish in those positions, barring any incidents. The field's very spread out, with the leaders not far off catching the back of the pack. But it's been another great race from Williams. But it's definitely on as a big block down in Autobahn for 4th and 5th. Down the back straight. It's going to be tight between those boys. but it's Josh Williams taking the victory from Dossel, and a hard charging Flack just couldn't quite get there at the end. Boys are running side by side, coming on the front straight, and it is Gat and then Huth. 1/1000th of a second between the two. Quite a tight finish. Neil, Wright, Leggett and Southgate rounding out your top 10, but Southgate has got the black flag, so that position won't stay.
Okay, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club. I'm here with Dimmer and Geordie Slater. So a couple of questions for you boys. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think most club days it's when we do reverse grids or just a random grid more so. So if you get placed right at the back and maybe you're someone that's maybe a bit faster, you've got to learn how to get through the field.
But you're qualifying tomorrow in tag?
Yeah, that's correct. So qualifying, it's a bit different. I think it's good practice for when you go to big events. So
you buy 3 shirts, you get a free backpack. Free backpack? Ipswich Kart Club backpack.
I feel like if you mess up one corner around this track, it doesn't set you up well for the next one.
Free top.
Say you mess up the corner before the back straight, your entire run for the back straight's gone.
Very comfortable, fast.
And big fields too, so if you make that mistake, you're going to get gobbled up real quick. You lose 3 or 4 spots real quick. Do you prefer the wet or dry racing tomorrow? Who knows? Could be anything. Wet or dry? What's your preference?
I think for my go-kart and my motor's sake, I prefer the dry weather.
Excellent. Wet on slicks, or would you rather be out there on wet ones? Agreed.
We're back for the Cadet 12 Heat 2. Quick shout out to Tash, Mrs. President, who's under the awning over there selling Ipswich Kart Club shirts. $40 a shirt. Get a free pair of socks with them. Buy 3 shirts, get a free backpack. At least 2 tents in a IKC shirt, so help support the club. $40 a shirt. Tash is under the bar. Free pair of socks with your shirt. Buy 3 shirts, get a free backpack. Feel Troy Hoey could do with a few Ipswich Kart Club shirts maybe. Cadet 12 back out. Again, had these guys qualify and girls qualify. So it's Paigey Flack back on the front. Awesome race first time round with these guys and girls. So let's hope we can get the same again. Nice and controlled pace from Paige. Doing a great job. We're going for another lap. It's all right, we've had a bit of a mic change. Sorry, the live stream, I think the microphone's died, but we're back. Cadet 12, here we go. See if we can get it done this time. We're away. See if we can get around turn 1. As the rain's held off for us at the moment. Turn 2, we're looking good. Looks like Ricardo's out in front from Flack. He's got the jump. There's a bit of a tussle through the flip-flop. One's gone wide there. Well, there's a couple have lost. Hopefully they get going again. But back out in front Ricardo Johnson and Flack. Then Fuller. Not sure where Carter's dropped back. Carter's back to 7th position, so I've missed that. Fuller goes for the move. It's also Luca and Carter had a bad start. Obviously, they dropped back a bit, but it's Ricardo Johnson. It's cleared out from Fuller. Bowen, Campbell, Flack. So see if this gap can be held. It's a great start in this field to be leading, having a gap like that. We've lost one at the front here, coming out of the H Sports corner, but nearly 9/10 on the field. I expect that to start closing down, but if they all work together, it'll be fine. But definitely a bad start from Robinson and Carter Grother. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but I'm sure those boys will fight back as one's gone wide out of Video Pro. Found the motocross jump, went for an airborne. His fingers and things waving all down the back straight, but you wave your fingers, you just lose 2 spots. That's what happens. So you need to concentrate on keeping your hands on the wheels here. So it looks like Ricardo Johnson still holds the 8/10 gap. Nearly a second now. It's about Bowen and Flack, Campbell, Grother, Robinson, Carson. Page Flack, the fastest out on track. 54.6. So the big train of karts now. Ricardo Johnson's having a great time out in front. No issues there, head down. But there is a big stream of karts and the moves on in Video Pro. Spell Barron's moved in a second. Flack's also gone through, I'm sure. Grother's in there trying to make a move. Robinson on the inside down at Autobahn. One's gone out wide there. Page back to the inside down at H Sport. Great move into second position. Isabel Bowen in third. Fuller's dropped back to 4th, and Carter Grother, he's back up to 5th. One of the most experienced Cadet 12 drivers out there, so expect him to keep moving forward. But Ricardo Johnson, 1.5 seconds out in front and laying down purples. So we'll see if Flack now some clear area can start chasing and bridging that gap. Carter Grother now in a 4th. Robinson back up to 9th. Hasn't been the best start for him. Carter now up into 3rd. Experience starting to come through. Like I said, he'd be one of the most experienced out there in this field. See if he can start working together with Flack to chase down the leader, who has absolutely walked away with this right now. All the fighting's been going on. Ricardo Johnson did have a 1.6 second gap. So we'll see if Flack's been able to pull that back, as there's all sorts of things going on from 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Carter Grother lays down a purple, which is quickly overtaken, but not by much. So the 10th pickup from Flack to Johnson. Grother's closing in on Flack. His hands in the air at the back of the pack, so not sure what's going on there. It could have been OJ, actually. So Flack trying hard to bridge this gap. Grother trying even harder to catch Flack. Almost need to work together when they get together to try and catch the front, because Ricardo Johnson's gone. Looks like Fuller still holding down 4th plot from Balboa. There's a move there from Lukey in H Sport corner, but again, we're down to 1.1. So they've eaten 4/10 that lap out of Johnson. Carter Grother with the fastest lap on track, not far behind was Flack. So with 2 minutes to go, can they bridge this gap? Problem is, Ricardo Johnson looks behind. The more you look behind, they'll start getting bigger and bigger. You start making mistakes, so eyes forward. But Flack is charging hard. Carter Grother's got the fastest lap. There's battle packs all throughout the field. 4th, 5th and 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. It's almost going to be 3 wide down in the bottom corner. In the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, I think it is. 7th, 8th and 9th, sorry. But It's Grother has caught Flack. Expect this to be another purple lap, and it is 53.963 from Carter Grother. Caught up to the back of Flack now, who's also catching Ricardo Johnson out in front. It's only 9/10 now from 1.6 seconds, so still with over a minute to go. If Carter uses his race smarts here and pushes Flack along, they will get to Ricardo, I feel, by the last lap. Fuller and Balboan and Majorak all together as well. With Ray Robinson, Carson in their own battle. Starting to spread out a bit more now. But Carter, is he going to go? He is straight through on Flack. These two need to be smart and work together to try and catch Ricardo Johnson with only 43 seconds to go. There's only going to be 2 more laps left. The famous Chuppa Chup helmet. He's charging hard. 6/10 now, even with a move on Flack between Grother and Johnson. And the problem with looking behind is all of a sudden they'll see the orange cart coming, which puts huge pressure on yourself. Hasn't have a look then, so he knows he's coming. Sometimes leads to mistakes. He's doing a good job at the moment. Still leading the way, but the gap's definitely closing. Once they start fighting the next 3, won't take them long to jump onto the back of it either. Flack following Carter through. This will be last lap coming up. This is the move down there. As Fuller goes from 4th to 6th. Here we go, last lap. Pushing hard, can he get there? I feel by the time we get on the back straight next time, this will be on, all 3 of them. As Fuller goes back on the inside at turn 1. Flack all over Carter Grother. Carter Johnson's gap has vanished. This will definitely be on, especially if it starts to block. Flack needs to be smart here and wait for him to get back to the front runner, but she might just go for the move. But she has. Up there might, oh, she hasn't lost that much time, so it's given Ricardo Johnson a bit more of a gap. He's got it now. There's too much fighting going on 2nd and 3rd, so Ricardo Johnson will hang on to this. As Flack holds the inside. Side by side. Flack hangs on to it. Coming in the last corner, it will be a great drive. Lights the flag victory for Ricardo Johnson. And it's tight. Flack just on Grother. 3,000ths of a second. Marjorick, Balboan, Ray, Robinson, Fuller, Reversky, and young Kenny, Jumpy's boy, jumping in the top 10. Great result with the guys and girls we've got in this field. Didn't lose too many karts that time either. So it's interesting to see those 3 start towards the front in Heat 3. I'm sure the battle will keep going. Once these karts are cleaned up, we'll be right back.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
the Shaw family. Wild Earth, Jimmy Black, and Noel with Aqua Pipeline. And of course, Talk Karting. Like I said, other karting organisations should be getting involved in putting their hand in their pockets to help the Ipswich Kart Club keep the live stream running. Out next, KA3 Senior. For their second heat, reverse grid. Last time we saw Matthews take the victory, with Penman setting purples catching. So this time will be interesting to see. Looks like we should have Keegan Fraser on the front. Well, my good sheep might be wrong. I have to call it as we see it because the grid sheet I've got shows Keegan Fraser on the front row, which isn't obviously happening. So nice and slow start. We're away. Heat 2 for KA3 Senior. Can we get through this first couple of corners clean? Looks like there's a possibility of that's been pretty good through turn 1 and 2. We've lost one there. And a chain break. Out in front, looks like it's Jai Flynn making his way to the lead. I'm assuming this time we should see there's a few fingers pointing down the back straight there just to push on and try and punch some air. So we'll see how Declan Fraser goes. Declan Fraser. That's the wrong person there. Declan Matthews comes from the back. But it's Flynn. Braxton Regan hard up. With Declan Matthews, the first three broken away. As you can see whether they decide to fight with each other or push each other along. Cameron Lockett, Kittle, Penman's up to 6th. Keys, Jarrett, Fraser. Toby Spinks. Expect bigger things from Toby this race. Binned it last race for the broken tie rod. Got the slow boards out. So I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, yep, we've got a tangle on turn 2. So we'll see whether these guys understand the rules. They should. Been racing long enough. The slow boards are out. Hands up, slow down, single file. See whether Jai Flynn sees this. He has. Hands are up. Everyone will come back to a rolling pace in the single file while they clear those carts out at turn 2, which are in a dangerous position, so good job from the officials. We'll control this pace until the officials are happy. Again, making sure they know the rules when they come back to the start. Need to keep a straight line, no overtaking down the middle of the track until they cross the start-finish line. Any wheels outside of that will be a 3 and 5 second penalty. So, he's been reading the rule book. Got enough of these slow procedures now to know what goes on. So the slow boards are still out. Just making sure that no one's hurt. Down at turn 2, looks like everyone's up and about. Queen flags in the hands of the officials, so could be a start this lap. Nice controlled pace from Flynn. Doing the perfect job down there. But the green flag is in the hands of the starter, so you would think this time we would get a start. Still 3.5 minutes to go, so definitely will help 4th, 5th and 6th. Had a big gap from the first three. Coming around this time. Green flag is... Yep, green flag is up. We just need to wait. It's a green flag. Whoa! Jace Matthews up in the air in the main straight. Guarantee would have bent something there, but I was about to say it was a great restart. Everyone's stuck in a line. Flynn still leads. Looks like from Declan Matthews has now jumped into second. From Braxton Regan to go on the inside there, but Penman's down to 4th. Penman in the parallel in showed the pace in the first race, so let's see if he can do anything from the 4th position. Braxton Regan on the inside. Matthews. Jai Flynn says, thanks very much. I'll keep going and lead and open the gap up. Penman now in the 3rd. As they come round. With just 2.5 minutes to go, it's Flynn, Matthews, Penman, Regan, Fraser. Fraser's moved up 5 spots. Running the new Formula K under the IKD banner led by Dale Verrill. Been a stalwart and arrow for a long time, so it'll be different for him to get used to that kart. So it's a good up 5 spots in the 5th there. The IKD Formula K kart. But out in front, Flynn is still dominating. We've got Matthews in 2nd and Penman in 3rd. Penman with the pace. He just has to find a way past Matthews. Easier said than done. It's about 3 looks from Matthews, but opens the wheel up and lets him go through. So he's happy to push those boys through. So it's now Flynn. We look at the gap. Sets the fastest lap as well. It's pretty much a second back to Penman. Regan, Matthews, Fraser, Cooper Fish, with the bright pink gloves on in 6th spot. Looking at my finger, but right, he's up 13 spots. It's an awesome drive from Fish. Must be the pink gloves. Zachy Hurd, he's also up there, so Tom will be happy. As Hurd actually just moves up the inside of Fish in Video Pro. So Hurd now up 7 spots. Out the front, but it's Flynn. Looks like he's extending the lead, but last time around it was a second in the gap. This time we'll have another look around, see where we are. But it's Flynn who lays down the fastest lap under pressure to extend the lead to 1.1. So Regan, Matthews, Hurd, Fraser, Fish. So Fish is up 12 spots, telling me, so I'm not sure if that's right or not, but great drive if it is. Hurd's on the march, but while Flynn's laying down the fastest lap, Hurd's moving through the pack. Don't think Penman's quite got it to catch Jai Flynn. Doing a great job out in front, laying purple lap times. Lap after lap after lap. This will come round to the last lap this time. So Flynn keeps extending the lead. 2nd and 3rd's tightening up. Fastest lap again for Flynn, 50.546. Extends it to 1.3 seconds. To Penman, Regan. Declan Matthews sitting back there in 4th. Zach Hurd up 8 spots. Sitting in 5th, great run from Hurd. He's not a local here, so great drive to come back. And the next race will be on points, so he'll be starting at the pointy end. Along with Flynn, and Penman will also be there, so it'll be interesting the next race to see. Jace Matthews is still going around. I would presume there'd be damage to that kart after the aerial he did in the front straight at the restart. He's just passed 3 straight, 2 karts in 1 straight, so he's still going all right. But winner of Heat 2 will be Jai Flynn with a great drive. Coming in 2nd and lays a fast lap in the last lap too with a 50.48. Flynn followed by Penman, Regan, Matthews, Hurd, Fraser, Matthews. Great, come back to 7th there. Cooper Fish, Kamalaka and Saragi round out your top 10. Finishing race next time to see those guys on point, starting all together at the front, the fast guys, as that was the last of the random draw for that class. We're back shortly.
So I'm here with Praga pilot, Ryan Orman. So Ryan, if you could be on the outgrid with any driver in the world, who would it be?
I think it'd be a tough one. I reckon the home Aussie fan, Oscar Piastri. I think it'd be a good experience to learn alongside of, I reckon.
Very good. And what's the trickiest part here for you racing at Ipswich?
Probably through from 1 to speed bowl. It's very technical, very twisty. You've got to nail it every time. If you miss it, and it's quite crucial. So I think that'd be the most difficult part.
Yeah, that's been a popular answer. A lot of people saying you stuff up one question, you lose half a lap.
Correct.
And if you had to describe your driving style in one word only, what would it be?
Smooth.
Nice. And wet or dry racing, what do you prefer? And you can give me an answer of you like slicks in the wet, or wets in the wet, or slick racing only, whatever you like.
No, I like the dry more than the wet.
You like what, sorry?
I like the dry more than the wet, so I'll rather dry.
And if you find yourself out on slicks out there and it starts raining, do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun, but you just got to be very patient and smooth.
Cool, thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
We're back for Heat 2, tag restricted medium. So we're also looking possible rain in about the next 6 or 7 minutes. Just a light shower, looks like it's coming through. We've got the old Fox, Rudy Farkas on the front here. These boys should be good the last time round. Schumacher outbraked himself in the back straight, this time staying towards the front, so should see a better result from him. Be Rudy leading him around on pole position. Has done this a few times, so I'm sure we'll get a start first time round. And they made a liar of me. So they haven't quite got it right. I'll go around again using the cut through. Again, we'll thank our live stream sponsors, Wild Earth, Aqua Pipeline, Ray White North Lakes, and Talk Karting. Like I said, there's plenty of spots available. You need to get a hold of the president, the club, put your hands in your pocket, and keep this thing running for everyone at home to see. Great sponsorship. Chances there as we come around now for another chance. This time we're off. Schumacher looks, he's moved up one spot. He's looking for another one, but Rudy's out and gone. Everyone's through the first couple of corners clean. Hung on the outside there. I'm sure who that was. But Rudy's checked out. It'll be quite hard to catch him from here, but we'll see who can do it. As Sales and Whittaker were last time out by themselves by a long way, so this time obviously they've got to start further back. Like I said before, these classes are dominated by X30s, but in another couple of weeks, there'll be a restrictor plate, new one come out for Rotax. You'll start to see some engines change. Because the IKD team's been working hard to get Rotax to make the new restrictor plate approved by Karting Australia, so we can get back to a proper tag class of a mixture of engines between the X30, the Vortex, and the Rotax. It'd be good to see what can be done there, but Rudy Farkas gone. 1.2 seconds in front after the first lap. Big wheel jack there from Linehand. Schumacher's in third, trying to find the move. There's a bit of a procession of karts there. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. In the inside through Video Pro. Bit of pod action going on there, but I think they've worked themselves out as we go too wide. Oh, there's all sorts going on down there at Autobahn. Schumacher's out and clean in the second. Find some of the guys coming through from the back now that were at the front of it last time are starting to make their way through. As Rudy Farkas crosses the line, sets the purple. Schumacher in the second. Lennon in the third. Whittaker. Sunnycuff in Sales, the first heat winner, is in sixth. And Jordan in seventh. The first and second from the first heat are in sixth and seventh. Having to start from the back of the field this time. Rudy Farkas out by 3 seconds and setting purple lap time. So not only running this class, running a second class in your 60s. Great job, Rudy and pit crew Jackie. Goes to show that anyone can do this sport at any age. Well, it's still going on down in Autobahn. Schumacher's still in second, but the change has been in third. I think it might have been Whittaker that moved up. I'm not sure until they come back past, but here comes Rudy again. Last time 3 seconds. We'll see what it is this time. Another fastest lap. This time it's 3.3 to Schumacher and then Whittaker, Linen and Sales. Sales has now done the fastest lap time, so the winner from Heat 1's coming through up to fifth on the back of this train. So he'll be hoping to work his way through these guys. Looking at Video Pro being the next opportunity to pass. Can't do much in RHQ. You set yourself up for a move up the inside here, which you'll do cleanly. Now start hunting down Whittaker, Schumacher, who are now also neck and neck. So it's on for second and third. Going down through the H Sport into on-site. Rudy Farkas again comes around. Another purple, 51.8. It's on between second and third. Whittaker was going to have a go and thought better of it. Whittaker actually setting the fastest lap now behind Schumacher, so it's on for second and third. Sales is pushing hard to catch back up. Won the first one. As it sits now, would be sitting probably in second position, with Rudy would be on pole for the next race, I would have thought. Unless he can make up some spots, but Whittaker starts fighting with Schumacher, will be all on here, and he'll be catching him back up again. So out of Autobahn, down the back straight. It's neck and neck up the inside. Whittaker and Schumacher through H Sport. Coming through now on on-site as Rudy keeps pushing ahead. Whittaker now in second from Schumacher and Sales. Lyon, Tunnycuff, Donnelly, Jordan, Freeman, Simpson, Ribeiro, Field, Sponsella, White, and Split is your field of restricted medium. Nearly 4 seconds in front is Rudy. Whittaker's now steered himself in a second. We've lost one backwards. Coming through the flip-flop in all tracks. He's got going again, so that's all right. No slow boards needed. But again now, Schumacher's probably got to turn around and look at Sales, who's coming hard. Still a couple of minutes to go. I think he's going to get in the back of him one more lap and possibly lose another spot. Rudy again through. 3.6 seconds. Whittaker laying down purple laps now. Schumacher and Sales still sitting there with a minute and a half to go. There's plenty of time, they've got it. Schumacher holding his own, but it was not taking much to catch him, but he's putting in an effort, keeping the gap. It's slowly getting chipped away at. Rudy's on easy street out the front, but nothing's going to worry him. Maybe he needs to slow down the last lap, so he only has one more lap to do. Is probably only his concern. Whittaker again laying down the fast lap, 51.296. Bridged the gap to 3.2, but stuck anywhere near enough to catch Rudy. He is cruising at the front. Sales now in the back of Schumacher, though. Has looked behind, realises no one's there, so can make the move if he wants to on Schumacher. To see how Rudy goes, but knowing Rudy, he won't slow down, so there'll be about 2 seconds left as he crosses the finish line. And there is, so he's going to make himself do another lap, which Schumacher probably wasn't looking forward to, but Sales is actually still sitting there. Lost a little bit that lap. 3/10 is the gap. Also, we got the F1 Grand Prix in Melbourne this weekend, with Karting Australia having a big presence. In the V8s, it's Feeney over Aaron Cameron and Kostecki and Motsit in the qualifying for race 6, with Golding rounding out the 5. Good to see Aaron Cameron, who's a great karter, showing some pace in the V8 Supercars this year with the BRT team. F1 out and track later on. Unfortunately, our Australian James Wharton's had a big crash in the F3, but seems to be okay, so we'll see what happens there. But Rudy Farkas here in the last lap. Gap down to 2.5, but it's not a problem. Schumacher doing a great job holding off Sales here, the Heat 1 winner. It's a pretty spread out pack. Rudy has a big look behind, realises he's in easy street. Schumacher not so much. Though he's holding his own against it. To hold down third spot's doing a great job. Only a couple of corners to go as Rudy Farkas heads down the back straight into H Sports corner. Come round from a lights to flag. Easy victory for Rudy. He'll take that one. Second place is Whittaker, the fastest lap of the race. Oh no, Schumacher's been done. And he's just hung on to it there. He's tried to do a Max Walton. No, he just pulled it off there. Sales in third, Schumacher fourth, Linen fifth. Tunniclough sixth, Donnelly, Jordan, Freeman and Simpson rounds out the 10.
We're here with Ryan, who's racing in tag this weekend in his FA kart. Ryan, wet or dry racing? It could be either tomorrow or today when everyone's watching this. What do you prefer?
Normally the wet, preferably. Always love the wet. Always been quicker, but looking forward to the dry just to show the pace if I have it. Other than that,
take it as it comes.
Yeah.
Are you one of these ones that launch a kart straight over the flip-flop in the wet weather?
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
Is that the fastest way?
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't pay for your chassis, do you?
No, pretend like I'm 16 because I am, and pretend like Dad pays for it is my whole goal. Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich, do you think?
Trickiest? Just the raw fitness is probably the hardest part, but once you get over that, it's just laps. Every lap hurts, but you get used to it.
The more you do it, the more your body gets used to it. Yeah. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any drive...
We're back with our Cadet 9 and 12 Ps. Plenty of orange vests out there, the parents, so if they can stretch themselves far and wide on the track to help the kids out. Like we said before, this is all about the kids having a go at racing without having to be too scared about jumping into the big field. So what I class as more of a demonstration than a race gives the guys and girls insight into what goes on. So probably if we could get a parent to head down the back to the end of the back straight, so we've got a parent down there to help. P-plate is probably doing a better job than Cadet 9 going through the cut through. Like I said, Russell's done a lot of work with these boys and girls, trying to get them signed off to race with the other guys. They're doing a good job forming up. Maybe some of our senior classes should look at what's going on. And they're away. That's a great start. Love the pink helmet and wheels from Poppy Sharp there. There's a couple coming together, but they'll hopefully work their way through it. But again, this is all about the experience for the kids to get amongst it, get the drilling going, feel what it's like. A bit of rubbing, a bit of racing. It's a great initiative from the club that's been in for a fair few years now. Pushed hard by Russell, as well as the Scotty and the team at Ipswich Kart Club. They do a great job that we don't see a lot of other clubs in Australia doing. So hats off to those guys for what they do, giving these guys a go. Bit daunting sometimes going straight into racing from practice. So Russell keeps a close eye on that all throughout his practice monitoring during the week to see who's at what stage. A couple of kids here will progress up to the big league, I'm sure. There's a mixture there of Cadet 9s and 12s, so the kids out there ranging from 7 years old to 11 years old. It's normally 2 different classes. But for this exercise, we're just going to run them together, which just gives them a bit of a feel for what's going on. It's a 5-minute demonstration. Great job to the parents going down to the end of the back straight, because none of it wants to go down there. Got a few glitches with our timing up here, so I have to wait till they come across the line to see. But the best part about it is everyone's still going around. There's no one that's stopped, which is what this is all about. So again, it's Levi, the first race leader, out in front. Like I said, there's a great mixture. Young Poppy holding her own there, as well as now. There's a couple of girls in this class. Good to see the young girls getting involved in the sport of karting. It's been a rich history of ladies in karting. Pat Bennett, Kirstine Freeman, a lot of Holberg. There's a lot of good names out there, and one of the latest ones is Alice Buckley, moving up through TA2 into Super 2 this year. So it's great to see her progression, and the fact that if you put the hard work and determination in, that you will get where you need to get to. And Alice is a prime example of what's going on there with the work she's put through her karting career and her family backing her. So one day, that's where these kids will head. So Levi is clearly out front. 83, Seppel, and then young Natalie Edmonds running in third. Martin Nichitsky Coburn, Fullerton, Boucher, Sorensen, Parfitt, Lewis, Sharp, Austin, Fells, Cosgroves, Van Twees, Skiles and Robinson. So I'm not sure what happened to young Josh. But he's still going around, so that's good to see. Sure there'll be some tight, whoop, bit of an incident there. We didn't quite see that kart. Be some sore kids tomorrow, I'm presuming, after this. As some of them their first big experience in a kart, to feel the adrenaline rush and everything else that goes on. But yeah, Levi is punching out 55.5, so he's definitely can be up in the big league next time. But it's good to see his progression come through. We lost one on the main straight. Couple down the back there, but like I said, great work from the parents. Probably some of the best set parents I've seen that spread themselves all over the track to help these kids keep going. Sometimes it's a bit daunting when they crash and a few tears come. A couple of them stopped in the back there, but good to see the parents are down there helping them out. It's a great job in third from Martin, who's actually a Cadet 9, mixing with the Cadet 12s. Obviously showing great pace for a Cadet 9 driver. They'll come and face our last lap this time around. But again, I'm sure there's plenty of smiles when they pull the helmets off at the end of this one. A couple that haven't quite finished. They'll get another couple of races to do some laps and sort it all out. But again, don't be scared. Jump down there and see Tash for some shirts. $40 a shirt, free pair of socks. 3 shirts, free backpack. You buy 3 shirts. Support the club. Money goes straight back into the club. Cash, credit card, whatever you got, they'll take it. So on the last lap here for the Cadet 12s and 9 P-plates. Demonstration race. Whoop, unfortunately didn't quite see that driver there, so that was a bit of unfortunate, but he'll keep going. He's not quite happy about it, but that's okay. Bent the steering with his hands there. Just an unfortunate move that the driver didn't see them behind them. Sometimes it's all tunnel vision when you're learning to drive. That's what they're doing these for, is to learn. Checker flags out for the demonstration race. It's Levi Cavell again, who runs it through from Seapool in the 83, both Cadet 12. 76, Martin, the first of the 9s through. And the young Natalie Edmonds coming in third for the Cadet 12s. Cadet 9 winner from the first race comes up in second, 5th overall. Butcher, Coburn, Nitschke, Sorensen, Lewis, Parafet, Sharp, Cosgrove, Lees, Van Twist, Austin, Joshy Robinson moving up to 15th. There's a couple that didn't quite finish, but that's all right. Again, thanks to our live stream sponsors, Talk Karting, Ray White, North Lakes, Aqua Pipeline, and Wild Earth. Thank you, Jimmy Black. Thanks to those 4. And again, can't stress enough, if you guys don't want to find sponsors and help us out, the live stream can't keep running all year. It's a $50,000 outlay for the club every year to run the live stream, so every bit of money helps. And they will definitely need some sponsors to jump on board for the next race to keep the live stream going. So if you own a business or know someone that's got a business or just want to help out personally, go and see Scotty and the team at IKC and see what you can do to chip in and help. sponsor the live stream, get some free advertising out of it, and help the club and help everyone at home watch the racing that everyone loves doing. We're back. Cadet 9, Heat 2. Reverse grid from the first time. And yes, everyone watching at home in the live stream, make sure we jump on the comments. I see one there from old Jimmy McLaren over in Thailand. Thanks, mate. Yes, it is Scott John in the commentary box this weekend. And Jimmy over in Malaysia helping his young pedallers. Great track over there. Chang and the team have obviously raced over in Asia the last couple of years, so jump on the live stream and do some shout outs. That's what it's all about. It's good to see the live streams working all the way over there, Jimmy. Just keep eating your chicken and rice, mate. Cadet 9, here we go, Heat 2. It's Fielding and Zhang should be on the front row. McPhee and Dean, McCarthy, Smith, Trilson, Bedford, Misson. We're coming, oh, actually, no, we've got one more lap. Someone needs to catch up. So use the cut through this time, and it's a 24 of Riley Smith, who should be up in 6th position. He's got time to get back there if he can do it. Great pace by the front row. Reverse from the first time round. No qualifying, which is great. Teaches the kids to drive. Last time it was Harry Lack by 10 seconds, so let's see where we are this time. He's back in 19th. But I'm sure it will not be long before we see him come through, as we are away in Heat 2. Turn 1 looks clean. Turn 2, hopefully we can keep it that way. Looking pretty good. Kids done a good job. Looks like it's the 97 of Fielding out the front. 72 of McPhee in second by the looks of it. Who's part of Brody's new team. So Brody Nunn will be out there, I think, pretty excited about his Charger. Just trying to work out where Harry Lack is. I can see the blue plate mid-pack, so he's had a great start. The front two have shot away to the lead. Coming through H-Sport corner now, coming up to the first lap. But it should be Fielding. McPhee on the move. Into turn two. There's Harry Lack. He's up to 10th on the charge with the blue plate on. Let's see how far he can get up this time. Well, except would be the experienced Cadet 9 in this field. So it's McPhee who's ahead of Fielding. Zhang in third. Just been overtaken there by Misson. There's a bit of a line-up of karts there. There's McCarthy involved and Ding and Bedford. But out the front, looks like it's Fielding starting to... No, McPhee, sorry, pulling away from Fielding. Harry Lack is charging hard down the back straight. Coming up to a big group of karts now, so his experience will shine. Slicing through the pack here for the J&D Paralympic boys. As he sets the fastest lap of the race. But it's McPhee out the front. Bit going on in the flip-flop there. Quite smart from Harry. There's a bit going on there. Don't need to get involved in that. Looking to have any results coming out of there. Out the front, but it's third place, caught up to second. So it's missing. Caught up to Fielding. While McPhee powers away down the back straight. One of these kids are only 7 and 9 years old, so some of the talent shown here is unreal for their age. Most of these kids are probably only being grade, not up with it, probably 4 in school. McPhee leading. Misson has moved on Fielding. Then McCarthy, then Bedford. Then Ding, then Zhang, then Lack. He's just struggling a bit with the slice through this field, but he'll get there. As it looks like Misson's on the charge now, chasing down McPhee. Has a look around, so McPhee knows he's coming. It's always good to keep your eyes forward. Lack under another one. Passing Ding in a video pro, so he's starting to move. J&D team will be giving him all sorts of directions out there, but Harry knows what he's got to do. Inside another one down at H-Sport corner. Makes the moves, past 3 this lap. Out in front, but it's tight. McPhee and Misson running the white line into 1. Can't make it into 2. Lack up to 5th from 19th. Up 14 spots for the J&D Charger. McPhee, I think there may be a sprinkler array, I'm not sure, but if it's not, it's getting close. He's got him. Misson's moved on McPhee. Fielding still sitting there in third. Here comes Lack. Up to 4th. 15 spots on the charge. Now we'll see if we can do in some open air and see if he can bridge the gap. He's still got 2.5 minutes to go. But it's Misson. Out the front, taking the lead and moved on. So it's Misson, McPhee, Fielding, Lack now clear. McCarthy, Ding, Milligan, Trilson, Van Twist, Zhang, top 10. McPhee's hanging on. He's obviously made a small mistake, but he's coming back now. Harry Lack is eating into Fielding. He was 3.2 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that gap, but it's definitely not that now. Still a minute, 45 seconds to go, so still a good 3 or 4 laps here. Misson's starting to take the lead, but McPhee's hanging in there. But Lack is definitely catching Fielding. What was a 3-second gap won't be any more. As he come across the line again. There's a reason why he's got the blue plate on. It's missing a McPhee. 8/10 now. Fielding. Lack picked up 2 seconds in one lap. Flying is Harry Lack. J&D team have the parallel hooked up. Won't be long before he's moving into third, still with a minute left on the clock. Will be too much of a gap to get to second, but Harry will have no problems in moving in the third spot, which is a great charge for 19th on the grid. But missing out the front. Well, in instance, has got this wrapped up from McPhee and Fielding. Lack catching. Be on him by the end of this lap. He's already on him through H Sport. So still 2 more laps to go. Taking long to make the move here. He goes now up into third. Good driving from Fielding. Just open the wheel up there and let him go. McCarthy, Milligan. Trestle and then Twist, Mills, Ding and then Zhang. Brewski, Lawson, Smith. Klein, there's your top 15. Back out in front. Harry's passed and gone, but you're not going to stop missing out the front. You get the last lap board this time coming round. McPhee's put up a good fight. He's not missing much, just a small part. I'm sure Brody will look after that. Tune her up for the next one. They're all going to be starting together in the third race. Last time around, it was 2.7 seconds from McPhee to Lack. This time round, he brings that down to 2.2 and sets a purple lap. 55.481 from Harry Lack. No problem with speed today. We'll start from pole in the next race. It will definitely be hard to stop. Fielding still holding on to fourth, doing a good job. Carthy snuck up there in a fifth. Milligan chasing him down as well. And there's a bit of a tight tussle there. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Anyone's race there still. Most of the karts still circulating, which is great to see. Down the back straight. Coming up to the last lap board this time round for Vinnie Misson. Checkered flag, actually. Great win for Vinnie. McPhee in a second. Lack charged up 16 positions. Third. Fielding, McCarthy, Milligan. Tresselin, Mills, Van Twist and Ding rounds up your top 10 for Cadet 9. Again, this wet weather is holding off. See how long the day can go without it happening, but last couple coming across the finish line now. It'll be 4 long. Litfin and Bedford. It's Bedford getting the pass done on Litfin for the end. Couple didn't quite make it round. Last one comes across the line now. 2 more to go, sorry. It's Christian Harron and Jack Southgate rounding out the runners with 3 unfortunately not finishing. Great work again from the parents. We'll be back there for Heat 3 shortly.
Shut up and sit down. In the world, any driver in the world, who would be your pick to race against?
Jai Flynn.
Jai Flynn?
Really? Just to take him out. Yeah.
You take him out?
Hate him.
Yeah, he said the same thing about you when I interviewed him as well. So, okay, mate. Well, all the best for tomorrow. Send it. Hopefully it's dry for you. If not, I'll be looking for you launching over the flip-flop in the wet.
Always.
Enjoy.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Okay.
We're back with the stalwarts of the Ipswich Kart Club, the DD2. Hopefully this time Scotty's got his back bar hanging on there properly. Woody can keep it on the black stuff. And Gus is just screaming for rain to come. We've also got our KA3 Masters, which is a trial run this weekend with 5 of them in there or 6 of them in there. Just trying to get a couple of dads together to jump on board and not run every race meeting, but run every couple of race meetings with their kids' karts. Looks like this time, but in the big boy class, it's Woody off pole. President Scott Cleveland off 2, Hudson Heath off 3, Stephanie Duffy off 4, Big Gus Mathers off 5, Dan Hutchison off 6, and Jason Smith off 7. So like I said, these have 2 gears on the paddle shift, front brakes, no chain, no sprocket, direct drive straight through the axle on the engine, so no greasy chain lube. And there would be the fastest karts here this weekend, hitting speeds front and back straight around the 115, 116 k's an hour. But you can work on them without getting your hands dirty. So no chain and sprocket, direct driven, straight through the engine. So the boys will grab neutral, clear it out, come round. It's got to be looking for a quick jump here on his mate Woody. These boys should get it right, and they do. Hudson Heath quickly asserts himself, but Woody takes it from Scotty Cleveland. Hudson Heath, Big Gus in 4th. Looks like Jace has jumped up from 7th into 5th. Then Dan and Steph. Jumpy's killing it in the KA3 Masters. Japanese man. Big move. Hudson Heath on Big Scotty Cleveland. Tries a switch back. Now that's going to work there, mate. Meanwhile, Woody's like, thanks very much. I'll just keep going. And now Gus is back there, but Scotty thinks about it. Gives her a bit of a tap. And Hudson Heath says, no, thank you. I'll be back on the inside. Meanwhile, Woody's like, check ya. He's out of here. Hudson Heath and Scotty, it's all caught up now. Dan trying to move on Jace, didn't quite pull off. Hudson Heath now sets out. Like I said, Scotty's switched from the Birrell back to the Stoddy this weekend. Wants to see how it's going to go. His lovely wife Tash is down there selling the IKC shirts. $40, free pair of socks. Gus with a big move on the inside. These two love to hate each other. So they don't mind hitting each other out in the track. So not sure what's going on with Scotty's thing, but it's not going well for him. So he's got issues there because he's not normally dropping back this far. So I don't know what's going on, whether it's flat tyre, he's missing gears. No, he's done. His hand's up. He's got no luck. Oh, he's actually come to a stop. Or he's just waiting for everyone to come past. This is what can happen, but poor Scotty, everyone doesn't understand that the work he puts in here, his own go-kart doesn't get looked after as much as he'd want to. So while he puts together everyone's race meeting, his own racing himself suffers sometimes. So something's happened there. If Scotty gives me an indication of what's happened, he's lost drive coupling or something. Yes, he's lost his, he's lost his drive coupling. So while I said there's no... You're saying it to you. Anyway, the drive coupling does work on the back axle, but hasn't worked out for Scotty. So back out in front, Woody. Keeping it on the black stuff this time. Sets a fastest lap, 49.281. Hudson Heath chasing him. Gus is working hard in 3rd, hoping for the rain to come. But Woody, a few different karts going here. Woody will be in the Birrell. Hudson's in the CRG, I would have thought. Gus is in the Paralyn still. And then I'm pretty sure that... can't remember what Dan's in now. It could be a Birrell. OTK. So there's a bit of a different thing. Jumpy is way out in front in KA3, which is a trial this weekend. So any dads that think about jumping on board and wanting to have a go, I'm not sure it's going to race every time, but when it's offered, you can... A couple of guys that they haven't raced in 20 or 30 years, that's what it's all about. Jeremy Knight's trying to get that going, so flog your kid's kart, jump in the seat and have a go, and let your kid pick crew for you for the weekend. But Woody laying down purples out the front. Surprising a bit. I thought Hudson would have caught him, but he's extending his lead at 2.2 seconds. Gus is hanging on. You'll start to see the old hands shake out soon down the back straight. As he grips onto the steering wheel a bit hard. Dan running in fourth. Jace in fifth. Scotty's up with his mates in the starters towers now, so possibly going to come up with some lap karts here with 3 minutes to go. But Woody, 2.2 in front. Where is he now? Another fastest lap. 2.5, extends it. 49.266. So Woody's definitely going to catch up with some lap karts here, who are significantly slower than what he's doing. So we'll have to use his smarts here. Scotty Cleveland saving his tyres. Going to go for a big run in the final. Woody's just got to work his way past. Does a good job there. It's always up to the faster kart to get past the slower kart. They just got to hold their own line. It's up to the guys that are faster to make the move. So Gus has taken a win here because Hudson Heath can't quite get through these karts. He has now. Gus is all over him. He'll be revitalised. Meanwhile, Woody's checked out. 3 seconds in front. The guys have got one more KA3 Masters to come past. But old Jumpy, he's killing it. Oh, no. We've had a bit of a biff, unfortunately. That's what happens sometimes when the faster guys get ahead. It's hard work. But again, it's up to the fast guys to get past the slower guys. Let us hold their line. Everyone will go around them. It's just a bit of a speed difference in this class to the KA3 Masters, but old Gus Mathers is hanging on to the back of Hudson Heath. Hudson just come back from the Rotax World Finals, helping out big Tezza Hanley over in Bahrain, which he wouldn't want to be right now, but great circuit over there. So good to see Tez do well over there with Team Australia and Harry leading the way. But good to see Hudson back in the kart. Coming up having a run with the boys. Pretty sure he's down from Sydney way. So there is word on the street that Chris Bolton has found himself a DD2. So it looks like Chris Bolton's on the comeback next club day. Showed me the kart and the trailer earlier on, so that will be good for a laugh, although he'll still have it. Hudson Heath now pulling away from Angus Mathers, but Adam Wood checked out. See you later. Hudson Heath lays down the fast time. That time, 49.113. So he's got it dialed in towards the end. Still Dan Hutchison in fourth. Jason Smith in fifth. Duffy in sixth. Jumpy leading the way from Jeremy Knight and KA3 Masters. From Lawson, Clifford, Young, Dawson. And unfortunately, one president sitting in the starters box, not going any further. Might need Tass to jump on the seat and drive Scott's kart for him, maybe. Seems to be struggling this weekend. Last lap coming up for Woody. He's kept it on the black stuff this time. Hudson Heath brings the gap down to 2 seconds. Then Angus Mathers, Dan Hutchison, Jason Smith, Steph Duffy. Jumpy's also doing a good job. Actually starting up some of his own class right now, but like I said, this class is on trial, so any dad that wants to have a go, someone like maybe Troy Hoey, jump in a kart, race KA3 Masters. Oh, look out. The president's got the checkered flag. Supposed to be racing in this race, but he's doing the old tanking and saving his tyres for the final. But he gives the checkered flag out to Woody. And Hudson Heath in second. Gus just hangs on for third. Dan Hutchison comes in fourth. Jason Smith and the Lando Norris in fifth. Steph Duffy in sixth. Good to see the Bit of a different side to the president. You can take a laugh when he has a bad day. Now go back and fix your kart properly. We'll have to stick Tash or Raylene in there. I don't know what's going to happen there, but can't do any worse than what Scotty's doing right now. KA3 Masters are finished with Jumpy ahead of Knight, Lawson, Clifford. As we see one Scott Cleveland doing the walk of shame. Back to the pits. Someone in Birrell Lands clearly got some things they don't like about Scotty, changing back to the Soddy. So we'll see. He'll come back for the third heat, no doubt, starting from the back. If anyone can do it, the president can. We'll be back shortly.
Here with young Maddie, Cadet 9 racer, having a crack tomorrow at Ipswich. Do you prefer the wet or the dry weather? Because it could be either tomorrow.
I think dry.
Don't like racing in the wet at all?
Oh, I like racing in the wet. Yeah, I just like dry more.
Fair enough. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, can be from any sport or any motorsport, who would be your pick to race against?
I would definitely lose, but probably Lando Norris.
I think we would all lose to Lando.
We're back. Big field, tag restricted Masters 28. Missing the Barnett boys this weekend. Not sure where they are. Haven't missed the race meeting since they started, but just know they're missing off the list. So it'll be the 18 of Mark Robinson off pole from Lemon, Brown, Johns, Donnelly, Soward, Sattler. Pete Sattler's up and running. Thompson, Fletcher, Reed, Godfrey, Bolton, Robinson. How many Robinsons can be in one race? Scott Campbell, Rab Jones out of 15. See if DV's got that thing wound up to move forward. Galt, Brogan, another Robinson, 3 of them. Highland, Hicks, Rudy Farkas, Brazier, Regan Payne. Should be able to move his way forward there. Russell, Wadding, Donald, Askew and Phillips as we go through. Expecting big things from Regan Payne out of this one. Although running the 68's probably not going to do themselves any favours. Can we get a start first time round? Yes, we can. Nice and slow. Whoa, Rab Jones down the grass. Thought he was doing a bit of lawn mowing. Regan going around there. Regan's had a great start from what I can see. It's changed about 10 positions. Out in front, but it's a pole sitter. Mark Robinson out in front. There's all sorts going on in the background, but he's out of here in the arrow. Johns looks like he's following through from third to be in second. Regan Payne still trying to slice through the field. Sattler's up there because you can't miss him. He's quite bright. Up the ins. Oh, Cops one. Bit of talent ran out down there. But we're away with Robinson leading the way from Johns, Soward, Donnelly, Sattler, Reed, Thompson, Brown, Campbell. Regan Payne up to 11th. Great start from Regan, expect nothing less. 23rd up to 11th. He's moved up 12 spots in one lap. Let's hope Regan doesn't do Regan things and go backwards. He's back up the inside of Video Pro. having a great run in this field. At the front, but it's closing out the first three. Regan Payne's up to about 6 or 7. He's had an awesome run. Give him credit here. Up the front, but I think you find us John's out in front. And it is from Robinson and Soward. Donnelly, Sattler, Payne. 23rd up to 6th position. Chasing down Sattler. No one brighter in a go-kart than Pete Sattler. Out in the front part. It's Johns who's starting to pull away. Payne going for the move at Video Pro. Got the Tony kart dialed in today. Front four, but they're quite close. Let's see what he can do. Rudy Farkas on a charge in the background too. It's on down the back straight. But at the front, it's Johns clearing out. Soward, Robson. One of the three. Donnelly, Payne lays down the purple. Sattler, Highland, Rab Jones. 15th up to 8th. DV will be happy with that. Reed, Campbell, Thompson, Robinson. Change this race to the Robinson Cup. But it's Steve Johns clearing out. Power Republic out the front. Soward in second. Regan Payne's charging hard on third and fourth. As third moves in, fourth moves in, Donnelly, that'll be over Robson. Regan takes a piece of it at the same time. Now in a fourth. So it's Johns and Soward. Donnelly and Payne. Robson, Sattler still sitting there. Rab Jones up to 7th now, up 8 spots. Got the Praga working well. See what Regan can do from third. He's jumping to third now. See if he can chase these front two down. Still got 3 minutes to go. I'd expect him to do it. As Rab Jones is now trying to track down Sattler as well. And Highland trying to jump on the back of it, but Steve Johns, Gavin Soward getting hunted down by Regan Payne, who, have to give him credit, has had one of his best drives I've seen for a while, keeping it together. Somehow it's still straight with no marks on it. But he can come from 23rd in the grid to take this victory. Be one of his best runs I've seen. Looks like he might even have a go down the back straight this time, but can't quite get there. Still 2 minutes to go, so plenty of time for Regan to make the move, which will be on this lap, I would have thought, coming in a turn 1 and 2 this time round. Oh, gets the wave by. Someone saw the 68 coming and thought, that's Walton, I'm out of here. Opening the door for Regan Payne, who's only there because of his mentor, Sammy Houston, giving him all the tips of what to do to win a race. He's now hunting down Steve Jones. Won't believe his eyes when he sees the green monster behind him. Might be time to step it back up to tag open, young fella. But anyway, he goes down the back straight. Let's hope this guy doesn't wave him past, make him earn it. Still got, there's going to be 2 laps to go after this. If I'm Steve Jones, I'm running the white line. Regan sticks up the inside, gets the job done. What a race. Started out of 23rd. Is now winning the race in 6.5 minutes. incredible drive. Rabs has worked his way up too. He's up to 5th. He's going to have a crack at 4th. What a drive from 15th as well. Tell you what, the mentorship from Sammy Houston here, how to win a race. Regan Payne is all over it. Rabs is getting close. Last lap coming up. Regan Payne has a look at his team. Probably should concentrate on the track a bit more. Rabs now working hard on Donnelly. Should be able to get this done, I would have thought, on the last lap, but it's not going to be easy. The rest of the field spread out. It's going to happen. It's going to be a video pro. It's 22 in the Praga kart. Getting a hand from DV this weekend. Can't do it there. Wrong side there, Rabs. That's not going to work for you. But going for the switch back onto the back straight. No, he's got him around the outside. Great job. Moves himself up to 4th from 15th, up 11 spots. Great race, but hats off, all jokes aside, Regan Payne. Someone's lost a wheel in the background. 23rd to 1st place. Well done, great race. Jones comes in 2nd. Soward 3rd. Rab Jones from 15th to 4th. Donnelly, Highland, Sattler, Robinson, Campbell, Rudy Farkas. Another great drive. 21st up to 10th. Not bad for a bloke of Rudy's age. Unfortunately, one of our competitors has lost a rear tyre coming out of RHQ. So he needs to investigate his pit crew, what's happened there. Or it's sheer to start off one of the two, but he will need the buggy to pick him up. So great drive again from Regan, picking up 22 spots. Should see him and Aaron Rab Jones off the front of the grid for Heat 2, Heat 3 later today. We're lucky the rain is still held off. At the 125 tag, Chris Robbo Robinson titles. Ipswich Kart Club round 2 of the championship this weekend. We'll be back once this kart's cleaned up off the track. Can't beat those bargains.
But good pick. So you're a McLaren girl?
Yeah, or Oscar Piastri.
Are you going to be watching the race on Sunday?
Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think maybe getting every corner right and perfecting everything.
Everyone we've interviewed has said exactly that same thing. You got to stitch the whole lap together, don't you?
Yeah.
And how do you reckon you're going to go tomorrow? Am I going to give you a trophy come tomorrow night?
Ooh, maybe.
I hope I do. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
First race, Washer Trucks, Oscar Hannock took a clear victory, but it was Turnbull that had the pace. Just didn't have the, made a few mistakes himself and dropped himself back down the pack. So it'll be interesting to see how we go in this one. Geordie Butler, the rain came down towards the end of the last race, which scattered the field a little bit. Oliver Williamson still there with Cody swinging the spanners. But the sun looks like it's coming out, so rain again's gone away. Full field of drivers here. Great turnout, great to see full field of Cadet 12 and a full field of KA Junior, 3 Junior. So it's great for the Ipswich Kart Club to have their young kids stocked up, ready to head to seniors shortly. This class here has a lot of difference from a 12-year-old to a 15-year-old, so a bit of testosterone flying around from young to older kids in this class. I'm presuming young Ollie will be one of the youngest ones out here, but see if we can get a start straight away. And we do, we're away. Into turn one. Oh no, this is not going to end well. Hannick's gone, but he's recovered. Not sure what's happened there. Missed. Someone's maybe got the back of him. That could have been a lot worse than what it was, so it's great to see everyone get through there without anyone getting hurt. Well, we've got another one coming together. We've lost a wheel at the back there. Someone's lost a wheel. Coming. There's action everywhere here. It's on in Video Pro as well. It's not sure if the slow balls will come out to get that kart moved or that tyre moved, but we'll leave that up to the officials. Out in front. Looks like it's Geordie Butler. And it's the 99 who's lost a wheel. It's Alan Wu, but back out in front. It's Butler from Leggett, Petroni, Turnbull, Losco, Larson, Jamison, Luciani, Smith, Evans. Your top 10, a bit different than what we started with. We've lost Oscar Hannick, I think, in that first lap. We've also lost Ollie. I think he's recovered down the pack. He has. He's dropped all the way to 36th. So not the greatest result. But good character building. But again, it's Geordie Butler from H Sport in the Tony Kart, leading the way from AJ Leggett. Cruz Petroni up from Sydney. Fast man again, purple, Ethan Turnbull. Lucas Losco, who I am presuming is hooked up with the Losco family. Macadamia nut farmer up in Bundaberg, Troy Losco. Great name in karting. Monty Jamison up to 6th. Lost a couple of the front runners here, but like I say, sometimes qualifying doesn't sort all things out. Should have just left it at random draw. Out the front. Turnbull still the fastest lap, but it's Butler who's up the front in the last race, and if he can hold it together here, we'll be in a good spot to start on pole for the next round in Heat 3. By keeping him honest, it's Leggett and Petroni. Butler goes purple now. Turnbull straight away back at him, 51 dead. 1 second behind him. Losco, Jamison. Luchiti, Larson, Smith, Evans. I dare say that Ollie's actually pulled into the pits and is out of this race. I'm actually trying to work out whether Oscar Hannick's also pulled in. No, Oscar Hannick is still running around. He's back in 22nd. So this will be a charge. Started off pole. There he is going through Video Pro now. So he'll have on a mission to get himself back going again. Out front, hasn't changed. Still the 3. Butler, Leggett, Petroni. Petroni's probably slightly catching them. Although Leggett's is stuck in a purple lap. Again outdone by Leggett, by Turnbull. Times are so close, but it's all within thousandths of a second of each other. Turnbull hasn't been able to close that gap to Petroni. Hannick back up to 21st. He would have dropped down to dead last, I would have thought. So good recovery. The number 5 Washit truck, Charger. Yeah, not sure what happened at the start. Saw a go-kart up the back of him, so there's been a touch with someone, but I'm sure there was an issue the officials have sorted out, but it's now Turnbull starting to hunt down Petroni. It's going to be a four-way battle shortly. Sorry, Leggett's already got him. So it's Leggett and Petroni and Butler. That's why Turnbull's able to close the gap. Leggett's made the move. Petroni's come through with him and put Butler back to third. So see if he can get his racecraft. A few signals from Harry and Max and get him back into the chase. He's still there. AJ Leggett's put a couple of kart lengths on them. But again, it's Turnbull with a purple lap. He's chasing hard. Start off the pole position. It's going to become a four-way battle shortly. Still a minute 50 to go, so still a good 4 laps in this. And again, Turnbull, purple, 50.477. Losco, Jamison, with Chitty all in a row together for 5th, 6th and 7th. So there's 2 battle packs going on right now. You got the front 4 and then you got the next 3. All it takes is a bit of fighting and it'll become a train of 7. So these 3 are smart enough, they'll push each other through and hopefully the front guys start to fight. Still a minute 10 to go. Doing 50 seconds, there's still going to be 3 laps to go after this. Leggett slowly etching away. Losco, Jamison, with Chitty all still sitting in the battle. Purple Man, Turnbull, sitting there in 4th on the back of Slater. Is he willing to make a move, or is he going to wait for Slater to make the move on Petroni instead? Leggett's doing a good job out in front, just keeping the 4-5 kart length gap. Feel like Slater's going to make a move shortly or he's going to get swallowed up here. Doesn't quite have it under brakes. There's Turnbull, but he's trying. There's probably another kart length extension at the front for Leggett. Just keeps pushing away. Boys down at CXR will be excited watching. Holding his own against some good class field here. Losco's etched away from the next battle pack. But looks like it's Slater slowly dropping back. If Turnbull wants to move up to the front too, he's going to have to make a move. Because after this is only 1 more lap. Hannick back up to 15th. Not a bad recovery from probably back in 30th somewhere after the start. Move's done. Turnbull in the 3rd on Slater. Now needs to hold it. 1 lap to go. Sure, Slater will want that position back. But it's Leggett out the front for CXR. Showing the way. Great drive from Petroni. Sitting there in 2nd. Sure, Tom will be happy with that one. Turnbull's holding off Slater for 3rd, so it looks like it's set that way, but 5th, 6th and 7th is not over yet. It's Losco trying to hold out Jamison. Down the back straight. This Turnbull with some legs down the straight will run out of him, but unless he makes a move in the left hand in H-Sport, but Troni's awake to it and covers. But your winner, great race. CXR Racing, 64, Leggett takes the victory. Troni hangs on for 2nd. Turnbull 3rd. Butler back. Losco, Chitty, Jamison, Larson, Smith and Evans rounds out your 10. Oscar Hannick moving back up to 13th. So he's picked up probably a good 15, 20 spots after being sent to the back. Been interesting 3rd and 4th race with a couple of hard charges like Ollie Williamson to come from the back of the pack, but it'll make great racing in a full field. We'll get these karts cleaned up and we're back out with the next class.
there's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
But again, after qualifying, it'll be Kai Burke and Geordie Slater on the front row. Flynn and Norris. Greenberry, the winner from round one. Campbell, Reed, Brown, Johnson, Reading. Reading come from 10th up to 4th on the last one with the rain hit. Stimson, Dagg, Marshall, Bennett, Ryan Orman. Hopefully he's dusted it off after putting it in the tyre wall after the race last time. Keys, Clark, Newton. Wasco, Lagarde, Hughes. Sammy Houston out 22. Needs to take a leaf out of Regan's book here. Mortensen, Jones. Quish, Riley, Buckley, Markison, Braxton Regan. I'm presuming Markison's using this as a trial run. Don't normally see him at the back. Wait and see what happens, but there's a couple of people at the back. I'm presuming use this as a test session. Normally there. But at the moment, it's Birrell versus Tony Kart front. Well, it's hard to know what Kart Tyler's on, but I'm not sure. It changes a bit. But Tyler obviously got his own race team here with his own charges. Back in the seat, good to see. Showed the young kids how to do it in the first one. Let's see what happens in the second one when it stays dry. It's looking good so far. Nice controlled pace. See the officials like it. We're away. Turn 1, here we go. Kai Burke again gets the jump. So we can all make it out of turn 2 by the looks of it. A couple of hang-ups from turn 3, but at this stage, it's Kai Burke and Flynn. Geordie Slater's missed the jump there. Tyler Greenbury hasn't, up into 4th. He's up 1 spot. Definitely youth experience in 3rd and 4th right now. Out in front, Kai Burke's gone. Trent will be sending out all sorts of signals to him, I'm sure. Tyler Greenbury up the inside. Moves his way into 3rd. Geordie hangs on to 4th, but doesn't want to give that up. Norris tries, but again shuts the door. Geordie Slater says, no, thank you. You're not coming in there. So it's Burke, Flynn, Greenbury, Slater, Norris, Johnson, Reed, Stimson, Marshall, Campbell. Rounds out your 10. Like I said, Hamish definitely has the Vortex engine on. Working his way through, getting that faster and faster. But it's Burke, Flynn, and Greenbury breaking away from the pack. Fortunately, Norris having a couple of goes at Slater's push them back. There's a big line of karts behind it, so one pass move can push it back a bit. But again, it's Burke still keeping the gap from Flynn and Greenbury. Slater and Norris still going at it. Slater holding his own. It's Greenbury the fast lap, 49.4, all over the back of Flynn. So I'd expect a move shortly from Tyler. And there it is in the video pro. Doesn't muck around, knows he's got to get to chase Kai Burke down. Already put a couple of car lengths on Flynn. Slater still holding off Norris. Not much is changing back there. Hamish trying to get through. Well, and we've lost Slater and Norris again. They've come together. I think they come together in the first race. So the stewards are going to have to look at that one. But it's Burke on Greenbury. Greenbury again doing the fastest lap of the race. But both of them will be able to get going, I think, by the looks of it. Both Norris and Slater. Whoa, one's gone completely airborne over the inside. I don't even know who that was. About 4 metres off the air. But I'm sure the stewards will be looking into the Slater-Norris incident. But it's Greenbury hunting down Kai Burke down the back straight. Kai's quite tall. I know that feeling. You punch a big hole in the air. And Tyler's making the most of it. Unfortunately, Flynn can't quite hang on, but there is a huge amount of karts into each other at the back. From about 8th place down to 20th. But again, Greenbury cracks in the 48s, 48.994. Now in the back of Burke. Goes to show, doesn't matter how old you get, you still got talent. Tyler's been one of Australia's best karters throughout his career with multiple national championships. Some of the best races I've seen has had Tyler involved. Pierce, Lahane, Dave, Sierra, there's been all sorts of guys he's fought over the years. Right now he's chasing Trent Mercer's charger, Kai Burke. Down the back straight in the H-Sport. Is he going to do it here? Yes. The locals move. In the left-hander of H-Sport, back onto onside, onto the front straight. Greenbury now leading from Burke and Flynn. Reed still sits in 4th. Johnson, Reading has moved his way back from 10th to 6th. Marshall, Stimson, Hughes, Brown. Orman's up to 11th. Campbell's dropped back to 13th. Norris is back up to 18th. Sammy Houston, you got some work to do. You're still back in 24th. Slater's still working his way through. but it's Greenbury. Again, taking it and gone. Burke trying. Flynn can't bridge the gap either. Reed sitting in his own little race right now. Not much going on. But like I say, everyone wants to keep using X30s. Tyler Greenbury has got the Rotax singing. Brent Reading also got the Rotax on. Like I said, you can use 3 different motors all on show here in this class. The X30, the Vortex and the Rotax. So Rotax on top right now. With Greenbury, followed by Kai Burke. A fair few X30s. And then it'll be Johnson and Reading will be the next Rotaxes. So Rotax is quite strong today in the Open, which is why they've got a new restricted plate coming for the restricted classes, which you'll find a big difference. But Burke's not letting Greenbury go here. He's keeping him honest. The Rotax will give you the mid-range that the X30 doesn't. X30 will always pull out the corner better. But the Rotax is known for its mid-corner, mid-range, and that's what's helping Tyler right now. As he's just slowly getting far away. Still got the purple lap time. Sort of selling itself down out there after a bit of a hectic start. As Norris and Slater, they're trying to fight their way back through. I'm sure there might be some bent karts after that incident, but earlier on. But it's still, again, 25 seconds to go. So 2 laps to go. It's Greenbury, Burke, Flynn. Reading has got Johnson. The Rotax is battling away there. Marshall, Stimson, Hughes, Brown, Orman still in 11th. Rotax, X30, 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 Rotax. The top 6 is split where it counts, but Rotax is in front. Kai Burke not letting go, but it's keeping the same distance between these two. It's been 4 tenths now for a couple of laps. They'll be coming up to face the last lap board. Jai Flynn sitting in pretty lonely old 3rd place there by himself. It's back out to 6 tenths now, so last lap I wouldn't expect Kai Burke to push too hard. Greenbury, although Greenbury goes fast again, 48.930 last lap. So Tyler's still pushing hard. Interesting to see how much tyre they use to get where they're getting, but tyre's pretty good to hang on for a club day. Reading's moved from 10th to 5th, so he's picked up 5 spots. I would expect him to start grid 3. Should be Greenbury off pole, Kai Burke off 2nd, and Reading I would have thought, or Flynn would be 3rd and 4th for the 3rd heat. Checker flag at the ready again. The 66. Tyler Greenbury takes the win. Kai Burke in 2nd. Flynn 3rd. Reed 4th. Reading 5th. Johnson 6th. Marshall. Hughes in 7th. Marshall in 8th. Stimson 9th. Orman steps up to be 10th. Will be a great battle in the next round when they're a bit closer together right now, but we should be heading towards a lunch break, so we'll see how that goes, and we'll see if Heat 3 after that.
Okay, I'm here with young Brock from Talk Karting, a proud sponsor of our live stream that you're watching now today on YouTube. So, Brock, how's it all going at Talk Karting? Very busy man.
Yeah, it's going awesome. We've pretty busy this year. We've got all kart brands on board. If you need any parts or components, we've got you all covered here. From Paralyn, Birrell, KR, pretty much everything karting related, you can get it here.
Perfect. And you're set up just here at the end of the in-grid, which is your favourite posse. You go to the other clubs as well too. You go to Toowoomba and Warwick, is that right?
Yeah, we go to Toowoomba and Warwick as well as Ipswich, so pretty busy months. But yeah, heaps of fun, and you can find us right here just off the outgrid near the tech area.
Cool. And brands of karts that you have parts for and sell? Obviously, you're right from start to finish. You can buy the whole chassis right through to all the spare parts. So what's your favourite brand?
Oh, I can't pick favourites. But yeah, definitely whatever you need, just hit us up and send us a message on Facebook, Instagram, or just give me a call and we'll get you covered.
Perfect. Good man. Thank you very much for your support. All the best, and means lots to the club. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks. Cheers, mate. Okay, I'm here with Levi Dossel, and mate, a couple of quick questions for you before you go out for your last practice session tonight. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow with any driver in the world, who would it be? Who would you like to race against?
Jai Flynn.
There's a stitch-up going on here. It's the second person to say that. Jai, you're very, very popular, apparently. Trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
Horsepower.
Need more power?
Yep. Nah. You'd probably go, need a better mechanic.
Dad's copped a spray as well. He's spraying everybody. Well done. Love it. Okay, well, all the best for tomorrow. Hope it goes well. Have you brought a new Ipswich Kart Club shirt?
No.
Why not?
I've run out of money.
Jai Flynn brought 4.
Oh, I'll go grab one off him.
That's the man. Excellent. All the best tomorrow. Good job. Okay, we're here with Chris Walton, legend of the sport, who's had a bit of a change lately and started his own thing, Chris Walton Motorsport. Do you want to give us a quick rundown on your offering, where and when, and how people get in contact with you?
Yeah, we just decided to start out and do sort of more the beginner side of the sport, where just starting out and you don't know actually anything about the sport, so we're just trying to train that side of things up out here on Wednesday nights and some training days out here on weekends, and just keeping it local, Warwick, Toowoomba, Kalula. Yeah, and just sort of starting out with the basics, to be honest with you. I think that's where the hole is at the moment, and trying to do it at affordable rates for everyone, so it's not cost them a fortune to go racing. And then also still do their own things on the race meetings with their family, so they get that family time instead of being inside race teams and getting tied up with all the mess.
So they can basically engage you right from the get-go, or they could just take you on a bit of a roving mechanic or advice point of view on a race day that I could engage you, for example, and you might just come around and give me a bit of data help or mechanical help on the setup on my kart?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just want to stick to the basics. I don't want to get tied up in what I had before. It was just been there, done that. So we're just going to stick to the basics and try and help everyone enjoy their racing.
Yeah, and obviously very, very important. It's something we do well here at Ipswich Kart Club with our come and try days, and then we put on other days that sort of help them learn and so on. But obviously with the race meetings the way they are, it's hard to keep them under our wing as such. So obviously that's something that is great for you to be able to jump in and help them out.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll utilise the during the week to, for the less track time and stuff, where the race meetings are massive. So, but also still got all that P-plate stuff that you guys do here as well. So which is awesome for them, and it speeds the learning curve up.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, all the best. And how do people get in contact with you?
Yeah, just on Instagram or things like that, and just send us a message, or I'm always at the track. So.
Yeah, he's always at the track, and we're sharing your stuff on our Facebook page as well. So you want to get in contact with Chris, have a chat to him about what you need from start to finish. He's your man. Cheers, pal. Okay, I'm here with Craig and Jeremy, our initial races or inaugural races in the new class KA3 Masters that we're running here at Ipswich this weekend. A bit of a trial run, but how are you guys looking for tomorrow? Are you excited?
Yeah, very excited. It's going to be great fun.
I'm excited, unfit, old, slow.
So how did this all come about? Obviously, you've hit me up 12 months ago and with a wild dream. Why don't you just explain to everyone how it all came about and why you decided to push me on it?
Yep, well, it came about because when it came to the KA3 Junior karts, when the children moved on to seniors or moved on to KA2, the karts were left behind. So us dads thought, what a great idea, let's kind of steal our kids' karts and let's go racing.
And how long has it been since you guys have put your bum in the go-kart?
It's the same suit, but 29 years ago.
And you still fit in the same suit?
Same suit.
I can't fit in the suit that I had a year ago, so you guys are doing very, very well.
I don't fit in my suit. So as a little bit of a tidbit of information, Craig and I raced each other at Orman Park back in 1992. Today will be the first day that we'll be racing each other again since that date.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Are you going to survive? Because you're on track with us, obviously, so we're going to put you guys at the back of the DD2 class. Are we going to come around and lap you, do you think?
Hopefully not.
Some of us. Hopefully not us.
I don't have any wets.
Well, that was one of my questions. Do you prefer racing in the wet or dry? I've been asking everyone all day that, but given you guys haven't been racing for so long, I will ask, wet or dry, what do you prefer?
I've no idea about wet weather tyres because it was all slicks back in our day, and it was fun this morning running around when it was a bit wet, back in the old days.
Yep. Yeah, I'm hoping it's wet. It's going to be great.
I'm sort of hoping it's wet as well, but unfortunately I think it's going to be one of those days that's dry, wet, and it's going to be a bit of a day for setup. Okay, well, all the best tomorrow, guys. Hope it goes well. I'll see you on the outgrid. And
F-Dad, Formula Dad.
Formula Dads, very good. Well, all the best. I hope it goes well and hope we don't have any broken ribs or any serious injuries.
Hopefully not.
Scotty, see you on the track.
See you there. Thanks, guys. Okay, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club. I'm here with Dimmer and Geordie Slater. So a couple of questions for you boys. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think most club days, it's when we do the reverse grids or just a random grid more so. So if you get placed right at the back and maybe you're someone that's maybe a bit faster, you've got to learn how to get through the field.
But you're qualifying tomorrow in tag?
Yeah, that's correct. So qualifying, it's a bit different. I think it's good practice for when we go to the big events. So I think we'll learn as much as we can from it.
Feel like if you mess up one corner around this track, it doesn't set you up well for the next one. Like, say you mess up the corner before the back straight, your entire run for the back straight's gone.
And big fields too, so you make that mistake, you're going to get gobbled up real quick, you lose 3 or 4 spots real quick. Do you prefer the wet or dry racing tomorrow? Who knows, could be anything. Wet or dry, what's your preference?
I think for my go-kart and my motor's sake, I prefer the dry weather.
Definitely wet.
You like the wet? Nice. Excellent. Wet on slicks, or would you rather be out there on wet tyres?
Wet on slicks, mate, way more fun.
Wet on slicks.
Agreed. So I'm here with Praga pilot, Ryan Orman. So Ryan, if you could be on the outgrid with any driver in the world, who would it be?
I think it'd be a tough one. I reckon the home Aussie fan, Oscar Piastri. I think it'd be a good experience to learn alongside of, I reckon.
Very good. And what's the trickiest part here for you racing at Ipswich?
Probably through from 1 to speedball. It's very technical, very twisty. You've got to nail it every time. If you miss it, and it's quite crucial. So I think that'd be the most difficult part.
Yeah, that's been a popular answer. A lot of people saying you stuff up one question, you lose half a lap.
Correct.
And if you had to describe your driving style in one word only, what would it be?
Smooth.
Nice. And wet or dry racing, what do you prefer? And you can give me an answer of you like slicks in the wet, or wets in the wet, or slick racing only, whatever you like.
No, I like the dry more than the wet.
You like what, sorry?
I like the dry more than the wet, so I'll rather dry.
And if you find yourself out on slicks out there and it starts raining, do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun, but you just got to be very patient and smooth.
Cool, thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're here with Ryan, who's racing in tag this weekend in his FA kart. Ryan, wet or dry racing? It could be either tomorrow or today when everyone's watching this. What do you prefer?
Normally the wet, preferably. Always love the wet. Always been quicker, but looking forward to the dry just to show the pace if I have it. Other than that, hopefully wet.
Take it as it comes.
Yeah.
Are you one of these ones that launch a kart straight over the flip-flop in the wet weather?
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
Is that the fastest way?
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't pay for your chassis, do you?
No, pretend like I'm 16 because I am, and pretend like Dad pays for it is my whole goal. Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich, do you think?
Trickiest? Just the raw fitness is probably the hardest part, but once you get over that, it's just laps. Every lap hurts, but you get used to it.
The more you do it, the more your body gets used to it. Yeah. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, who would be your pick to race against?
Jai Flynn.
Jai Flynn?
Really? Just to take him out.
Yeah.
Hate that guy.
You'd take him out?
Hate him.
Yeah, he said the same thing about you when I interviewed him as well. So, okay, mate, well, all the best for tomorrow. Send it. Hopefully it's dry for you. If not, I'll be looking for you launching over the flip-flop in the wet.
Always.
Enjoy.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Okay, I'm here with young Maddie, Cadet 9 racer, having a crack tomorrow at Ipswich. Do you prefer the wet or the dry weather? Because it could be either tomorrow.
I think dry.
Don't like racing in the wet at all?
Or I like racing in the wet. Yeah, I just like dry more.
Fair enough. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, can be from any sport or any motorsport, who would be your pick to race against?
I would definitely lose, but probably Lando Norris.
I think we would all lose to Lando, but good pick. So you're a McLaren girl?
Yeah, or Oscar Piastri.
Are you going to be watching the race on Sunday?
Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think maybe getting every corner right and perfecting everything.
Everyone we've interviewed has said exactly that same thing. You got to stitch the whole lap together, don't you?
Yeah.
And how do you reckon you're going to go tomorrow? Am I going to give you a trophy come tomorrow night?
Ooh, maybe.
I hope I do. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm here with young Brock from Talk Karting, a proud sponsor of our live stream that you're watching now today on YouTube. So, Brock, how's it all going at Talk Karting? Very busy man.
Yeah, it's going awesome. We've pretty busy this year. We've got all kart brands on board. If you need any parts or components, we've got you all covered here. From Paralyn, Birrell, KR, pretty much everything karting related, you can get it here.
Perfect. And you're set up just here at the end of the in-grid, which is your favourite posse. You are going to the other clubs as well too. You go to Toowoomba and Warwick, is that right?
Yeah, we go to Toowoomba and Warwick as well as Ipswich, so pretty busy months. But yeah, heaps of fun, and you can find us right here just off the outgrid near the tech area.
Cool. And brands of karts that you have parts for and sell. Obviously, you're right from start to finish. You can buy the whole chassis right through to all the spare parts. So, what's your favourite brand?
Oh, I can't pick favourites, but yeah, definitely whatever you need, just hit us up and send us a message on Facebook, Instagram, or just give me a call and we'll get you covered.
Perfect. Good man. Thank you very much for your support. All the best, and means lots to the club. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks. Cheers.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
With Levi Dossel, and make a couple of quick questions for you before you go out for your last practice session tonight. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow with any driver in the world, who would it be? Who would you like to race against?
Jai Flynn.
There's a stitch-up going on here. It's the second person to say that. Jai, you're very, very popular, apparently. Trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
Horsepower.
Need more power?
Yep. Nah. You'd probably go... Need a better mechanic.
Dad's copped a spray as well. He's spraying everybody. Well done. Love it. Okay, well, all the best for tomorrow. Hope it goes well. Have you brought a new Ipswich Kart Club shirt?
No.
Why not?
I've run out of money.
Jai Flynn brought 4.
Oh, I'll go grab one off him.
That's the man. Excellent. All the best tomorrow. Good job.
sit down.
Okay, we're here with Chris Walton, legend of the sport, who's had a bit of a change lately and started his own thing, Chris Walton Motorsport. Do you want to give us a quick rundown on your offering, where and when, and how people get in contact with you?
Yeah, we just decided to start out and do sort of more the beginner side of the sport. We're just starting out and you don't know actually anything about the sport, so we're just trying to train that side of things up out here on Wednesday nights and some training days out here on weekends, and just keeping it local, Warwick, Toowoomba, Kalula. Yeah, and just sort of starting out with the basics, to be honest with you. I think that's where the hole is at the moment, and trying to do it at affordable rates for everyone, so it's not cost them a fortune to go racing. And then also still do their own things on the race meetings with their family, so they get that family time instead of being inside race teams and getting tied up with all the mess.
So they can basically engage you right from the get-go, or they could just take you on a bit of a roving mechanic or advice point of view on a race day that I could engage you, for example, and you might just come around and give me a bit of data help or mechanical help on the setup on my car?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just want to stick to the basics. I don't want to get tied up in what I had before. It was just been there, done that. So we're just going to stick to the basics and try and help everyone enjoy their racing.
Yeah, and obviously very, very important. It's something we do well here at Ipswich Kart Club with our come and try days, and then we put on other days that sort of help them learn and so on. But obviously with the race meetings the way they are, it's hard to keep them under our wing as such. So obviously that's something that is great for you to be able to jump in and help them out.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll utilise the during the week to, for the less track time and stuff, where the race meetings are massive. So, but also still got all that P-plate stuff that you guys do here as well. So which is awesome for them, and it speeds the learning curve up.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, all the best. And how do people get in contact with you?
Just on Instagram or things like that, and just send us a message, or I'm always at the track. So.
Yeah, he's always at the track, and we're sharing his stuff on our Facebook page as well. So you want to get in contact with Chris, have a chat to him about what you need from start to finish. He's your man. Cheers, pal.
racing in the creek, and I get KA3 Senior Heavy down to Heat 3 to the upright.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
Attention, Ipswich Kart Cadet Final.
Apologies for the delay, but we're back with KA3 Junior Heavy. Sometimes you just got to eat. So it's a good fight. Williams obviously to the front. Still 4.5 minutes to go, but it's probably a battle at the moment. Second, third and fourth. Williams is checked out. Dossel, Flack and Huth are all fighting each other. Williams sets a fast lap, 51.587. Williams has definitely got this torque kart dialed in. The boy's doing a good job there. He's checking out second, third and fourth. Lana will try and find, if she can't find a way, it's already on there. He's trying to have a go. So Huth through on Flack. Now he's going to start charging down. Try and pick up the second spot. The field's pretty strung out. The actions were sitting around that third, fourth spot, and fifth, sixth and seventh. Williams holding the fastest lap. Now Flack's got a push. Williams again, 51.292, sets the fastest lap again. What the boys are doing in there, they got it checked in really well. Second, third and fourth, the battle's on. Lana's still at the back, but knowing her, she's going to want to be in second position shortly. Seth Hughes sitting in between her, achieving that. And Dossel in second spot. So he's got the kart set up here to go the distance. As it looks like Raf's got back into fifth and pulled away for Meaton and Neil. Carquette right, Baxter running out the 10. It's Williams again. Flack starting to drop off a little bit. As Huth scored up to Dossel, so it's on for second and third. Still with 2.5 minutes to go, plenty of time. Flack will be hoping they start the fight to keep in touch with what's going on. Fifth, sixth and seventh to spread themselves out. Eighth and ninth, the battle's still going on. Rest of the field strung out nicely as the 27 pulls in. Must have some issues. Lana Flack is pushing hard, but Tyler Greenberry, he's got his charger in fifth spot right now. These guys start fighting. It won't take much for him to catch up. Again, Williams, 51.291, 1/1000th different than the last lap. So not only is the kart dialed in, he's running a consistent time. Lap in, lap out. That's how you get the advantage of 1.7 seconds. I would expect the next three to start doing some moves shortly. Oscar Target will get the signals going shortly to tell his charger to have a crack. Because if he doesn't, you'll have Lana Flack having a go himself. So with just over a minute to go, see if he's got anything for this. Like I said, 5th, 6th and 7th, even 8th and 9th, it's all spread out now. So the action's sitting in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Going across the line, there's going to be at least, I'd say, 3 laps left to do something about this. But again, Williams, 51.182, goes quicker again. Has that set up perfectly from the KA3 Junior Heavy. Definitely one of the main ones for state titles this year in this class. Haven't seen many better at the moment. But it's the battle. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's been sitting stagnant, but someone's got to make a move shortly. So Huth's got some top end. But with that, he'll be lacking the bottom. This time he's a bit closer. But there's still 6 seconds to go, so they'll do 2 more laps. Turn 2 could be on. And he does. Puts it in there. Nice move. Locals man Flack goes through with him too, so it also goes from 2nd to 4th. And it's up to Huth to see if he can hold back Flack. And hopefully Flack starts fighting and he gets away. That's what he'll be hoping for. I think Lana's going to give it away that easily. And bang, she's in. Video Pro's the choice this weekend for passing moves. Again, this is what Tyler Grimby wants for his charger in 5th. Keep fighting, he says. Raff's chasing them down, so Flack's now gone away. Huth's now going to go from 2nd to 4th. No. Big on the brakes. It's Flack now in 2nd. Last lap. I have a feeling it's not going to finish this way. The boys are going to push hard. And Lana will be trying to hold her own, and she does. Cuts the front off into turn 1. Greenbury's charger's coming. Last lap might not be enough unless there's more fighting going on with these guys, but Lana Flack has come from 4th to 2nd. Josh Williams again checked out. With the fighting going on, is now 4 seconds up the road. Lana Flack looks like she might just have enough. It's the Talk Karting, one of Ipswich Kart Club sponsors. Driver, Josh Williams, who'll take the checkered flag for the 3rd time in a row this weekend. And Lana Flack hangs on. 2nd place, Huth 3rd, Dossel 4th. Rafa in 5th. Then Neil Minton in 7th, right. Baxter in Carquette rounds out the 10. Quite spread out that field, but everyone's a finisher, so that's good. And we're back shortly with the next race. Cadet 12, Heat 3, full field. Been seeing great racing from these guys and girls. After the 2 heats combined points, we'll see Ricardo Johnson on pole alongside Carter Grother. Paige Flack, keeping the boys honest with Fuller. Ray, Roski, Robinson, Carson. Young Kenny's up in 9th, great spot. Campbell in the 10. OJ, after a few problems earlier on, is in 11th. Felix. Sim in 12th. Bell, Warmier, Plot. Shot 15 as we go through the cut-through. Parents are out in the track. Someone around the outside trying to find the position, which is fine until we come across the red line, which they've done. Great job. Great pace at the front with these two boys. Be important to get the lead. They're a bit quick, but they're away. Ricardo Johnson's got the jump on Carter. And Flack's trying to go around the outside. Oh, we've got one around, who luckily spears off out of the way. Or as we're all through. It's Ricardo Johnson and Flack. Whoa. Got a couple off here. Hopefully they're all right. Parents are heading over to make sure that's okay. Got one that can't continue, but hopefully he's all right. Back bar's off it anyway, so unfortunately that'll be Harlan Bell. So unfortunately Harlan won't see any more part of this. But out in front, it's Flack who's got away to the front. Ahead Ricardo Johnson, Carter Grother, Oscar Ray and Fuller's your top 5. So it's a 6-way battle at the front. Lukey Robinson in 7th. He'll be trying to catch the back of that train as well after earlier instance. Has put him in the back of the pack further than he wanted to be. But it's Fuller trying to go up to 4th. But Flack leads the way. Everyone else has stretched themselves out. But it's Flack out in front, showing the boys how it's done. Down the H-Sport corner. We got Johnson and Grother chasing her hard and starting to break away from 4th spot of Fuller. Carter Grother, 54.547 goes purple. So Carter's on the hunt. So it's the front 3. Then it's Fuller by themselves. And then Lukey's got himself in a battle there with 4 others. With Ray Borowski and Carson. There's 4 of them vying for it. There's a bit of a touch coming out of RHQ. But it's Flack who's got a couple of kart lengths on Johnson. So I think Carter's going to have to make a move here shortly. But all while they're doing this, Fuller's catching. The fastest lap at the moment is Luke Robinson coming through the pack. Again, we've got Flack, Ricardo Johnson, Grother. Grother again the fastest lap. 54.251. Johnny will be biting his fingernails. Needs to make the move. Flack's not getting away though. Robinson, he's back up into 5th or 6th. It was a great start. All he needs is a bit of passing at the front. They'll all be together in a chain. So Fuller's got the lonely race in 4th, but one move, and he's on the tail of the top 3. Flack's exceptionally good through Video Pro Autobahn. Down the back straight, she pulls away. The boys catch her a little bit through the flip-flop. She's hoping they start battling shortly, but they're still the same. So it's Flack, 3 or 4 kart lengths. Johnson, Grother, Fuller. Borowski, Robinson. And Carter's got the move done. So Johnson's smart here, tuck in behind him and push back up to Flack. Fuller's try and jump on the back of the bandwagon while the other boys, the next 4, they're all fighting as well. If you're smart here, you'll just sit there and push Grother. Back up to Flack, then have the fight. Otherwise, you won't see that Flack will be gone. Fuller's just hanging in there and chasing hard at the same time. So have a look at the split this time. They come across the line because there's still 2.5 minutes to go. So still 4 or 5 laps to get done. Looks like Grother's definitely etched back into the lead that she pulled. So at the moment, it's 4 tenths. And it's Robinson, purple, in 6th place, laying down the fastest lap of the race. So Lukey's not mucking around. Just got to use a bit of brain and make sure he gets his passing done in the right spots. Certain spots and certain corners you can't do it here. Paige Flack doing awesome at the front. 2 boys haven't caught her anymore. If anything, she's probably pulled away. Lukey down at Autobahn. Robinson in now in 5th. A bit of clear air. See if he can punch more purple lap times out. Has a look behind. Knows he's all right. He can start concentrating now. Flack continues to dominate the front here. The boys cannot catch her. It was 4/10 last time. It's now 5/10. She's actually increased the lead a little bit. Great job punching her own air. Fuller's still sitting there in 4th. Lukey Robinson, he's got his way through to 5th. Got some clean air in front of him. See what he can do with that. But it's behind them. It's probably the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th battle going on too. There's 4 of them together chasing that one down. With 50 seconds left on the clock, so there'll be a couple of laps left. This gap actually looks like it's slightly extended, or it's going to be the same. They just can't bridge this gap. Grover's slowly starting to pull away. 6/10. She opens it up by another 1/10 of a second. Does Paige Flack. She now goes purple. She's not in the front. She's laying down the fastest laps. It's still on for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Again at the front. Flack has pulled away more. Robinson's starting to catch Fuller, but it's going to come last lap next time round. Not sure if Ricardo Johnson's got anything for Carter Grother either, but they're still tied together. Still going on for 8th, 9th and 10th. No one wants to give a spot away. Last lap. Coming up for Paige Flack. She's opened the gap even more. Carter has Johnson on his tail. Then Fuller and Lukey. Luke now goes purple. He's going to run out of laps, but he's got a fast kart. That's all he needs for the final. That's what we're all racing towards. The final 90 counts. All the racing here does nothing but lead towards a good grid spot for the final. Johnson is close enough to have a go. Not sure he's going to. If he is, it's going to be down the back straight. Carter will have to keep an eye out. Quick look behind, knows he's got a bit of motor down there too. Paige Flack, great drive. Showing the boys how it is done. Taking out the win for Heat 3, Cadet 12. Well done, Paige Flack. Carter Grother in 2nd, Johnson 3rd, Fuller 4th. Robinson, the fastest lap of the race, coming in 5th. Brovsky in 6th. Ray, Carson. Kenny finding herself back up there in 9th, and Balboa will round out the top 10. Just let everyone know you've probably got about half an hour before Tash winds up the sale of the shirts. So get them while they're hot. You can get the new shirts, $40. Free pair of socks. You're looking for that extra couple of tents, the socks will have it. Get in there and buy 3 shirts. Get a free backpack. Don't get that anywhere else but Ipswich Kart Club. Help support the club, it supports you. Tash is down there for another 30 minutes and then she's going home.
Hey, I'm here with Craig and Jeremy, our initial races or inaugural races in the new class KA3 Masters that we're running here at Ipswich this weekend. A bit of a trial run, but how are you guys looking for tomorrow? You excited?
Yeah, very excited. It's going to be great fun.
I'm excited, unfit, old, slow.
So how did this all come about? Obviously, you've hit me up 12 months ago and with a wild dream. Why don't you just explain to everyone how it all came about and why you decided to push me on it?
Yep, well, it came about because when it came to the KA3 Junior Karts, when the children
We're back. KA3 Senior. Fastest to the front. This will be interesting. Haven't got a grid sheet, but looks like it's possibly... Yeah, it's possibly Flynn and Penman by the looks of this. On the front row. Good speed so far. Let's see if they can get him away. Here we are. And we're racing. Flynn straight across trying to squeeze. Penman's got it, but in the turn 1, turn 2, everyone comes out. Looks like it's Penman, Flynn, Jace Matthews, Braxton Regan, Cooper Fish, top 5. Can't miss Fish with his pink gloves. It's on. Braxton Regan having a sneak look at Jace Matthews. Fish runs wide. Penman out in front. Had some purples lap times in Heat 1. So it's Penman, Flynn, Matthews, Regan, Fish, Fraser, Declan Matthews, Saragi, Burke. So Braxton Regan showing some good pace against Jace Matthews here. Would be one of the most, or would be the most experienced in this field. Zach Hurd should be somewhere as well. There he is going on the inside. Keegan Fraser running the new Formula K this weekend. So Hurdy's starting a bit further back, but will have the pace to come forward. Tom and Cody have that thing dialed in to come in at the end. But it's Penman and Flynn pulling away from Matthews, who runs wide coming out of H-Sport. Penman, Flynn, Matthews, Regan, Fish, Declan Matthews, Saragi, Burke, Hurd, Fraser. There's your 10. Jai Flynn, fast time, 51.130. But it's Matthews who's actually struggling right now out there in third. This is going to come on later in the race, or he's just struggling with a change they've done with some testing they're doing. Has a few karts lined up behind him. Hurd again on the inside. On Burke. So Hurd steaming through at the same time. And another. Saragi's now passing on the inside. It's all on down there. The sheep station's up for grabs. So the two at the front, but they're out of here. Flynn's actually got Penman, but if they're smart enough, they'll just keep pushing each other. The pace looks like it's starting to come to Matthews now. Then Regan, then Fish, then Declan Matthews, then Hurd. He's up to 7th. Haven't got a good shit in this one, but I think he started a fair way back, or definitely dropped back at the start. So Hurd's on the charge for the Tom Williamson stable. Probably one of the most unluckiest guys not to win the Australian Championship. Would definitely be the favourite heading in this year. As talked about on the Australian Kart podcast with Semi Houston and Harry. And the inside, Braxton Regan on Matthews. It's all sorts of hand signals going on out there. Hands on the wheels, boys. So it's a tussle now. 3rd, 4th, 5th. It's Declan now on the inside of Fish. Out the front, it's Flynn still. Jai Flynn again, 50.64, fast lap. Starting to pull a couple of cut lengths from Penman. But it's Regan that's showing the pace ahead of Matthews. Followed by little brother Matthews. Cooper Fish with the pink gloves. Hurdy's coming on strong. Just needs him to fight a bit more. But it's Flynn leading and the fastest lap. But Braxton Regan is actually showing a bit of pace this time. Penman's just hanging in there. Won't go away. Keeps putting the pressure on Flynn. It's just that yo-yo effect at the moment between the two of them. It's big brother, little brother. I'm assuming there's Rules, maybe not as he goes for a move in turn 2. There may be no rules. Maybe Craig's letting him have a go. Pretty sure Jace won't like getting past by his little brother. But it's Hurd's coming up behind Fish. Wants him to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Flynn's another fast lap, 50.494, pulling more kart lengths in front of Penman. Has that thing dialed in. It's Braxton Regan who's pulled away in third. And it's leaving the two Matthews boys. Declan looks like he's got Jace. And it's Fish and Hurd. Fish would look behind himself. I guarantee you won't see Jace squabbling with his brother. They'll be pushing forward. So it's the Matthews boys and then Fish and then Hurd. Hurd's trying to get past him. Going the local Ipswich move into turn 2. Now he's up behind the Matthew brothers. Out in front, Flynn again, 54.23. Keeps laying down purple times. Penman still hanging in there, 4/10 off now. Then Regan, then Declan Matthews, Jace Matthews. Hurd coming in strong. See a few blue plates out there. That's the boys winning state titles. So clearly have a lot of experience. Declan had given up the racing. He's re-energised and refreshed and come back. But again, it's Flynn just slowly edging away from Penman. Just under a minute to go, so there's still 3 laps in it. 0.02 of a second slower again. But it'll be Hurd now on the older Matthews brother, Jace. Can't do much through the flip-flop. Braxton Regan having a bit of a lonely race, but Hurd's got Matthews. So now Hurd will be chasing Declan with 2 laps to go. No, Jace won't have a part of it. Not chasing down my brother, so he's back up the inside of Hurd. Hurd's going to have to work hard. He's got Fish behind him now. Jace doing his job. Out in front, it's Flynn. Penman. Braxton Regan, but Declan's charging hard, trying to get that last move done. Then it's Jace holding a whole lot up here. Hurd, Fish. I'm assuming Hurd will go again here. Sure does, in a video pro. This time makes it work. Fish sitting there. Hurd's had to go the blocks. Jace will be going the switchback. Hurd's too smart for that. Hits the brakes in the middle of the corner. Says not this time. So this time it's Penman, last lap. Sorry, Flynn, then Penman. Flynn lays down, fast lap, 50.382. Hurdy still with Matthews behind him. Go on the block. Get past turn 3. You can't do much about it the next 3 or 4 turns. Trying to get himself a gap because Jace won't give up. Burke still sitting there. Back to Jarrett's there. Saragi. Fish has dropped back some. We've missed what's happened there, but Pink Glove's now towards the back of this train. Declan's pushing but won't get there. But has definitely closed up the gap to Braxton Regan. Fish giving a bit of a serve in the back straight, but it's Flynn. Takes the win from Penman. Braxton Regan. Declan Matthews. Hurd in 5th. Jace Matthews in 6th. Then backs to Jarrett. Burke, Saragi, Cooper Fish rounding out the top 10. And we'll be back shortly. Could be.
That's next. All Heat 2's done, yeah? Because I thought, oh, that'll be next, but it won't be because Oski was just doing that. Cadet P's? 3rd one?
Hasn't been yet.
I'm going to get a bit of water.
Get in while it's hot, guys. Tash and Raylene down there. Buy a $40 new IKC shirt. Next 10, get a free backpack and a pair of socks. Can't get much better deals than that. Ipswich Kart Club again leading the way. And that you buy goes back towards the club. So next we've got tag restricted medium. Oh, Wiley Fox, Rudy Farkas on the front row. Alongside Sales, Whitaker. Set the purple time last time, is in third. Lenhan, then Jordan. Schumacher, he's had a rough start but had a good race last time. Lost third spot over the line. Donnelly. They know what they've got to do, but see if Rudy's got it takes to take these young guys. Sure, Jackie's there somewhere, giving him all sorts of signals of what to do. Nice pace. Come around to see the starter. These boys know how it's done, and we're away. Into turn one. Rudy dropped from second to third. That's all right, everyone's got through there. Relatively well, safely. Yep, everyone's through. It's Sales at the front from Whitaker. Farkas, already got a gap. Looks like Jordan in fourth. Bit going on, back past 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, it's all on. Going down to Autobahn. Switchbacks happening everywhere. No one knows who's going where, but at the front, it's the three, the same three. Sales, Whitaker, Farkas. Obviously the X30s are strong, but remember, the new restrictor's coming for the next round for the road taxes, so jump on it. I think you're going to find, looking at Tyler Greenberry's pace and the road tax and tag open, that you want to be putting a road tax on for the next round with a new restrictor in there. Go and see Dale Farrell at the IKD truck. He'll tell you all about it. But out in front now, it's Sales, Whitaker and Farkas pulling away. Jordan's in fourth. Donnelly. Then Chen's in fifth and sixth. The rest of the field's starting to spread out. Where's Schumacher? He's dropped back. He's back to 7th. No. He's back to 10th. Sales are starting to pull away from Whitaker and Farkas. See if Rudy's got anything in the tank to get past. And your leader, Hugo, he's got the fastest lap, 52.194. Out in front and setting purple laps. Can't ask much more than that. We go down through RHQ. It's actually Rudy that's dropped off a little bit now. Don't blame him, he's running 2 classes. At his age, that's incredible. It's good to see. Don't hear any young fellas whinging about how tired they are. If Rudy can do this, anyone can do it. But it's Sales back out in front. It's 4th, 5th and 6th also. Starting to back up again now. It's the action's first 3, then the next 3. Leader's starting to pull away. Fast lap again, 51.933. It's actually on 3rd, 4th and 5th. Into turn 2. Went for the move, didn't pull off. Jordan's still there. Well, we've got a bit of a bingle on the turn 2 there. Schumacher, I can't see who else is in there. He's stuck on the curb. He's going to have to get out of his cart and move it out of the way so we can keep the race running. The boys get the carts out of the way so we can carry on under green. A few disgruntled customers there. Back to the action. It's Farkas all over Whitaker. Still 3.5 minutes to go. So it's on 4th, 5th and 6th. That's where the action's at the moment. Rudy's not letting go. It's like a yo-yo at the front. Sales gets away, but then the boys start catching him back up again. There's only half a second, 6/10 between the first three. 4th, 5th and 6th still arguing over the position. Jordan's now been pushed back to 6th. Whittaker's lacking majorly coming out of that top corner of Autobahn. Hurts top line speed. That's where he's losing his momentum. So he needs to fix that up, whether it's his driving style or the kart not right, but still 2.5 minutes to go. It's Lennon and Donnelly and Jordan still tussling away, the three of them. 4th, 5th and 6th. Looks like the shirt sales are going good down there for Tash. Free socks and backpacks going well. Great support for the Ipswich Kart Club. 288 entries. Chris Robbo Robinson, 125 championship today. Great to see Chris out here. He'll be back later on to watch some racing and hand out some trophies. Also got the grandstand turn 2 named after Robbo. He does a lot for the sport right now, but these front three still the same. Sales, Whittaker, Farkas. Still only half a second between the three of them. And Farkas takes the fast lap now. 51.651. The old boy pushing hard. Does well, Whittaker, through that whole section. Catches up. Does all the work, but comes unstuck at the exit of Autobahn. This time, but he's a lot closer. Let's see how he comes out of Autobahn this time. Going in there too narrow. And loses it down the straight. Needs to widen up on the entry. Farkas still there. Just under a minute to go. So we'll see these guys do 3 more laps. Possibly 4, actually. Again, Whittaker starts to etch back to the lead. Goes good through this section. 4, 5, 6 and 7. Didn't quite get it right there. Gets the bounce in the kart. Farkas all over it through RHQ up into Video Pro. It's a strong part of the track for Whittaker. Again, Autobahn's not working for him. Slides it in this time. That still doesn't work. He's lost more speed out of there. Farkas coming hard now. He fixes up Autobahn. He's probably doing enough to win. Something to look at for the final anyway, but they're going to cross the line. Wow, just got the last lap in. So it is the last lap. Last second ticked over. Which I'm sure the boys will appreciate. They don't want to do an extra lap if they don't need to. But again, Whittaker strong through this part of the track. Strong over RHQ, strong in Video Pro. See what happens this time down at Autobahn. Farkas waiting for a mistake. Still narrow into Autobahn. Still hurts him a little bit, not as much this time, but not going to have it in him. It's checkered flag. Or did they cross the line in time? Maybe they haven't. Oh, they're not going to be happy they got an extra lap. Last lap now again. There's obviously 1 second left as they crossed the line last time. So again, it's Sales. Farkas, 51.599, goes fast lap. Again, Whittaker closes up the gap. This time all three of them are close. Oh no, Whittaker's dropped the wheel. Farkas takes the spot. Sales has got this home and hose, but Whittaker comes back to the inside. Pushed a bit hard through Brisbane Karts corner. Drops the wheel on the exit. Handed the win to Sales now. It's on for 4th, 5th and 6th still. Jordan's back into 4th. No, he's not. Now he's going to go back to 5th. No, he's back to 6th. Back on the inside. The winner this time is the checkered flag. Hugo Q Sale takes the win. Rudy Farkas has got back in front. Ahead of Whittaker. Missed that one. Boys had a good race. So is this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. It's Lynon, Donnelly, Jordan. Field caught up then. Tunnicliffe, Freeman, White, Simpson. Split. So the last one comes across the line. It's a 66 P-plate, which means he's only another a couple of race men. He's good to see him finish. Get a couple of carts collected and we'll be back. Again, last chance to get your shirts before the girls go home. Have a bit of a chat while these guys are on there talking about the program that he runs and how we get to the point of these guys having some racing before they move into the main field. But being the chief steward makes it hard to get up in the commentary box. But again, it's going to be great to see the kids get a 5-minute demonstration. Parents out in the track. Once again, we just need to spread around so we're all over the track. Dallas Sharp used to walk these track years ago. He's back here with his daughter. It's good to see. Second, third generation races coming through. The Shules doing the same thing this weekend. These kids are all over it. It's just a bit fast, but they're straight through the cut through. We're doing Dallas, who's running over trying to get him to slow down. Just a bit excited, the kids. They're doing a good job. Bit of bumping there, that's all right. I think we're going well here. Can't see a problem with it. Yes, well done. Just want to see everyone get round and finish this one. Learning the ropes, learning how it's done, learning all about starts. Passing kids, try not to touch. Keep mum and dad happy. Again, but Levi, he's gone. Whoop, a bit of a tangle at the back here, but some parents will run over and sort that out. I don't think anyone's hurt. It's got a bit tangled up there. Parents working hard to get them going again. Just need to move that off the track if we're going to stay there too much longer. Let's push them off the track, guys. No, we've got it going. But we've got a couple more off in the H Sport corner. Pushing the limits, the young kids. That's what it's all about. Try and get them going again, but it's most important they just do some laps. Slow boards are out. This will be interesting. Have our young P-platers understood what a slow board's all about? Maybe not for Levi as he's gone through. Hasn't slowed down yet, but he needs to. So we need parents to tell the kids to start to slow down. So you've got slow boards out. We need a couple of parents to point out to the kids that the slow boards are there, especially Levi going onto the back straight now. You should be hands up, slowing down, single file. The whole field's doing a very good job of it. Sorry, it's Natalie, the 11, who she'll catch back up to the back of the pack. So good job. It's not easy being a P-plater and understanding what a full course yellow is all about. Some of our senior drivers don't even understand. So obviously just want to make sure that our young drivers are okay. So I'm sure Marnie and the medical crew will check them out, give them the once over and put them back in the seat if it's right to go. It's a good experience for the P-players to understand what happens on a full course yellow. And hats off to them. They've done a pretty good job. Green flags in hand. And we're green racing. Just not sure the first person saw the flag, that's all. I don't think he has. He'll work it out in a minute. He's just been passed, so. Bit of a misunderstanding there, but they're back on it now. Young fellas sit in the medical cab, so you should be all right. Again, we've got a full team of medics here with Marnie and his staff. Take care of everyone on and off the track. Whoop, we got a bit of a spinner there. Dropped the wheel on the Video Pro. Another dad. The dads have got some exercise this time. Lots of running going on. Out the front, there's some good racing. Great job to the young kids following the procedure, what they're supposed to. Got the thumbs up, the young fella's all right. It's a bit shaken up, nothing wrong with a bit of an accident, get him used to it. We'll try and get Russell up here for the last race of the day, just so he can have a chat about the program that he runs at Ipswich Kart Club. It's unique what they do here with the come and tries and all the work that the Russell puts into getting the kids ready to race. Hats off to him and the team. They do a wonderful job. We wouldn't have half the kids we got without those guys putting in the effort, which again is all done for free. Works hard with the young kids, getting them right. Works with the parents, teaching them more than just racing. It's all about having fun with your parents and understanding that things can go wrong, but it's not at the front. It's the 17, it's the 86. Switching. Like I said, Levi looks like he'll shoot up to the Cadet 12 class next round. He's got some speed about him. Same as Luck Boucher in the Cadet 9. He's fast enough to be up in the next one too. We've got a taste of what happens this weekend, how starts work. I'm sure there'll be some tired young kids driving home asleep in the car this afternoon. It's a big effort, but the girls are doing a great show as well. It's great seeing the girls here. We've got the checkered flag out. Whilst it is a demonstration, there is a bit of a race at the same time, but checkered flag comes out to the 17 of Levi Cavell in the parallel. And then it's the Cadet 9P of Loch Butcher. Seppel in the 83. Letishki. Austin, Lewis, Sorensen. Poppy Sharp, well done to the young girl in 8th. Lees, Coburn, Cosgrove. Joshy Robinson. Chris Bolton's little protege's up there. Van Tweest, Parafit. Natalie Emmons, great work from young girl again. Skies, Fullerton, Fells and Martin. Great job there to the parents, getting all those karts back on track. And we'll be back shortly. Girls are selling out. There's only 2 more backpacks and shirt offer left for socks. 2 more, is that right? 2 more, come on people. $40. Get yourself a new IKC shirt and a free pair of socks and a free backpack. Max Walton. Come on, mate. Put your hand in your pocket. Conta. Support the club that supports you, mate. $40. Look at the 2 young ladies over there waiting for you. Can't go wrong. Shirt and a free back. Good field. 24. Missing showing speed last time. Barry Nunn's got his charge of McPhee. He'll be up there too. A few things to work on from last race, but I'm sure they've tweaked it. Good to see the fence filling up. Cadet 9s always do a good start, except for the first race. Normally you can't bolt these kids. Nice pace. Harry and Vinny off the front. See what they've got. It's Jane D. Parallel at the front versus the Kart Republic. And we're away. The pole sitter's got the run on lack this time. And we've lost one down the front straight. Unfortunately, lost a couple hooked together there. Not sure they can get out or... Yep. Doing a good job. But it's missing. Then Lack. Then McPhee. Breaking away from the pack already. How long to a lack of tax? Jane D boys will be mentoring him, I'm sure. Only 7 or 9 years old, these kids, so there's a lot going on for a young brain. So hats off to these kids for what they do, travelling over 90 k's an hour. Not what most 7 or 8 year olds are doing. But it's actually missing. It's taken the 4 or 5 kart length gap. Black missing a few apexes early on. Misses another one. It's McPhee hanging on to the back of it too. And then it's on for 4th and 5th. It's Fielding and Van Tweest. Missing still strong. Harry trying to bridge that gap, but it's on for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. We've got another couple tangled together. Running in 5th and 6th, but hopefully we turn that. He's turned around now, he's all right. Back to the front, and it's still missing over Lack. McPhee. Then 4th and 5th at tight. Fielding and Van Tweest. Then there's a bit of a gap. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 all together. Lack hasn't been able to bridge this gap yet. Kart looks loose, but will it come on? This time it's Lack setting it, starting to come. 56 dead. 4/10 the gap. We've got a host of karts in a turn 1. 4 wide. Black now misses apex again, but he's got some speed. Kart's starting to cut in and get a bit more confidence with it. Won't be long and this will be on at the front. McPhee sort of sitting there, waiting for them to start battling, but it's on from about 10th place backwards. Going through Video Pro right now. But down the back, it's still missing. Lack's making some inroads. Still over 4 minutes to go, so there's plenty of laps to happen. McPhee's dropped off a bit. Fielding's broken away. It was 4/10. Now it's 3.5 tenths. Lack again, 55.682, fast lap. So there's not much in it between these two. They're broken away from McPhee. It could be sliding back towards Fielding, but we'll keep an eye on that gap. At the moment it's 1.8 seconds, so it's comfortable enough. Back out the front. It's this yo-yo effect. Missing Lack. He's doing a great job out in front. Anytime you got a blue plate chasing, you're doing a good job. Down the back straight. Harry looks so little in the kart. Pedals it well. Last time it was 0.369 gap between the two. This time 0.426. Missing lays down. 55.553. Purple time. McPhee and Fielding. Gap staying the same. So Missing punching his own air. Doing a great job. Well, they're visually right now. Lack does catch up. Does struggle through Brisbane karts. Misses the apex there. And loses time every time he goes through it. McPhee sitting a lonely race in 3rd. 4th and 5th split up a bit now too. The whole field's starting to string out. Down the back straight once again. Looks like the same gap. Last time, 0.426. Let's see what we get this time. With just over 2 minutes to go, so there's 4 or 5 laps left still. Looks closer this time. It is, but only marginally, 0.413. It's that same gap. Great job out in front by Missing. This is where Harry starts to catch him. If he can get Brisbane karts right, he'll be good. This corner here. Misses it again a little bit, loses some time. If he gets that right, he's all over him. Still caught up this lap. He's going well. Missing still holding on, but a lot closer this time. Down to Autobahn. Lack has a good line down there. Should carry some speed onto the straight. Definitely close the gap up this time. 0.413 last time. McPhee to Fieldings, dropped 3/10. It's down to 1.5. This time it's definitely closer for Lack. Minute and a half to go. Missing, doing well. 0.27 this time. Definitely closing up the gap. It's going to be a great finish to this race. Just over a minute to go. Here we go. See if Lack can get turn 8 right this time. The bumpy right. Misses it fractionally, but better than last time. Probably loses his passing spot going into Video Pro from the Brisbane Karts corner. Missing definitely drives the second half of the track better. Lack's all over in the first half of the track. Narrow line, Missing. Wide line, Lack down the back. 2 laps to go. McPhee. Fielding's definitely chomping away there. 1.3 now. Closing in, but back to the front. It's that second half of the track advantage to Missing again. 0.272 last time. 0.397 is extended at this time. Here we go again, Lack. We all over him. He should close up this part of the track. This time Missing's drove it better. Again, Lack misses that apex on turn 8. Great racing from these two. Great pressure from Lack onto Missing. He's not faltered once. Actually, I don't think I've seen him look behind. It's a great drive in front. Still not looking behind. Great work. No kid should be looking behind. Coming up to last lap. It's been a great race. Lack's thrown everything at it. Just can't quite get there. I think the gap's extended again. 0.397 last time. And goes fast lap. 55.543 when it matters. Vinny Missing. Nearly 6/10 of it in front. McPhee. He's opened his gap back up to 1.5. So him and Fielding are doing the same times. Van Twist, Milligan up 4 or 5 spots. Bedford up 5 spots. Zhang up 3 spots. Klein, Mills, Lawson, McCarthy, Boland, Harron, Smith. Schul up there. Everyone's still rotating around. Again, Lack looks like he's closed up a bit more this time, but it's too late. And you got a couple of corners to go down at H Sport. The checker flag's out. What a drive under pressure. Hats off, Vinny Missing. Well done. The 77 will take the win over the 69 of Harry Lack. Great drive, guys. Third place. See Brody's charge of McPhee. Then Fielding. Then Van Twist in a 5th. Milligan in a 6th. Zhang into 7th. Mills in the 8th. Lawson in the 9th. McCarthy rounds out your 10. Then it's Klein, Boland, Harron, Grunupski, Smith, Schul, Dreslin, Malia, Ding, Bedford, Southgate, Forlong. But a great drive under pressure for the 77 in the Kart Republic of Vinny Missing. Harry Lack throwing everything he had at him. I'm sure the boys at J&D will tune that thing up for the final. It'll be on again between the young chargers. And we'll be back shortly with the next race. Ipswich Kart Club 125 tag. Chris Robbo Robinson titles this weekend.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in
The
its
F1's
purest form.
obviously on this weekend. Qualifying is underway. Looks like there could be one Verstappen in the wall.
Free to roam, free to be.
Here they are. There'll be some sore bodies tomorrow in the KA3 Masters, I feel. Hudson Heath off the front with Woody. Gus in third. Dan in fourth. Smithy in fifth. Then Duffy. Then Cleveland. Can he do some laps this time? Jumpy in front of the KA3 Masters. Hopefully Scotty's had a bit of a hand from JT in between the heats to fix some things up. See what the boys and girls have got this time. Steph trying to keep them honest. Again, the two-speed box. You'll hear them rev in a neutral, clear the cart, grab first gear and launch. Like I said, no sprocket and chain, just direct driven, the Rotax DD2. Run by a coupling, which looks like it snapped on Scotty Cleveland's kart last time. That happens, you have no drive. Nice slow start here from the boys and girls. We're looking pretty good. Great start. Emma away. It's quite tight. Don't know who's going to get a few bump. Oh, Dan's in the front, pushing his way through. But it's Hudson Heath out the front. Scotty Cleveland rounds up two. It's Hudson Heath, Woody. Dan Hutchins had a great start. Gus has dropped back one. Cleveland's up two. Duffy, Smithy's dropped back. It's on. Oh, we lost one there. He'll go again, but we're on for sheep stations at the front. It's the old rivalry. Gus versus Cleveland. It's Hudson Heath. Then Wood. All five of them pretty tight. Expect Scotty to start pushing through here. As well as Woody. Woody's been fast, but Hudson Heath's got the age on these boys. He's younger and fitter. Let's see what he can do. Cleveland will be trying to turn two move. No, can't do it. Hudson Heath and Woody are breaking away. Gus is holding Scotty up. No love lost between these two. Smithy's coming back. Steph's hanging in there. She's doing a good job. Jumpy's killing the dads. Scotty's having a dig. Gus won't have a part of it. Didn't pull off. Like I said, these two are best mates off the track. On the track, they hate each other. There's going to be an accident to be between those two. Woody at the front, getting closer to Hudson. Scotty now up the inside of Gus. He won't like that. See if he can chase down Dan now. Is Woody starting to edge closer? Who's got the pace? Woody does, 50.3. They should save nearly a second off that as they warm up. Scotty stuffs up the S's. His kart's a bit loose, but he's trying hard out the front, Hudson Heath. Shortez is on the phone, give him a few driving tips from Sydney. Woody's trying hard. Front brakes in these karts. You see a big move down the straight here, I would have thought. Hard in the brakes. There goes Wood on Heath. Scotty Cleveland still sliding around. So it's Wood, Heath, Hutchinson, Cleveland, Mathers, Smith, Duffy. King of the Dads is Jumpy. Treasurer of Ipswich Kart Club and the Paralyn. Then it's Jeremy Knight, the founder of the Dads Club. DeYoung, Lawson, Clifford. But at the front, it's Cleveland. He's finally pulled his finger out. He's starting to catch Dan. At the front, but it's Woody and Heath. Heath's definitely trying. Like I said, he's got the age on these boys. They're all older. All in our 40s. I'm actually not sure how old Hudson is. I'm just presuming he's younger. Scotty now all over Dan. Will he go into turn 2? No. D2, you'll see run a narrow line too. They don't run a normal tag line sometimes. So if you're going to make a move, you want to jam it up there hard. Otherwise you get the door shut on you. Scotty Cleveland, but 49.665 goes purple. So he should. Is he going to go here? Video Pro. Jam it. Yes, he does. Up to third. On the charge. Dan doesn't like it. Not sure why he's going back there, but he's wasting time for the boys in front. Scotty will go again here. Under brakes, I would have thought. Been a bit soft. Gets it done. Back up in a third. Needs to put his head down now. Gus has caught them back up again. Back out in front. Woody's walking away with it. Takes the fastest lap. 49.650, Woody. Then Heath, half a second behind. Now Scotty. He's got the gap, 1.4 seconds. What can you do about it? Still 2.5 minutes to go. Starting to dial it in now. Wasted a bit of time getting towards the front, but the points is going to hurt him in the next race as well with 2 DNFs. This lap looks good for Scotty, but looks like it should be a purple lap. The lap carts, will they come into it? Still Woody now, pulling away from Hudson Heath. Was half a second. Still Woody, but 49.426. That's where the action's at. Back in the front of DD2. Woody, Heath, Cleveland. Lap carts could come into this. Who's going to hurt? Who's it going to not? Woody's through. Hudson Heath has a bit of a hard time getting past. It's going to help Scotty Cleveland. But he gets balked as well. Oh no, Woody's got in a terrible spot. Hudson Heath sneaks past, catches up. Now Cleveland's got him in a bad spot. Hasn't helped him. But it's Heath now closed up to Woody. Gus all over Hutchinson. Still 33 seconds to go. There'll be no purple laps this time. There's too many lap karts in the way. But again, it's Woody, Heath, Cleveland, Hutchinson, Mathers, Smith, Duffy. KA3 Masters is still Jumpy, Jeremy Knight. Not much has changed there. Jumpy's still the king of the dads. Hudson Heath though. Can this lap traffic get in the way? No, he's pointing past. Great job, but Hudson Heath's very close. I don't know if this guy's seen Cleveland coming behind him or not. He has. Great job. Came up to the last lap. Woody has a good look behind. Harden the brakes. Let's see what Hudson Heath's got. Could be a problem of 2 lap karts as well. Last lap, here we go. It's 4 tenths between them. Definitely going to be a problem with lap karts. This is going to hurt. No, they've got round it. First one's done. Scotty Cleveland gets caught up a little bit. That's all right. Hudson Heath, is he going to have a go? No, come on. Got to have a go. Onto the back straight, Autobahn. It's Wood versus Heath. Another big look behind from Woody. Harden the brakes, can't do it. Woody's going to hang on. Oh, I thought that was a checkered flag, but I think we've got one more lap. Well, the boys, well, they're pulling in. Well, the checkered flag on the board, so that's good enough. So it's Woody from Hudson Heath. Scotty Cleveland finally finishes the race. Gets up to third. Dan Hutchinson. Gus Mathers. Smithy. Steph Duffy. The KA3 dads, I think they're starting to feel the pain. There's a few slow ones getting around now. They're hurting. They think this is a crap idea. I'm sure they're having fun. Jumpy, king of the dads again. I actually think he's won by a whole lap. Great effort, Jumpy and the king of the dads. Cleveland actually finishes the race. There's a good start. We'll be back shortly with the next class.
In the pits, can I please get KA3 Senior Light down to breathless, please?
We're back with the king of the old farts, tag restricted masters, Regan Payne. Lots of grey hair these days. On the pole, Rabs alongside him. Looks like we're going to be all right. Yes, we're away. Regan's bogged it down. Rabs looks like he's got the best of the start. No, Regan recovers into turn one. It looks like they're going to go through cleanly in turn two. Looks like it's going to be Payne, Rab Jones. Farkas is up there. He's at the fourth. He just doesn't rest, the old fella. Highland's in third. Regan with his experience should really drive away from here. Rab Jones will do everything he can in the new Praga IPK by IKD. With DV spinning the spanners. Regan's on the tune. Rab Jones, Highland. Farkas, Robinson. Johns, Donnelly, Brazier, Campbell. There's your top 10. Rab Jones doing a great job of keeping Regan honest here. El Praga's dialed in, followed by the Burrell, another OTK and Rudy's. Knowing Rudy, that kart's probably done 4,000 laps. Runs round wide and Video Pro. Down the back straight. It's Payne extending the lead to Rab Jones, doing a great job. And it's Highland and Farkas. That's where the move looks like it might be next. With Rudy. Regan Payne with a 52.177. It's Payne, Rab Jones, Highland, Farkas, Robinson, Johns, Donnelly, Campbell, Brazier. Soward rounds out the 10. Galt, Robinson, Bolton, Robinson again. 3 Robinsons in this class. Godfrey, Sattler, down in 16th. You won't be happy with that. Thompson, Brogan, Fletcher, Reed, Wooding, Hicks, Brown and Lemon. Russell, Donald and Askew rounds out to 28. It's a big field here of Masters. There was a few guys missing this weekend, though. Rab Jones isn't letting Regan get away with this. Last time it was 9/10, just about a second, actually. We'll see what it is this time. Exactly the same lap time. So Rab Jones. DV's wound it up. Doing a great job of trying to keep up with someone of Regan's talent. Highland in third, Farkas still in fourth. Don't know how he keeps going, the old dog. Robinson, the concreter in fifth. Then Johns, then Donnelly, then Campbell. Soward, Brazier. There's your 10. They're spread out quite nicely. Old Rabs, he's hanging on here. Last time, same lap times, 0.968 in front. Let's see what it is this time. Looks like it's a bit longer. Yes, 1.1, so Regan lays down a 51.904. Knowing the way Regan drives, this will get faster and faster, this kart. But it's Highland and Farkas still battling it out. Robson by himself. Johns and Donnelly, Soward, Campbell, Brazier. Not sure where the Barnett boys are this weekend. Clearly laying some concrete somewhere. The old boys, but no one's really rubbing panels. All a bit stiff and sore. Aaron Rab Jones doing a great job. I expected Regan to walk away with this further. Fast again, 51.775, but only pulls a 10th on Rab Jones. Farkas only 3/10 behind Highland. Trying to push the 2001 Tony kart to go past the Birrell. Robinson's just in his own little world in 5th. It's quite a stretched out race. Come on, boys, give me some action. Still got 2 minutes to go. Just watching Verstappen's replay of hitting the wall. He has hurt his hand in hitting the wall, so looks like he'll be starting last in the Grand Prix. But right here, it's Regan Payne. Rab Jones still chasing hard. 1.2, this time 1.2, same gap. But the Regan's buttoned off, I'm not sure, but it's only 2/10 now between Farkas and Highland. Where's he going to get it done? Robinson still by himself in 5th. John's in 6th, Donnelly in 7th. Soward's up 3 and 8. Campbell's 9, Brazier's down 2 in the 10th. A few head wobbles starting to set in, a few necks getting sore. Regan Payne sporting the 68. Never seen so many people in my life use Chris Walton's race number from kids to adults. 1.2, this time 1.4. Pulls 2/10 out on Rabs this lap. Good thing is the sun is out. The rain has stayed away so far. Still 35 seconds to go, so there'll be one more lap after this one. Regan in cruise mode. Highland now starting to open up the gap on Rudy. Back out to 5/10. Q2 just starting off in the F1 down in Melbourne. Regan Payne, last lap. Is it going to be? I don't know. That's tight. It's either last lap or it was a second to go, so I have to wait and see next time round. Still 1.4 between him and Rab Jones. Still 4/10 between Highland and Farkas. A lot's changing. Soward's up to 7th. He's up 4 spots. Donnelly back down to 8th, then Campbell. So Soward's been on a bit of a charge here. Up from 11th in the 7th. Well, we've lost one down the back in RHQ all by themselves. Checkered flag is out. We'll be glad to see this. Farkas is all over the back of him. Can he do it? No, he goes for the block. It's Regan Payne takes it out. From pole to win, it's on down the drag race, down the front straight, but Highland hangs on. Farkas, less than a 10th behind him. Robinson, then Johns, then Soward, then Donnelly, then Campbell, then Voigt in 10th. Brazier. Robinson. No, he's dropped down. That must have been who we lost over the back there. So it's Sattler, up 4 spots in the 13th. Looking at a few tired men there in the Ingrid. Get the helmets off. Looks quite hot out there for the boys. We'll be back shortly. Here we go, KA3 Junior. If you're not in the fence, get on there. 40 kids full of testosterone. It's shaped up to be a good one. There's an incident at the start of the last race. We just put a couple of contenders back in the pack to start this one. Should be a good race. Off the front, AJ Leggett, great race last time. Geordie Butler, Cruz Petroni and Tom. Great result up there in third. Ethan Turnbull's been laying down purples, but just can't quite get the numbers right. Monty Jamison, Lucas Losco, Luciani, Larson, Vinny. Oscar needs to tune Vinny up. He's in ninth. He'll be looking to move forward. Rolling around good here. Ollie's dropped back. He's starting 21, so no doubt there'll be a big charge from young Williamson. But we are away in KA3 Junior into turn one. No one wants to give an inch, but it's Leggett out in front. Everyone looks like they've gone through. Oh, nearly. Oh, not quite. Get a couple of helpers over there. They can't get those carts going. Still got two off. Out in front, but it's the first two. Leggett and Butler. Petroni. Turnbulls. The first four haven't changed. Kart from turn two finally gets going. Look out for Williamson. Be on the charge. Or is that him that's just pulled off? It's Leggett. Has legged it. Out the front from Butler, Petroni, Turnbull, Losco, Jamison, Luciani. Benito Hoyst is in 8th. He's up one. Jensen, Larson, Davis. Dimmer's up at 12th. Ollie's in 17th. Where's Oscar Hannick? Might be Petroni we've lost actually out there. No, he's still going around. Timing's all over the place. Just probably want to get someone down there to check on the young fella at the back. Looks like he's holding his arm. See if we can get someone down there at the back to check on the young fella. Just to make sure that he's not hurt out there. Not sure it's one of Tom's boys or not, but someone will go check him out. Back to the action, but it is AJ Leggett out the front from Butler, from Petroni, from Turnbull. Lost a bit of pace this time. Where's Oscar Hannick? 23rd. Leggett has got some pace this weekend. It's on. Vinny's all over the back. Some blocking going on down there. Must be Jamison he's following. No point blocking this early in the race, boys. Miles will race on. All you're going to do is hold everybody up. Good to see some parents down there with the young fella. Make sure he's all right. Unsure what happened out of that last corner, but something's gone astray there. I'm not even sure who it is down there, but the officials will be all over that to make sure he's all good. But it's AJ Leggett. Absolutely on fire this weekend. Pulling 4 or 5 kart lengths, although Butler last time round was 0.761 away. Where are we this time? Is he starting to catch him? 0.638. Lays down the fastest lap. 50.829. Done by Turnbull. 50.743. Found his pace again. So that's spread out the top 4. It's on. There's a big line of karts there as the move's put on. Don't normally see a move in chain brake. Dimmer's up to 9th. It's a great job. Oh, there's a bit of biff and barge going on in Video Pro. Ollie Williamson up to 12th. Great run. It's Turnbull again. That's got the purple lap, but let's see this time. Leggett now. Back to Turnbull for fastest lap. 50.702. Chopping and changing. Oh, it might be Creed Petroni. There's one that's out the back, obviously. Turnbull's coming now for Tom's Charger. Cruz Petroni, 3rd and 4th, where the action's at. It's also 5th, 6th and 7th. Ollie Williamson, top 10 now. Great job starting 22nd, I think it was, up 12 spots. Oscar Hannick, he's still down in 22nd. Luchiti now, the 50.614, in 5th position with the fastest lap. It's good practicing going out there with some passes. Getting ready for AKC next weekend, Coffs Harbour. Kart Club will be a great opening round. Unsure of the numbers down there, but it'll be huge. The club does a great job down at Coffs Harbour. You got nothing on next weekend, head down there. Watch some of Australia's best go at it. Ran into young Jay Irwin in the pits before. Racing full-time in Europe and America in KZ. He'll be down there in KZ in Coffs Harbour. It'll be great to watch. Turnbull again. Fast lap. 50.612. He's there. He just can't get past him. Quite spread out now between Jamison, Dimmer and Williamson. Young Ollie would have to be one of the youngest blokes out here. Like I said, great feat. Cadet 9, Australian champion. The next year, Cadet 12, Australian champion. This year, we'll be going for an unprecedented KA3 Australian champion. Never done before. If anyone can do it, it'll be him and Cody, who's been on the spanners with him. But AJ Leggett, no one's going to think for him. Goes purple, 50.511. The second last lap. Luchiti but fires it straight back, 50.470. He's found some pace. 5th position. Turnbull's now got to 3rd. Using his pace. No one's got any answers for Leggett, who's now a 2nd out the front. Hannick's up to 16th. He's on the charge. Both him and Williamson last time had to come back through the pack. Williamson didn't even get to finish the race. Here we go, last lap. Leggett now 1.1. Turnbull again, purple, 50.454. Only 4/10 off Butler. Petroni, Luchiti, Losco, Jensen, Jamison, Dimmer, Ollie Williamson now fast lap. 50.421 goes purple. Can he make a move on the last lap and jump into 9th? He won't die wondering. He's pushing hard now. Turnbull's also pushing hard on 2nd place. Can he pick it up? Butler starting to go off. Couple of corners to go. Is he going to jam it up the left here? In H-Sport corner, no, he's not close enough. Put your hands together for AJ Leggett, but what a drive. Start to finish. Heat 3, KA3 Junior winner. Butler hangs on for 2nd. Turnbull 3rd. Petroni 4th. Luchiti 5th. Losco 6th. Jensen 7th. Jamison 8th. Williamson gets it done. Jumps up to 9th from 22nd. Fastest lap of the race. Dimmer's in the top 10. Mercer will be happy about that. Great race. from the young chargers. Everyone kept it pretty clean. And we'll send the Medicart down to pick up the young fella at the back just to make sure it's not to walk back. But great drive from AJ Leggett. 1.3 seconds. To Butler, who faded but held on to Turnbull. Petroni. Lichidi Losco, great race. Fast lap. Ollie in the top 10, sneaks into 9th. Something's happened to be good to do it for the finals. Here we've got it, the championship class for the day. Tag 125 with the Rotax on the front. Tyler Greenbury. Ran into in the pits before, couldn't remember his age. He's 33, 34, so definitely older than some of these guys out there. The big Greenbury from Brent Reddings had a great job from 10th up to 3rd. Flynn, Johnson, Marshall, Norris, Brown. Hamish Campbell's in the top 10 now. Geordie Slater's back in 15th. He won't be happy about that. He's had a couple of come-ins together with Brodie Norris, so said they find each other on the track again this time. We've lost one down the back. Don't know who that is. But we're away and racing. Tyler gets the jump straight across in front of Burke. Reading's trying to push through, but Burke will hold his own there. Everyone gets through. Still not sure who lost out the back there, but we'll find out as they come around. It was a Tony Karts, all I know. That was for Harry's boys or not. Greenbury. Check you later. Reading, something's going on there. Or he's dropped the wheel. He's lost a lot of time. But Greenbury from Burke, the big long line of karts from 6th or 7th backwards, having all sorts of shenanigans with each other. 3 wide on a H Sport. That's not going to work well. But it's Greenbury. Nearly a second now on Burke, Flynn, Marshall. Reading, Johnson, Reed. Geordie Slater up to 11th. Good start. Sammy Houston up to 21st. Good job, Sammy. Somehow it's going to be Slater and Norris finding each other on the track again shortly. That'll be interesting. Greenbury has out of here. Very good in the first 4 or 5 laps. A lot of that comes down to experience on a cold tyre. Nearly a second last time. We'll see what this time brings it round. Tyler Greenbury the fastest lap, 49.653. From Burke, Flynn, Reading, Marshall, Johnson, Reed. Let's go. Norris, Brown, Slater. Guy Burke's not giving up. Been racing over the RL boys in Asia this year and last year. Heat won't worry him after being over there. It's on down at H Sport. Ambitions mixed up a bit with their capabilities down there. Overshot the corner. That would be Will Marshall, I think, has way overstepped the mark down there on the brakes. Which has allowed Reed to come through, I think. Greenbury punching out purples at the front again. Burke does him again, but Burke's now going 49.485. Back to 8 tenths, just nearly 9 tenths. So Burke's not giving up. Tyler's taken off on a coil. Breeding's done. He's pulling over. He's done a chain or what, but clearly not happy about it. Looking at the back of his cart. Let's say it is a chain maybe, but anyway, he's out of the race. After doing all the work to get from 10th to 3rd to start that one. Marshall gets it right on the brakes this time. But it's Greenbury, Burke again, 49.267, but it's still 8 tenths. It's minutely different to Greenbury. Flynn, Reed, Johnson, Norris, Marshall. Busco, Brown, Slater, Bennett, Hughes, Markison's on the charge now. Ryan Orman in the new Praga kart. Newton, Stimson, Dag. It's all on out there. There's about 50,000 karts going for one position. We lost a wheel. Great stop, Nick. Should play some soccer. So wheel come flying off the cart. Great job from the clerk of the course to pick that up. But I tell you what, from about 8th to 30th, everyone thinks they can win it. And it's not going too well for some people. Not going too good at all. Kai Burke, fast lap, 49.170. He's only 6 tenths now off Greenbury. Was Greenbury up in the pressures? Old Trent Mercer runs the Troy Brethren low pressure to rocket it home. It's still at the back here. Slater somehow has got himself up to 7th. There's all sorts of shenanigans going on. Markinson's up to the 10. A few of the boys are at the front, now down the back. But again, it's Greenbury, Burke, Greenbury fires back now. 49.121. Puts it back to 7/10. Flynn, Reed, Norris, Slater. Find each other again, behind each other, Norris and Slater. Marcus is still sitting at 10. Orman's only just outside in 11. You feel if Burke can stick with Greenbury in the first couple of laps, he's a chance in the final. Or will it just be the longer laps will get him there in the end? But I tell you what's one thing, catching Tyler. It'll be another thing trying to pass him. We've lost another one down the back there, out of RHQ. Is that Sammy Houston? It is. He'll be filthy. Sammy will not be happy. But again, it's Greenbury. Open the gap up to Burke. So Norris to Slater's 1 second. Let's see what happens next time. Still 2 laps to go at least. 3 laps to go possibly. Q3's teeing off and the F1 as well. But it's Greenbury, head down. Burke looking around. I think he's just worked out he's going to roll around now. Flynn had the most boringest race ever, sitting around. So's Reed. Norris, Slater. See what the gap is this time, but it's Tyler. Still with 2 laps to go. 9/10 now, so Burke's definitely buttoned off it. He's got 2.5 seconds on Flynn. Reed's by himself. Norris and Slater, same time. So still a second gap between the two. It's been a great run from Slater, but from 15th up to 6th. He'll be coming around to face the last lap. Tyler's still got the head down, never gives up. Although I did see him get out of the kart last time, it was quite red. So she's hot out there. It's good to see Tyler still kicking it around. Last lap now. Well, I said Kai Burke's just rolling around, but again, Greenbury, fast lap, 49.111. He pushes all the way to the end. Burke, Flynn, Reed, Norris, Slater. He's knocked it back to 9/10. Won't be enough time. Slater now, fast time. 49.092. It's a bit too late. He's not going to catch Norris this time. Orman's dropped back from 11th to 13th. Not sure what's going on there. Braxton Regan up 8 spots to 14th. Will Marshall's dropped 14 spots down to 18th. Here we go, the old Fox, Tyler Greenbury. Start to finish win. 1 to go. Kai Burke. Flynn. Then Reed. Norris, hard charging. Slater with the fastest lap of the race. Lusco, Bennett, Brown, Markson running out to 10. Bit going on there. So Brett Redding's got some work through to get the kart back together. I'm sure he'll come back out in the next one. Sammy Houston got turned around there, so he won't be happy. But still finishes the race. That'll finish off all our Heat 3. Next up is the first of our finals. Here, round 2 of Ipswich Kart Club's Championship. The Chris Robbo Robinson tag titles up for grabs. Coming up after this break.
and sit down.
Here we go, the first of the finals. Tag 125, restricted light. It's been Fraser. Sorry, it's been Declan Matthews. Led the charge in the last race from Munro. Let's see what this one brings. No love lost between the two. It's a nice slow pace. First of our finals, up to 9 minutes now for the race. Through the cut through, first of our finals. No, we've lost one. One's trying to catch back up. But we're underway. Matthews straight across. Takes charge. Munro holds on to second by the looks of it. Stosa in third. Sales in fourth. Oh, we've got one out wide there. Declan Matthews has already got a 4 or 5 kart length gap here in the first of the finals of Chris Robbo Robertson's day here at Ipswich Kart Club. It's been a good day. Things have ran mostly on time, so credit to the team and all the officials. 1 round to go. But it is Matthews out in front from Munro. Then Doseal, Sales, and Zeno, Mullins, Powers, Velicott. Leung and McLaughlin rounds out to 10. See whether Munro has got anything here for Declan Matthews. Matthews very experienced here though. A lot of racing under his belt. Like I said, had a gap, retired from the sport, but he's come back. Missed it too much. So he's running a couple of classes because he's running also the KA3, which I'm presuming you run at the AKC, but we'll see. Next weekend, round 1, Coffs Harbour Kart Club. That's where the action's going to be at. But Declan Matthews, as we expect, 51 dead. Out the front, running purple sectors. Great to see the first of our P-platers up to 18th position. It's a great job there from Russell. The P-plates, you've always got to start back at the back of the pack no matter how far you come forward. So clearly moving forward there. But still Matthews, 7/10 ahead of Munro. Let's see if he can do something about this. This time around, again, Matthews, 50.762, extends the lead by another 10th. From Doseal and Sales, Manzano, Mullins, Powers, Velicott. It's not changing, although from 4th to 10th, it's pretty tight. Munro's not letting go. Wouldn't expect him to. Last time round, it was 0.831. Let's see what he's done. Looks like he's closed the gap a little bit, maybe. If not, about the same. There's a big battle on. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Let's check it out. 0.831 last time. 0.834, so 0.003 of a second difference. That lap between the two of them. But Matthews a 50.603 that lap, which means Munro would have been a 50.606. It's tight. Munro's thing's starting to come on, but trying to bridge a second gap back to Matthews won't be easy. Still on 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Everyone else is pretty well spread out. First pair P-platers in 19th. Second in 21st, and the third one's in 23rd. So it's Matthews again, 50.447, lays it down. This time pulls 2/10 on Munro. Matthews put the foot down. Big gap that lap. Still on from 4th, 5th, 4th all the way to 9th. It's on. One wrong move here is going to come unstuck for somebody. Who's going to make the first move? So it could be Mullins and Powers that might be into it first. Rest of the field's behaving themselves. Matthews this time, 1.042 last time. What is we now? Matthews again, 50.393. Extends the gap another half a tenth. So Matthews got it all sorted out here. 4th breaking away. It's more 5th, 6th and 7th now. Zano, Mullins and Powers. That's where it's at. Powers showed some speed in the second race. See if he's got the legs down the straight. He's got the legs because he's going to put the move on. He is. Down in H Sports corner. The hairpin. Moves up a spot now to 6th. 6R Racer. Out the front. Exactly the same gap. 1.143 between the two. Dosel's still there in 3rd. Sales in 4th. He said Powers is up, Mullins is down. Vellacott's in 9th. Shaw's in 10th. He's up a couple. But it's Matthews showing clean pair of heels at the front. Still 2.5 minutes to go. It's a longer race, the finals. He's got it completely under control though. First 3 in their own race. Not a lot going on. Matthews again, 50.265. Keeps setting fastest laps. He's got it dialed in. So there's 5 minutes to go in the F1 Q3. Aussie Piastri sitting in P2 at the moment. Be a big job if he can pull this one off. Got to overcome Russell. And I can do it. Piastri can. Obviously come from go-karts back in the day. Goes to show you put the hard work in, you'll get through to the top. But we're here with a minute and a half to go, and it's Matthews. Again, lowering the lap to 50.18. Extending the lead to 1.5 seconds now. Not much has changed in the rest. Still Powers, Mullins. Long, Vellacott, Shaw, still in your top 10. First of our P-platers popping up to 19th again. It's Russell. Hind in 21st. Northfield in 23rd. P-platers going well. It's 38 seconds to go, so it's going to be 2 laps left to run here in the first final. IKC round 2. Chris Robbo Robinson tag title championship. Later on, it'll be the last run of the day. Right now, it's out to 1.7. Matthews over Munro. It's on now. 4th, 5th and 6th. We've caught up to Sales. This will be interesting. So the first 3 are pretty much set. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th is definitely not. Coming up to face the last lap board now. It'll be Matthews again on Easy Street. Leading the way by 2 seconds now over Munro. Dosil 3rd. It's on now. 4th, 5th and 6th. What can they do? Zano's so close to Sales. Can he get it done? Gets a good run out of RHQ, but no, he's half blocked it. Trying to get the run onto the straight out of Autobahn. Can he get it done? No. Doesn't get the run out, but out in front. It's Declan Matthews Show takes the victory in category restricted light. Lays down the fastest lap on the last lap, 50.106 from Munro. Dossil, Sales, Manzano, Powers, Zong, Mullins, Vellicott and Shaw rounds out the top 10. We'll be back shortly with the next race, which will be the KA3 Junior Heavy Final. Again, thanks to our partners. Ray White, North Lakes, Talk Karting, Wild Earth. And Noel also with Aqua Pipeline chipping in. Again, let's get some money back into the club and help with this live stream. We're back shortly with the final of KA3 Junior Heavy. Here we are, KA3 Junior Heavy. Unstoppable at the moment, Josh Williams on the pole from the girl racer, Lara Flack. Seth Huth, Dosal, Minton and Neal, Gaddy, Baxter, Carkeat and Wright, wrap out your 10. Nice pace here with the right lap. Let's see what Lana Flack's got for Josh Williams. Are we going to get a start? I'd say we will. Yes, we do. Into turn 1. Lana's holding her own, but not quite going to get it, but she'll hang on a second. Perfect start for Williams. Gets the lead and the gap. Second and third fight. Gives it an even bigger gap at the start. He's checked out already. Solana's dropped back to third. Seth Huth's up to second. Oh, we've got karts come together on the back straight here after OHQ tangled together. Looks like they might possibly get them apart. Boys, you got to move your karts off the track. Slow boards. Not sure what they're doing. You can't get out of your kart and get back in and restart. Those boards will be black flagged. You can't be doing that. Slow boards out. Let's see if Josh Williams picks it up. Not yet, he hasn't. No. Hasn't seen the actual slow board yet, so should pick up. There's lots of yellow flags, lights on. He's perked it out now. Full course yellow. Now he's onto it. Pulls the field back under control. So those couple of karts will have to come back in. You can't be touching the ground with your feet. Getting back in the kart. Across the world you can. Australia you can't. Green flags at the ready with our starter. So we'll get a start this time around. Williams had the lead, but now it'll be shot back to nothing. It's a free hit for Seth Huth and Lana Flack, who had a bit of a tangle at the start and gave Williams the lead, but now it's back to nothing. The slow board light signs are in. The green flags at the ready. Got to keep a straight line. Got to stay in the middle of the track. Cannot overtake until that start-finish line. Officials will be watching. Don't want a 3 or 5 second penalty for having your wheels outside the line. But here we go. Green flags at the ready. And we are racing. Whoa, a couple of the boys got close to the line there, the front two. Didn't need to get outside the line. A bit tight on the tyres there. Sure the officials will be checking that, but you've got to get your restarts right. The front two were very, very close not to. But it's Williams out in front from Huth and Lana Flack, who's straight up the inside of Huth, sets after Williams. I'm assuming, yes, the black flag would have to come out for these two. I think they're both P-platers, but they'll understand that in Australia you can't get out of your kart and then jump back in. But it's Williams out the front. From Flack. It's an 8/10 gap. Seth Huth, Levi Dossel, Neil. Tyler's charger, Raff. He's there as well. Hopefully the young kids understand what the black flag's all about. Not sure they do. Puts Williams out in front from Flack. Laying down the fast lap, 52 dead from Josh Williams. Now 1.2 seconds in front. Well, we've got one cut in the grass there. Was that Seth Huth? I missed what happened there. I think it was. So he's dropped right back now from third, probably back to eighth. It was. It's not sure what he did there, but he got it crossed up. Black flag is out. Yep, he's understood this time. But still Williams out the front from Flack. Huth is now gone. He's not in third. So Dossel moves up there, then Neil, then Raff. Minton sets back to seventh, then Wright, then Baxter, then Evans. So Josh Williams keeps putting the laps together. I'm not sure if 55 is getting the idea of the black flag. But I'm sure the officials will explain when he gets in. Williams again with another fast lap, 51.638. Now 2 seconds ahead of Flack. He's doing a great job in second, Lana. Dosil, then Neil. Spread itself back out again now. Although Seth Huth will be trying to get back up there. Doesn't want to answer Oscar Target when he gets in. Straight up the inside at Video Pro. Puts himself back into the top six. Championship points is what it's about now in the rescue. Still a minute and a half to go. Lana Flack's there, but it's getting tight. Won't be long before the move's made. So second and third's where the action's at. And again, Josh Williams fast, 51.545, keeps laying purple numbers down. Starting to sound like purple Preston. This Lana Flack coming under fire now. From Dossel. The rest are pretty much spread out. Tyler's charger smashes the inside curb at Video Pro. That's going to do no one any good. We'll definitely slow him down. Still only a kart length in it. Second and third. They're going to get this lap and one more, so there's 2 laps to go. Give Lana credit. I haven't seen her look behind yet either, so just keeps pushing forward. Josh Williams in a class of his own today. The Talk Karting stable. Ran a bit wide there in the exit of RHQ. It's unusual to see a mistake out of him. He's far from front, not to worry about it, but he's 2.5 seconds up the road. Flack still hanging on. She hasn't looked then. She knows he's there. Dossel's like, I'm still here, don't you worry. Coming up to last lap. She has pulled away a couple of kart lengths though. Is that going to be enough? Throw a podium away, just over 1 spot. Last lap, Josh Williams starts it. The number 9, Talk Karting, lays down the fastest lap, 51.503 on the second last lap. Still 2.5 seconds ahead of Flack. Southgate sneaks into the top 10. Flack's opened up now. She's pulled a 2 or 3 kart length gap. Seth Huth is absolutely hammering it, trying to pick up Greenbury's Charger. He knows he's there too. Goes for a big move. It's not on there. Should have saved himself for the back straight, which he still might happen. Could be on here 4th, 5th and 6th. Something's going on. He's force lost all the speed. What's happened? Neil's dropping back. Josh Williams, but flags to victory. Flack hangs on for 2nd. Dosser for 3rd, but Neil's, something's happened. He's finished, but it's the main thing. But Huth recovers back to 4th. Great job. Tyler's Charger, Raff in a 5th. Neil drops to 6th with what looks like a spark plug cap issue. Right, Mettinen is in 8th. Baxter runs nice. Southgate rounds out the top 10. That's all you'll see for KA3 Heavy today. We'll be back shortly.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
Here we go. King of the Kids, Cadet 12. It'll be Paige Flack off the front. Done a great job in the last race. Ricardo Johnson keeping on as Carter Grother. It's been those 3 all day. Fuller, Roberski, Ray. Luke Robinson was fast last time. He's out of 7 this time, so he just needs some luck to go his way. Carson, Young Kenny in the top 10. Great work. Campbell, OJ Walton still hanging around the 10. Majorak in 12th. Pilot, Bill Bowen has dropped back to 14th from a great start earlier on. But they've got him under control as we got one kart flying on the outside trying to get back in a position. Unfortunately, he's done that way past the red line. We'll give him one more, which is going to help that Charger. Saves him getting a penalty, which is what he was facing. You can't make the grid spot back once you've gone past the red line down there. But luck's on his side. Officials will give him one more lap, so he's more than welcome to take his spot now. The important start here for the top, I'd say 8, of who can get the break. Paige Flack last time, she took it and kept extending a lead slightly all the way through the race. See what happens this time. It's Flack. Girl versus boy, front row. Here we go. Yes, we're away. Looks like Paige is going to... No, Ricardo's hung around the outside. Perfect start from good position 2. Flack's been caught up a little bit, but she's back to 3rd. Carter Grother's in 2nd. We've all made it through the first couple of corners. Fuller's in 4th by the looks of it. Fortunately, Lukey's had a bad start. He's dropped back. So he's going to have to use his pace to get back to the front. But at the moment, Ricardo Johnson out of here with Grother, hunting down with some big speed down the back straight. Flack back up the inside. Says, you're not going to take it, Carter, I'll take it. She's not here to muck around. She's here to win. Coming around after the first lap. It'll be Johnson, Flack, Grother, Fuller, Ray, Carson, Majorak, Roberski, Kenny, Marita, and Campbell running at your 10. Flack now all over it. She wants to get on with this. She's not mucking around. Fuller's now taking Grother. Gives the front two a gap. We've lost one down the back or a couple. They seem to be okay. Is Carter going to push Fuller, or does he want to get the spot back? I'd expect Paige, yeah, she's already on the way. Plenty of motor down the back straight. Does it with ease. Grother back in front in third. So now to be Flack, Johnson, Grother, Fuller. She says, get me to the front. I want to beat all the boys. Just saw her sister finish second. Third and fourth are there. Joined in the commentary box by the 1-0 Oscar Target. Mate, you got a few charges going on today. How's the day been?
Oh, well, it's a pretty good view up here. I wish I was up here watching my driver's race, but it's been all right. Unfortunately, Seth had a little truck driving excursion across the grass in that last race, but this Cadet 12 race seems to be pretty interesting. I've only just started watching.
Yeah, mate, it's been on most of the day, so young Paige Flack showed the boys last time out stunned, but they've come back together now. So between Flack, Johnson, Grother, Fuller, seems to be between these four. But honestly, Paige Flack, she's got some pace, has some motor down the back straight. So the boys are struggling to catch her. So it looks like she's going to take the lollies here. But I'm sure the boys won't take it too easy, mate. As you know, being a boy, we don't like getting beaten by girls. But today, she's on the run.
Yeah, she's very fast, much like her multiple sisters. But she's on hold as well.
Yeah, she did.
She's had pace all day, and there seems to be a bit of a fight going on behind her for second. So it'll be interesting to see if Carter tries to make a move on Ricardo here for second. And I reckon if he does, that'll probably be game over for them, and Paige will drive off into the sunset.
Yeah, she's definitely showed some pace. Carter's got some good speed down the straight, so he's going to go. He's going to have a go this time. He had to have a go. Johnny will be into him. Tell him to hurry up, get going, chase that lead girl down. But Paige, she's checked out. She's 4 or 5 kart lengths, although Carter has got the fastest lap. Still got the fastest lap, even with a passing move, so he's carrying some pace. Further down, Luke Robinson now in 10th with the fast lap. Unfortunately, Luke's had some bad luck today, but he's got the Tony kart going around strong. But, mate, there's a multitude of karts today. It's not really a Tony kart strong, but so's the EKS. I think Chazzy with the KA3 Heavy. The Soddy's obviously up there. Just glad Carter Grother can drive it a bit better than our president at the moment.
Yeah, our president's had a bit of a rough day by the look of it, but yeah, Carter's getting his Sodi kart around, but he doesn't appear to be catching Paige, but we'll see. There's still 5 minutes to go in this race, so we'll see what happens. There's a fair few battles going on up and down the pack. I think Luke Robinson is one to watch. He's just passed Harlan Bell at turn 1 this same lap, and he's pulled away about 50 metres already, so I reckon he'll be very much troubling the bottom half of the top 5 by the end of this race.
Yeah, so it's 5/10 and it stays 5/10 between Flack and Grother. There's nothing in it. There's thousandths of a second between the lap times. But Lukey Robinson's still got the fastest lap. We won't give that credit to Chris Walton. We'll give that to Harry instead. He's doing the mentor of the young kid. But being young, you remember these guys and girls are only 9, probably 10, 11, 12 years old. So a lot of pressure on these little heads right now. But I quite like Flack. She doesn't look behind. She just eyes forward. As you know, mate, when you're training your drivers, that the more you look back, the slower you're going to go.
Exactly. She hasn't looked back once in this race, and we haven't got a split time yet, but I reckon there's a fair chance she's pulled away on this lap here. So it looks like the 2 drivers behind Carter are closing up to him as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. his fight for 5th looks to be heating up as well. That whole group is probably 7 or 8 of them that are really closing up.
Yeah, and it's a 71. Who's the 71? Oh, it's Madrak. He's in 5th. So he's probably the one that's going to get chased down at the moment. But this time it's a 10th of a second nearly that the Flax put back on Grother. But the problem will be if Fuller gets close enough to Grother and puts a move on, it's definitely lights out. See you later for Paige Flack, who I'll be honest with you deserves the win today. But Carter Grother's been good enough and should hang on a second. But 3rd and 4th aren't going away. But then, like you said, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, it's all on. Fuller's actually just pulled the fastest lap out now the last time round. So the 3rd place getter's got plenty of speed. But like you said, Lukey Robinson, he's trying hard out there. He got a bad start, dropped 5 or 6 spots, but he's charging back up his way through now in the Tony kart. But Paige Flack, I think you'll find she's extended the lead from 6/10 of a second this lap.
Yeah, that gaps out another 10th this lap. Luke Robinson in the turn 1 away. See if he can catch these next 2 cars. Carter Johnson had a little bit of a drop off from the T4, so possibly we're locked in our top 3 in this being water.
Yeah, Ricardo's been fast. He put it on pole or the front 2 this morning in qualifying. Obviously, we qualified these classes against my disgust because we should be doing random draw, as we know that's where you learn your racecraft. But it would have been interesting to see some of these charges come through from the back of the pack. And I know that Johnny laid my back there, being an old school racer, that nothing beats random draw. Even though you got 40 karts, like I said, when I did play netball, we had to race go-karts, so a bit of biff and barge is going to happen. But Flack looks like she's got this under control, but it's quite a spread-out race for Cadet 12. There's a bit going on down there. H-Sport down there. I can't pick up the numbers, but she's a 3-way battle between... Who have we got there? Oh, that's young Kenny, is it? Yeah, and Sim and Campbell. So they're hard at it. Don't want to give any positions away. OJ Walton, she's popped up 5 spots. So she's had a bit of a bad luck run this weekend, but got the Coney kart tuned in. But yeah, Lawson's also up 7 spots. But Flack, I don't know, it's getting darker out there, so it didn't look like it was going to rain, mate, but I'm not sure that we're going to see at the end of the day. Maybe we might see a bit of rain.
Yeah, it's one of the fastest trying tracks in the country, but you know what it's like, Scotty. When it rains here at night, it just seems like there's water coming out of the ground. So if it does rain in these late hours of the afternoon and into the night, I think we'll see wet racing till the end of the day. But yeah, the dark clouds are coming over, as they have a few times today, and we've only got a few laps to go. And Paige Flack has just stuck that gap at around 7/10, and it doesn't look like Carter Grover's going to be able to catch it. Luke Robinson pops up with another fastest lap, which is quite fast for Cadet 12.
Yeah, well, mate, like I said, I've been out for a bit, so you'll be more up to date with me, but obviously it looks like it's a fast time. But, oh no, Luke, as we say that, Lukey's ran wide in RHQ. So we've got to remember these kids are only young, so Lukey can put the speed out, but he's got a few little things to fix up, which he knows about. But unfortunately, I won't leave that to Chris Walton because that won't end well, so we'll have to leave that to Harry or Max to work that out with him. But he'll learn his lesson. Be a big year for him, Cadet 12 this year. But Flack and Grother, it's just sort of stuck at that 7/10. No one's winning, no one's losing. And we're on last lap, actually, so Paige Flack's looking good. Carter's hanging on. Fuller's pushing hard. I think Ricardo Johnson's given up in the 4th spot. He's resigned there, but I tell you what, it's on between Carson, Robson and Ray going into the last lap, Oscar.
Ray's going to have to block from him. Very defensive. Goes for the switchback and he makes it. I think that's that battle over. But another one I want to look at, Nichi Morita here for P11 has just pulled away from Felix Sim just a little bit, but they've been having an amazing race so far. But onto the straight comes Paige Flack in dominant fashion to win here at Ipswich in Cadet 12.
Yeah, great result. One for the girls, and she's pretty pumped about it too, so she should be. Carter Grother butt picks up 2nd. Fuller picks up 3rd. Well earned there too. He's been thereabouts all day. Ricardo Johnson unlucky to finish 4th today. Madrak 5th. Reversky in 6th. Luke Robinson still with the fastest lap of the race. Coming home in 7th after he dropped back to 13th. So he's picked up 6 spots. Finished where he started, but great race. Carson, Oscar Ray and Bell Bowen comes in the top 10. but I'm pretty sure, bar a couple, mate, we've brought most of them home. So that's always good in the kids' classes that we always try and get the kids home, so they're always happy. And I'm sure there'll be a fair few sleep on the way home. If you can remember back when you were a young kid, mate, I'm pretty sure you're sort of catching flies in the back of mum and dad's car on the way home from a big race day.
Yeah, I think in my Cadet 12 days I was probably asleep before I even drove out the front gate. But as we see here from the in-grid camera, Paige Flack has been pumping her fists for probably the last 30 seconds.
Good on her.
Very, very pumped about that.
Yeah.
So she would have been happy because her older sister couldn't get it done in KA3 Junior Heavy.
No.
So we know what that conversation is like. Come on, Lana, why didn't you win too?
Yeah, exactly. She's going to get all the accolades. But the Flack
to KA2.
But
the karts were
looks
behind,
like
so us dads thought, what a great idea. Let's kind of
Paul in that race, we've completely missed the qualifying for the F1, so I'm actually not sure who got pole. Russell got it, did he? There you go. Where was Piastri?
And you still fit in the same suit. I can't fit in the suit that I had a year ago.
From the
So
V8
you guys
supercar
are doing
race.
very,
So
very well.
I don't fit in
it's
my suit. So as a little bit of a tidbit of information, Craig and I raced each other at Orman Park back in 1992. Today will be the first day that we'll be racing each other again since that date.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Are you going to survive? Because you're on track with us, obviously, so we're going to put you guys at the back of the DD2 class. Are we going to come around and lap you, do you think?
Hopefully not.
Some of us. Hopefully not us.
Depends. I don't have any wets.
Well, that was one of my questions. Do you prefer racing in the wet or dry? I've been asking everyone all day that, but given you guys haven't been racing for so long, I will ask, wet or dry, what do you prefer?
I've no idea about wet weather tyres because it was all slicks back in our day, and it was fun this morning running around when it was a bit wet back in the old days.
Yep. Yeah, I'm hoping it's wet. It's going to be great.
I'm sort of hoping it's wet as well, but unfortunately I think it's going to be one of those days that's dry, wet, and it's going to be a bitch of a day for setup. Okay, well, all the best tomorrow, guys. Hope it goes well. I'll see you on the out-grid. And
F-Dad, Formula Dad.
Formula Dads, very good. Well, all the best. I hope it goes well and hope we don't have any broken ribs or any serious injuries.
Hopefully not.
Hey, Scotty, see you on the track.
See you there. Thanks, guys.
Flynn was pretty strong last time, so it'll be interesting to see whether there's any brotherly love here, third and fifth starting between Declan and Jace.
I'm sure there is a bit of brotherly love. I've seen a fair bit of bump drafting between the two, but I don't see Jace.
No, I was just looking at that. I think he's missing. He might have pulled out. I'd say Chase was just testing his stuff, mate. So looking at that, there's only Declan there. I can't see Jace trying to come out. So I'm assuming he's doesn't want to hurt himself either. That's him at the back, is it? No, so he might have pulled out of this one. Done enough testing and leave it up to his teammates in this class. The boys trying to warm their tyres up. Sometimes a bit too aggressively, but anyway. So I'm not quite sure what he's done, but yep, Jace obviously pulled out of this one, mate. But obviously next weekend's Coffs Harbour round 1 AKC. I haven't seen the numbers, but I'm assuming it's still big. A couple of your boys going down there, looking forward to it.
KA3 Senior at a national level is going to be very, very hard. I think that's Zach Hurd there starting out of 10. He's an Australian champion. He came second in this class at AKC last year for the year, and I think won around. So this isn't easy, but very slow roll up to the line here.
Yes.
Sure you'll like that, Scotty. This is something you do in your DD2.
Yeah, it is, mate, but I've normally got a neutral gear to clear it, so bit of gamemanship going on here between Penman and Flynn, but Flynn holds the pace, mate, so it's up to him what he wants to do. So this is what you see a lot in Europe, a really slow start. So it's up to everyone to make sure that they pinch the fuel line, lean it off, whatever they want to do, but you're leaning it, you want to make sure you put the fuel back in it as the race goes, but can't see a problem with this start, so we should see it and we're away. Very, very slow start, which has hurt Penman. It's worked out perfectly for Flynn. So I think you see Braxton Regan going straight through in a second. And Penman slots in a third. Matthews on the inside of running. I can't even see who that was. Risman, was it? Caught on the outside. So again, we've got Flynn, then Braxton Regan, then Penman. But Declan Matthews has dropped a spot. And also now Risman's fighting with Fraser. I haven't seen where Hurd's moved up to, mate. But like you said, it's not going to be much here. It's going to be all on shortly.
Yeah, as we said, big move by Dominic Penman past KA3 Junior Light National Champion last year, Braxton Regan, for second place. Flynn's already pulled a bit of a gap, and Zach Hurd is up to sixth. Declan Matthews in fifth there, two to watch out for. But it seems like a bit of a kart rubbish, so Penman's up there in second, aboard Carly, trying to stick it to them, along with Peter Cook in second. He's giving the fair passing 8-4 semi car as well. Penman's really closed the gap. Really started race goals, but yeah, I think this will be a very good race. Matthews goes for a move on Saragi, and nearly shows him where the grass is.
Big look behind there, certainly did, but he's on a mission. I think, Declan, you'll find in this race. Obviously, racing tag restricted, obviously doing some testing because obviously he's way better than that field. But Flynn, Penman's all over him. Now, Penman showed some speed in the first race, and he sort of lacked it a little bit in the last couple, but it looks like he's back on song now. Whether they've tuned the card up, I'm not sure, but I'm not sure right now whether you'd be wanting to push or try and pass. If it's me, I'm probably trying to push if you're not too much faster than the guy in front, so you can try and break away from this pack because, as you know, mate, the old famous Kip Foster is one of the best I've ever seen at it. When he's out in the front and hasn't quite got the pace, he will slow you right down until second, third and fourth all join up and start fighting, and then you'll see him take off. So, I mean, Jai Flynn's still young, hasn't got the Kip Foster head, but if I'm Penman, looking behind me, I'm starting to make a move pretty shortly.
Yeah, well, they are two locals here at Ipswich, so they do have a lot of experience compared to Braxton Regan sitting in there behind him. Declan Matthews also, another local driver here who's done a lot of racing. He's really closing up to them. But the surprising ones for me are Keegan Fraser, national champion in this class just a few years ago, down in, that night? Toby Spinks in 12.
Yeah.
He won around this class at the national championship last year. And he's very good in this. I think that just shows how competitive this category is, especially here at Ipswich, where if you can win here, I think you can do anything.
Yeah, 100% you can, mate. And unfortunately, Spinks snapped his tyre in race one, but it also shows when you have a bad one race that you'll pay for it all day, especially when you've got a field like this. Just as that happens, Hurdy's run wide out of RHQ. That's not going to help him. Tom will be giving him a serve over that. But out the front, Flynn's just starting to pull away a couple of kart lengths. So, like you said, Braxton Regan, the national champion last year, He's just starting to look at Penman. And then Declan Matthews is not going to make it any easier for all of them. So it's a four-way battle right now. Hurdy's sort of by himself. But, yeah, you're right. Fraser's struggling a bit this weekend. But in the new kart, he's so used to an Arrow. So I know for a fact that the IPK is a fair bit different than the Arrow as you do, mate. So it might just take a little bit of practice for him. Declan Matthews goes purple with a 50.763. So he possibly could be the one to watch here. But one move here, and either the leader's going to go away or it's going to be a long battle between the four of them.
Really fast, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. It looks like there's a sort of 2 or 3 car length gap between each of these front runners for the last few laps, but I'm sure that won't last. It'll close up and something will happen, as it always does in KA3 Senior.
Certainly does, mate. But I'm just watching this race. I reckon this lap here for Hurd will almost go purple because he's definitely closing in the back of Matthews, who currently has the fastest lap. So this should be a good lap for Hurdy, I would feel. But it's Flynn that's gone purple. But no, as I thought, Hurd straight back at him, 50.547. So Hurd's on the charge. And like you said, last year could have won the national championship. It was very close, but he's been a stalwart in this and tag. Raced Harry Hoey a lot as well. So he's got a lot of experience, raced a lot of tracks. But like you said, Ipswich is unique. So the locals definitely get an edge. But I tell you what, the Sydney boys, they're starting to give it to us here, mate. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hurd get amongst this. And it's going to be a 5-way battle shortly where any 5 of them could possibly win.
Well, we all know Zach's not scared to make a move when he needs to. He's been in this class and many classes for a long time. Declan Matthews goes for a move on Braxton Regan and gets it done at the end of the back straight. Secures himself third. That has opened the gap up a bit to the leaders. But if Declan keeps going this pace and Zach Hurd keeps going this pace, I think they can very well catch it.
Yeah, mate, Hurdy's gone fast again, 50.507. But like you said, they've got that gap now, so this is Flynn's race to lose, really. If he holds the gap there, he's got it. Penman's just struggling to keep up a little bit in the parallel. Like I said, there's been a few karts. I saw him in a Tony at one stage, and then he was in something else last year. So he's probably still getting his head around that. But Hurdy now up the inside of Braxton Regan. So I'm not sure if they're actually teammates. I can't keep up. They are teammates of Tom. So obviously he'll learn a bit from Hurdy here. But Matthews is going to be pushing hard to get to the front. So I'm not sure if Jai Flynn's still part of CXR. He's still part of CXR, so he'll be trying to get a 1-2 for those boys. While Tom's boys will be working together to get back up the front. There's still 3 minutes to go, so there's still 5 odd laps to get round here. And Jai Flynn has just gone fast again with a 50.385. So there's saying, well, we're going to win it, and that's going fastest lap every time at the front. But I feel that there could be a move down here with Penman from Matthews. And I don't think there's much love lost between those two either.
No, Penman being the next CXR team driver. I don't assume now that he's no longer in that stable. There's a lot of friendly rivalry there. But, we all know that this class brings the best out of all these drivers. Zach Hurd has shown some great speed. I reckon there could be a move coming here from him. Not quite at the end of the back straight, but watch out for him. There's a lot of good battles going on all up and down the field. The battle from Jet Saragi through Cooper Pitt, Chad Brisman, Baxter Garrett, and Keegan Fraser have just had to stop. They've just been fighting between themselves all the way through.
Yeah, mate. Obviously, the J&D boys got a bit of work to do with Spinksy. But like I said, it was hard in the first race when he lose a tie rod. So, but they've got the parallel of Penman's up the front. So they can read some data. And Hurdy, as we speak, Hurdy goes past goes past Declan Matthews, as Matthews tells him to go ahead and to start chasing down Penman. With 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, there'll be 3 or 4 laps here, but, geez, it's a big gap to bridge. But I'll tell you what, Hurdy's playing purples down, so if anyone can do it, it can be him. And I'm sure Declan will be pushing him all the way. And then Braxton Regan's just hoping that they all hit each other and comes through and does a Bradbury and takes it out. But it's Flynn out in front for me. Very controlled race. He's had it all day, Flynn. Hurd's still keeping the fastest lap, but we'll keep an eye on it because the 6/10's nearly 7 out to Penman, and then there's another 0.772 from Hurd, from Penman to Hurd. So we'll see whether he can actually break this down because they're going to get another 3 laps by the looks of the clock here. As Flynn runs really wide, but they drop off that curb, and obviously they hold on to the speed down there, mate. The bloke that pulled that curb shouldn't have pulled it so big, obviously, but everyone's using it for a fast track. But just looking at it visually, Hurd 100% has caught He's less than 0.772 this time. So we'll see what happens. They come past that finish line this time, but Hurd's on the charge for second place. And Matthews won't be mucking around and be trying to stick it straight up the inside at the same time.
Yeah, Hurd definitely closed the gap to Penman. We'll see what it is officially as they cross the line. Down 6/10, 10.5 out of him that lap. With 3 laps to go. Very well to get there. You know, when it's head will move on to the action. Been a very non-KA3 Senior like race this has.
It certainly has, mate.
Yep. Like in that Cadet 12 race, hadn't looked behind once, and it's just held a few tenth gap early in the race, and is now just driving off into the sunset.
Yeah, he certainly is, mate. And you keep looking at Hurdy thinking he's making the gap up, but it's like a yo-yo. Sometimes Penman just drives a second part of the track different than what Hurd does. I know that happens with me and old Bretho sometimes. I'm better in the first half, he's better in the second half, but it was 0.628 last time. This time it's 0.525, so another tenth taken out of it, but it is the last lap, so unless Penman makes a mistake, I'd be keeping my eyes forward and not worrying about it because he's not going to get there unless Penman makes a mistake. But I'll tell you what, Braxton Regan's got up to the back of Matthews, who won't like that at all and won't like getting passed by a junior, but we'll just see whether he wants to make the move from 5th to 4th. But Hurdy's getting there. I'll tell you what, one more lap and he'd be there, but he's just not quite going to get there as he puts his head down, pushing hard down into Autobahn. But checkered flag this time around. He's just not going to have enough laps to get there. Definitely put in a big effort because Hurdy started 10th, don't forget. Pretty sure he started 10th. He did. He started 10th, so he's moved all the way up to 3rd. Not his local track, but hands together for Jai Flynn taking out the win from Penman, Hurd, Declan Matthews, Braxton Regan. Great result from a junior up to seniors. Then you'll see this Saragi, Cooper Fish with the pink gloves, Baxter Jarrett, Risman and Keegan Fraser rats out the 10, but like you said, mate, he won't be probably happy with that, but first time in the kart. I'm presuming today's been a big test day with DV and getting used to the Formula K before they head to Coffs Harbour next weekend.
Yeah, I was over there talking to Ross and Keegan and Big Dale earlier in the day. They were making improvements. They weren't happy with it yet. I think that was a bit of a step up from the last race, but I'm sure they'll be pushing hard to get themselves to the front for Coffs Harbour next weekend because that's the goal for all of these guys. All of these guys will be at Coffs Harbour, racing the Australian Championship and trying to get that green plate.
Yeah, it's an ultimate goal, mate, isn't it? So we'll have a quick break and we'll come back once these karts are cleaned up. I'm pretty sure the P-plate race is up next.
So it wasn't going to be my job for the day, but Scott Howard has just departed the commentary box all of a sudden. So I'm up here commentating by myself on tag restricted Masters. What a lot of people in the crowd probably don't think is a very difficult class, but I think personally it's one of the hardest here to be competitive in. It's not easy. There's a lot of really good drivers in this, so it'll be hard. Oh, no, sorry. It's tag restricted medium. I just saw Rudy Farkas out there, so sorry about that, Rudy. So as they roll up through the cut through here, onto the main straight for the start of the tag restricted medium final with Hugo Kusales and Rudy Farkas off the front row. We know both these guys are very competitive at this level. Let's see what happens. Kusales gets the jump through the first sector, closely followed by Billy Whitaker, and Rudy Farkas slips back to third as they come through the infield. Kusales has already got a fairly nice gap, so he doesn't have to worry at all about defending up here into Video Pro in the middle hairpin. Rudy Farkas is already all over the back of Billy Whitaker, so he'll be trying his best to get back up into second and chase down Hugo Kusales at the start of this, but it seems like Hugo's been fast all day. Rudy can't make something happen down there at the end of the back straight. Let's see what he can do into the first sector. It's always a hard place to pass into turn 1 and 2, especially in these classes where the engine parity is so close, like tag restricted medium. So the top three have spread out here with Kusales getting a bit of a gap over Whitaker and Farkas in third. Don't appear to be spreading out too much as they come across the line. We'll see who can slip in the fastest lap of the race. I'm sure it'll be one of these top three. There's not big gaps at all. Kusales in the lead, has put in the fastest lap at a 52.2. I'm sure that will come down into the low 51s as this race continues. He's got a fairly nice gap over Whitaker here. If he can keep his head down and keep looking forward, I think a lot of the guys behind will struggle to keep up with him here. As we have, unfortunately, for Ryan Sponseller at the back, he appears to have lost the chain, the P-plater, so that'll be the end of his race, unfortunately. Nothing's changed up the front for now, but there is a fairly substantial battle going on for P4 between Jordan, Donnelly, Tunnicliffe and Lenahan. Rudy Farkas pops in the fastest lap on that last lap at 52.0. He's not letting these front two get away. He's a very experienced racer here at Ipswich, and he spent a lot of time here driving around many different classes, many different go-karts, engine setups, and he's always right up the front. So watch out for Rudy to build on that as his race goes on. But yeah, this battle for P4 is quite competitive at the moment. Tunnicliffe covers his line a little bit. Nothing going on there at the end of the back straight. Tunnicliffe's had a really good run onto the straight here, and he looks down the inside at turn 1. Can't quite get it done and hops over the top of the curb. And then Lenahan makes an amazing move at turn 2, but unfortunately that's put Tunnicliffe off the track, and unfortunately quite a fair way back. In this battle for the podium positions, Rudy's once again put in the fastest lap at a 51.7 and closed that gap up to Whitaker. The last few laps he's been losing a little bit of ground in the infield to Whitaker. He appears to have tightened up a little bit this lap, but yeah, Rudy is making all of his time in these three, what the locals here know as the 3 hairpins and the big braking zones here at Ipswich. As the battle for P4 continues between Jordan and Donnelly. Rudy now is closed right up to the back of Whitaker. Doesn't get the best run onto the straight, but he's definitely closer than he was last lap. It'll be good to see here if Rudy can hold on to the back of him through the infield and be able to make a move in either Video Pro, Autobahn, or down into Howard's concreting. Rudy now, he's very strong down here at Autobahn and onto the back straight. He's not quite close enough this lap to make a move, but again, really strong at the end of the back straight on the brakes and makes a nice run coming onto the main straight. Don't think he's going to be quite close enough to be looking for a move into 1 or 2. He's still got 3 minutes to go, but he's going to have to hurry it along if he wants to get to the lead of this race. As Rudy now, this is probably the closest he's been. He goes for a big move and hits the back of him, has a half spin, and unfortunately, I think that's Rudy's chances at P2 gone. Gave it a good crack. Tried to make a big move on Whitaker at the end of the back straight, but couldn't make it happen. It's always great having Rudy race. He always provides some awesome entertainment for us on the sidelines. As now the battle for 5th has heated up between Donnelly and Lenaham. I think we've had a problem there for Donnelly. He really slowed down right in front of Lenaham and has pulled into the cut through between chain brake and Video Pro. I think he's had an issue there. Oh, he's got his Arrow chassis back rolling. And we've had a spin for the number 96 Jet Schumacher up at Video Pro as well. He was having a good race, had held position from the start, but unfortunately a lose from him there. We'll see him drop to the back of the field. My professional commentator's just walked back in. He's abandoned me for this race, but Scott Howard, the Captain Kangaroo, has just come back into the commentary box, so we'll hand back over to him. Apparently he's not coming back in here, but unfortunately we've had an issue there for Split. Looks to have had an issue with his kart down at Brisbane Karts. Either way, Casale's in the lead, has done a great job in this race. He's not always been the fastest. Whitaker and Farkas have put in faster lap times than him throughout this race, but he's been very consistent and just been able to eke that gap out ever so slightly, and now with an 8.5 tenth gap heading into the last lap, I don't see anyone beating him.
Thanks for filling in there, Oscar. The tag restricted medium. Just watching the V8s actually, and unfortunately Puku from leading the champions been put in the wall from Golding, and not going to do the championship any good for him as he had the orange numbers on there. So we're hoping that Cameron and Kostecki can do something about Feeney. But anyway, last lap out here. Wind's starting to pick up outside, mate, but there's no rain, but wasn't going to guarantee it. Up next, we have got the Cadet 9 and 12 P-platers, and we managed to get Russell up here so we can have a chat about the way he runs the program for the kids, how it's all working and all that type of stuff. So just going round and round here, mate. I see Whitaker is just caught up at the last minute here. Not quite going to have enough to catch this very spread out race. He's done well to keep talking.
Yeah, there's been a bit of entertainment throughout this race. Whitaker, that was the closest he'd gotten since the early laps, but it appears that Chris Ailes is going to get this done with just a few corners to go. You missed it, but Rudy tried to put a huge move on at the end of the back straight.
Nah, I saw it. I was standing out there and saw it.
Chris Ailes coming across the line to win just over Whitaker and Rudy Farkas to round out the podium.
Again, Rudy Farkas, hats off to you, mate. 2 classes, got 1 to go, I think. But yeah, comes in 3rd. Then Jordan Lyon in 5th. Then it's Field, Tinnicliffe. And it's the 45 of White. The P-plater, led by another P-plater, Freeman and Simpson running out to 10. Lost one there, but looks like that'll have to get his cart together, and then we'll come back to you with the Cadet 9 and 12 race and get a bit of insight from Russell Inns of how the program works, and anyone interested can jump on board.
I don't really want to commentate Cadet 9. He's all Cadet 9. And then DD2's up, and then then win. So,
done your stint, mate, what you're telling me. 4 minutes left.
Oh, hang on, no.
He's lost the rest of it away.
Somebody wrote a message yesterday.
Oh, good.
Shut up and sit down.
So the Cadet 9, 12s and 9 and 12 P-plate race is up and running. Again, lots of parents heading out there. Again, new mate Dalla Sharp, first one out there. Boys heads down the back. Good job, mate. Good to see you. It's been a long time. His young daughter Poppy's out there. We've got Russell in taking away from Chief Steward just for a race to talk about what we do with these guys, mate. I was involved a long time ago. You done a lot of work since then. A big field of P-plate races today. Full fields in Cadet 12 and nearly full field in Cadet 9. Let's walk through what the process is, mate, and things part of this one, understand what goes on and how the kids are getting involved in the home.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah, we've got this tremendous junior development program at Ipswich where we run the Come and Try days, and in conjunction with Karting Australia, also junior sprockets programs. And we've got so many of these little kids coming through at the moment. It's so exciting to see all these little Cadet P-platers. There's 19 of them out there. They'll all graduate onto Cadet 9 and 12s very soon. And we're about to get underway, so.
Great start. The kids done a great job here. And we're away. You'll all see a couple of them. Sometimes there's the one there turn around without the guards doing a great job today. There's been some problems done by big farmers. Doing a great job. We all know, mate, today's all about getting some laps and staying the race. So there's a couple of kids in there obviously ready to go straight up. Obviously the first one's young Lee, but the front he's very close to moving up to Cadet 12, obviously. And young Poppy's had a bit of a mishap over there, but the good thing about this, mate, is all the parents get out there, and I like the fact they spread themselves all over the track, which we struggled with this time, and help the kids out. But it must be a huge, I said, mindset for you when you see the smiles on these kids' faces when they come in.
Yeah, that's the most rewarding thing about it, is just seeing the kids develop, and the smiles on their little faces, the relief on the mum and dad's faces when they finish a tough day like this. A lot of these little ones, this is their very first race meeting, and they're getting through it. It's a pretty challenging environment here at Ipswich. And I spoke to them all before the final and said, listen, we're nearly there, we just got to keep it nice and tight, clean, get through this one. And they've done a terrific job today.
Yeah, they certainly have, mate. Look, it's probably some senior classes need to have a watch on how these guys start some races. I just seen young Poppy pull over on the side there, and Dad's like, keep going, so she's back away again in the Peakmobile. Like I said, it's good to see I raced against Ella Sharp back in the 90s here in rookies with Lee Holsworth and Keith Giles and all sorts of guys here. It's good to see them kids come back through. My daughters didn't want to take it on, but they still love it. But mate, the biggest thing here is the fact we get them from our come and try days are full. They're always full, obviously we know that. You've got the junior sprockets, which I haven't been involved in too much, but even when these things are run, mate, when they're karts and they're on the track for the first time, there's a lot of work and energy that goes in there, getting them at their practice days, making them feel comfortable, getting them getting to this stage, rather than getting them into the race stage. I know it's quite happy. It's very special to have, and lucky to have your This explains like the work that goes in, I suppose, to get these kids, when you have practice days, to make sure that they've got their own sessions so they're not too scared. And there's obviously the OLS you've got to do to make sure that the kids are right to go to racing in the other events for Karting Australia.
Yeah, so when they turn up, their first few practice days, we do split them out. The little Cadet Ps, they take it a little while to get up to some sort of respectable speed, and you don't want them out there with the fast cadets. So we separate them out, give them plenty of time, in their own little group to develop, learn a little bit of racecraft as such, and then we give them this opportunity to do the Cadet P only class at these race days. Again, this is their learning environment. They graduate from this, they go into Cadet 9 and 12, where it's intense, and they're just better prepared. For the parents, it's also takes a bit of pressure off them. Just relax a bit, let the kids enjoy these first few race meetings, and progress from there. But as far as the come and try days, I've got a terrific group of people in the club that put so much effort in getting the karts ready. We've got this fleet of karts. We've got 17 karts that they prepare for every come and try day. And they're so professional and efficient with how they run these days. I guess we're pretty practiced at it now. And we're pumping so many people through these come and try days. And that's why, we've got such big fields in Cadet 12 and 9, such a heap of little cadets coming through. And we're very close now, very close to reaching the 1,000 membership mark. And a lot of that is just so many of these little kids coming through.
That's awesome. And like I said, it's always daunting for these young kids. I remember when we ran the first come and try days here, and the karts, mind you, a lot of them, yes, the club we bought some back in the early day, but a lot of them have been donated by some races as well, which is quite cool. But the biggest thing is, as I've seen in the come and try, is if the kid gets scared quite easily, it's hard to get them back in the seat. So what you guys do with making their own little sessions in these type of races, just gets them a little bit more prepared. Like my main rival, Troy Brethren, his young boy, he's been going around in practice days by himself, but he's just starting to go into some practice days with other kids. So it's not a quick process. It's a 12 to 18 month process to get these kids to even race 9 and 12. And it's a good in the bag when these young guys have a big club. Our field is so strong. So yes, you can go to Lula and Warwick and Toowoomba and some slightly different field as well. But ultimately, that's why they can be safe. Talking a bit of paint and a bit of biffo, and that's all part of it. They're all still coming in smiling, and I'm sure they'll all fall asleep on the way home this afternoon.
Yeah, it'll be the 10 minutes down the road and they'll be sound asleep in the back seat of the car. We've all been there as parents. But yeah, look, it can be a big intimidating experience to come and race here. So we do, sometimes if the parents and the kids are a little bit apprehensive, we do say you've got options. You can go and do a few race meetings at Warwick, Toowoomba, Kalula before you take that big step to come and race here. Just, again, to take a little bit of pressure off them.
Yeah, that's right, mate. It's also, I think, what's good. I mean, the kids are a main part of the program. Someone like that, just had a big gap on parents, they've gone from soccer to go-karts at 7 years old, or 8 years old, or 10 years old. So it's a bit of a different scenario. There's obviously a bit of money being spent, which is why we do the come and try days to make sure that they're happy in it before they go and spend the money on it. Because once you've bought the cart and all the gear, it's actually quite cheap to run one of these. Pay $30 or $40 a day to go practice and a bit of fuel and away you go. So I think it's quite also good. And I've seen you run a few programs now too, mate, where you also have a thing for the parents. Talk to the kids about racing, but also talk to the parents about a bit of maintenance in your team that run all these karts and keep them all clean and up to speed and fix when they're broken, because things can happen. Make sure they're smiling, having a good time, don't push them too hard. They're all being excited and trying to hurry up when they're do the right thing through their kids' career, so we don't have the likes of the people that, unfortunately, the 1% of people that are, might be abusing officials and stuff. These guys are learning it right the first time round. I hope that's a good education that you guys are doing for these mums and dads to come all the way through.
Yeah, at the start of the year, I think the third weekend of January, we had a Future Champions Clinic, and that was an opportunity. I think there's a fair few of these little ones that did that clinic, and a lot of time was spent with the parents, just educating them, getting them to appreciate the journey as such, and give them a lot of advice, a lot of guidance, I suppose. And that was a terrific sort of event. And just watching this little pack here, they're driving sensationally for little kids that have got minimal experience. They're trucking along really well, aren't they?
Certainly are, mate. And I was just saying it. I mean, the checker flag's coming out now, but they're not touching each other either. So and you sort of see them go alongside each other and go, "Oops, sorry," and move across. If they do touch, it's in pure accident that they're touching. But I mean, some of our senior drivers, like I said, probably should pay attention to how, there's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids all on the line, and not one of them was seen touch each other. Like I said, there's a few swerves happening here and there, but that's just more they get a bit scared when they come up alongside it. But mate, to finish this race, it's 7 minutes this one, so it's 2 minutes longer for the kids.
Yep.
But here's 10 karts coming across the line in about 3 seconds, and not one of them's got a time mark up the side of their cart. So I just think it's fantastic. And we have this chance for the kids, and the kids are lucky that you put the effort in, mate. So on behalf of us and the club, thanks very much for all the effort you do, because it doesn't go unnoticed. Without you doing what you do, these kids wouldn't have what they've got out the track right now.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for giving me the time to talk about it. And I'll trot down there now and congratulate all the kids. I reckon they're smiling like...
They're waiting for the bags, lollies from the parents, mate. But thank you for coming in, mate. It's good to get your explanation, your expertise of what's been going on. But like I said, guys and girls, it is... thanks, mate. It's all the work of Russell and his team that makes this club keep ticking along. So when I took over the club, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, the pyramid was pretty much upside down. So we had a lot of top-end drivers and not a lot of juniors, where the pyramid's been flipped on its head right now. And it started 8 years ago with the programs we brought in, but right now it couldn't be stronger. And Karting Australia probably should take a lot of notice of what Ipswich Kart Club's doing right now. And there should be a lot of accolades coming from the top of Karting Australia about the grassroots karting that we're doing right now in Ipswich Kart Club. I think it's fantastic, and no other club comes close to it. Don't care what anybody says, there's no one that comes close to this club when it comes to education for the kids and the programs we put forward. So thanks to Russell and his team and Scotty and his team at the Ipswich Kart Club. And from these guys, we'll take a break and move on to Cadet 9 Final coming up in a few minutes.
Attention in the pits, riders get DD2 and KA3 Masters down to the outside for your final.
Welcome back to Cadet 9, who are running a very slow pace in the roll-up laps, which is great to see, for their 9-minute final. So a long lap race for these kids. Only been very young, like I said, 7 to 9 years old. It's again Lack versus Missing. Great race in the last one. Let's see if we can get a start first time round, or we're going to send them around again. No, we're away. Great start. Lack's actually got the jump this time. So Lack will take it in front of Missing, I think it'll be. Whoa, we've got a rollover. So we want slow boards out here. We've got a rollover. Let's get some parents. Don't jump the fence, anybody. Just let the parents that's out in the track sort that out. We don't need anyone jumping the fence, please. Everyone's over there sorting it out. We've got slow boards out. Very quick response, thanks to the parents out there. Your child's involved. I understand you're upset, but please don't run across the track on a live track right now. We've got medical staff running, and they'll be there shortly. It was a go on red flag racing here. So we'll direct the kids, get the parents to direct the kids into the pit lane. Yep. Just point the finger, guys. Slow them down. Make sure they go into the pit lane properly. We don't have to slow them down. They're already going slow. They're doing a very good job. But our officials are straight out there, and the medical staff's already out there. So, like I said, Marnie and her team don't muck around. That's why we have 4 of them here at all times, to get out there and just make sure. I think we're already up on our feet. So, very, very good response from the team out there and the fathers out in the track. Good job. As the young kids come around, and we'll just get directed into the pits from the parents. Again, very good education. These parents were probably 12 months ago exactly where...
There's a sense of
making
calm
sure everybody is safe.
that
So he's not
soothes
going to
our
cause any more
restless
issues.
souls.
So very well done to the young fella there to know the rules.
A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
Okay, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club. I'm here with Dimmer and Geordie Slater. So a couple of questions for you boys. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think most club days, it's when we do the reverse grids or just a random grid more so. So if you get placed right at the back and maybe you're someone that's maybe a bit faster, you've got to learn how to get through the field. I find that.
But you're qualifying tomorrow in tag?
Yeah, that's correct. So qualifying, it's a bit different. I think it's good practice for when we go to the big events. So I think we'll learn as much as we can from it.
Feel like if you mess up one corner around this track, it doesn't set you up well for the next one. Like, say you mess up the corner before the back straight, your entire run for the back straight's gone. So
And big fields too, so if you make that mistake, you're going to get gobbled up real quick. You lose 3 or 4 spots real quick. Do you prefer the wet or dry racing? Tomorrow, who knows, could be anything. Wet or dry, what's your preference?
I think for my go-kart and my motor's sake, I prefer the dry weather.
Fair enough.
Definitely wet.
You like the wet? Nice. Excellent. Wet on slicks, or would you rather be out there on wet tyres?
Wet on slicks, mate. Way more fun.
Wet on slicks.
Yeah, agreed. So I'm here with Praga pilot, Ryan Orman. So Ryan, if you could be on the outgrid with any driver in the world, who would it be?
I think it'd be a tough one. I reckon the home Aussie fan, Oscar Piastri. I think it'd be a good experience to learn alongside of, I reckon.
Very good. And what's the trickiest part here for you racing at Ipswich?
Probably through from 1 to speedball. It's very technical, very twisty. You got to nail it every time. If you miss it, and it's quite crucial. So I think that'd be the most difficult part.
Yeah, that's been a popular answer. A lot of people saying you stuff up one question, you lose half a lap.
Correct.
And if you had to describe your driving style in one word only, what would it be?
Smooth.
Nice. And wet or dry racing, what do you prefer? And you can give me an answer of you like slicks in the wet, or wets in the wet, or slick racing only, whatever you like.
No, I like the dry more than the wet.
You like what, sorry?
I like the dry more than the wet, so I'll rather dry.
And if you find yourself out on slicks out there and it starts raining, do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun, but you just got to be very patient and smooth.
Cool, thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're here with Ryan, who's racing in tag this weekend in his FA kart. Ryan, wet or dry racing? It could be either tomorrow or today when everyone's watching this. What do you prefer?
Normally the wet, preferably. Always love the wet. Always been quicker, but looking forward to the dry just to show the pace if I have it. Other than that, hopefully wet.
Take it as it comes.
Yeah.
Are you one of these ones that launch a kart straight over the flip-flop in the wet weather?
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
Is that the fastest way?
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't pay for your chassis, do you?
No, pretend like I'm 16 because I am, and pretend like Dad pays for it is my whole goal. Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich, do you think?
Trickiest? Just the raw fitness is probably the hardest part, but once you get over that, it's just laps. Every lap hurts, but you get used to it.
The more you do it, the more your body gets used to it. Yeah. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, who would be your pick to race against?
Jai Flynn.
Jai Flynn?
Really? Just to take him out. Yeah. Hate that guy.
You take him out?
Hate him.
Yeah, he said the same thing about you when I interviewed him as well. So, okay, mate. Well, all the best for tomorrow. Send it. Hopefully it's dry for you. If not, I'll be looking for you launching over the flip-flop in the wet.
Always.
Enjoy.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Okay, I'm here with young Maddie, Cadet 9 racer, having a crack tomorrow at Ipswich. Do you prefer the wet or the dry weather? Because it could be either tomorrow.
I think dry.
Don't like racing in the wet at all?
Oh, I like racing in the wet. Yeah, I just like dry more.
Fair enough. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, can be from any sport or any motorsport, who would be your pick to race against?
I would definitely lose, but probably Lando Norris.
I think we would all lose to Lando, but good pick. So you're a McLaren girl?
Yeah, or Oscar Piastri.
Are you going to be watching the race on Sunday?
Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think maybe getting every corner right and perfecting everything.
Everyone we've interviewed has said exactly that same thing. You got to stitch the whole lap together, don't you?
Yeah.
And how do you reckon you're going to go tomorrow? Am I going to give you a trophy come tomorrow night?
Ooh, maybe.
I hope I do. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm here with young Brock from Talk Karting, a proud sponsor of our live stream that you're watching now today on YouTube. So, Brock, how's it all going at Talk Karting? Very busy man.
Yeah, it's going awesome. We've pretty busy this year. We've got all kart brands on board. If you need any parts or components, we've got you all covered here. From Paralon, Birrell, KR, pretty much everything karting related, you can get it here.
Perfect. And you're set up just here at the end of the in-grid, which is your favourite posse. You go to the other clubs as well too. You go to Toowoomba and Warwick, is that right?
Yeah, we go to Toowoomba and Warwick as well as Ipswich, so pretty busy months. But yeah, heaps of fun, and you can find us right here just off the out-grid near the tech area.
Cool. And brands of karts that you have parts for and sell. Obviously, you're right from start to finish. You can buy the whole chassis right through to all the spare parts. So what's your favourite brand?
Oh, I can't pick favourites. But yeah, definitely whatever you need, just hit us up and send us a message on Facebook, Instagram, or just give me a call and we'll get you covered.
Perfect. Good man. Thank you very much for your support. All the best, and means lots to the club. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks. Cheers. Bye.
like I said, Marnie and the medical team do a great job here and have a good medical facility that will look after the young kids that have been hurt a little bit, but everyone's okay is the main thing. So I presume it would be a full restart here, not getting a lap done. They should be about to get going as they get the signal to start up. And we'll give it another go. With the final of the Cadet 9 with Black versus Misson. Doing great job. Formation straight up. Here with the Cadet 9s. It's got one more lap to get things warmed up here for the kids. Get everyone reset. Great response from the parents out there to get quickly across to the injured person and pull the cart off, which can be quite daunting sometimes for a young child. But like I said, motorsport racing is dangerous and things like this happen, but that's why I have all the protective gear on. So we'll go again for a restart. And I'm assuming we get the full 9-minute race, I think, still. Bit of a jostling for position out there. Not quite sure why we're 3 wide, but I think they're going to sort themselves out. As it starts to get darker and darker here, it won't be long before the clear visors are on and the lights are switched on. But with the rain has stayed away, which has been great. But here we go for the start of the Cadet 9 final. And we're away. Bit better start this time for Lack. That's missing in front. Smithson's actually held on to it this time. There's a bit of a kerfuffle. I think everyone's got through the second corner. It's Misson versus Lack. Here we go again with Fielding and McPhee and Mills in the 5. See what Brody's done to the McPhee mobile and see if he can squeeze a bit more power out of it. But at the moment, strong start from Misson. Here goes Lark down the back straight. Straight into it. Straight to the front. Over Misson. We lost a side pod out there. So we got Lack and Misson. Followed by Fielding and McPhee. And Mills. I think Mills just got through McPhee. Then Zhang, Milligan, Bedford and Klein. See if Hillary can pull away here. Still missing that apex at Brisbane Karts. In the last race, he drove the first half of the track better, but Misson drove the second half of the track better. Let's see if he can do this again. Nothing between them. Again, it's Lack, Misson, gap back to Fielding. I think Mills has taken over from McPhee, as unfortunately the meatball flag comes out for McPhee, which is missing a side pod, which makes the car unsafe. So here goes Misson on the inside, turn 1. Gets it done on Lack. Lack very well opened the wheel up there. Great driving from young kids, giving each other a bit of room. No point binning it in the second lap. Fielding's hoping they keep on fighting, or he's just hanging in the back there in third. But it's Misson now, while Dad's pacing backwards and forwards. Gets to the part of the track where he's a little bit better than Lack. Like I said, Lack drives the first half of the track a lot better. Open a bit of a kart length gap here, 4 or 5 kart lengths, which is standard what happens between these two. And then you'll find the first half of the next lap, it'll be Lack catching back up to Misson. Fielding still sitting there 8 tenths adrift from Mills and Zhang. Milligan Unfortunately, McPhee had to come in with a missing side pod. Nice gap opening up. It's nearly 4/10 of a second. Back to 8/10 from Lack to Fielding, but this is the part where Lack goes well. He'll close in through the S's, through Revolution, through all tracks, into Brisbane Karts. It's a Brisbane Karts corner that affects Lack a little bit. Bit better run that time. Now it's starting to get into the missing end of the track. Great run off RHQ this time by Lack. Had a couple of goes at the apex that time through Video Pro. It's cost him a couple of kart lengths. Well, a bit of action going on at Video Pro a bit further back and found some dirt, but we've kept on moving. Again, Misson leading from the front, did this last race. Holds the pressure well. Comes up, last time it was 0.385. This time it'll be fractionally closer. Here he goes. 0.339. Lack now the fastest lap, 55.774. Again, here we go, into Lack's territory. They're pulled away from Fielding now. He's 1.3, so it's down to the front two. This is where Lack's good. He's just got to get turn 8 right. Misses the apex a bit there. Gets a good run over RHQ this time. Much closer in Video Pro. Misson, not worried one bit about looking behind. Great work from the young kid. This time Lack's all over him on the Autobahn corner. Hasn't quite got the speed to get him down the back straight. He's ducking, but there's not much of the little fella. Young Harry ducks. He probably doesn't need to because he doesn't sit above the steering wheel. Missing again. Last time it was 0.339. This time we're closer again. This time 0.254 Lack with a 55.684 goes purple once again. Fielding at the 2 seconds. Mills, Zhang, Bedford, Lawson, Klein, Boland, Millar in 10. Milligan, Jones, Schul. Great drive back up the field from Schul. Much better that time, Lack through Brisbane Karts. Keeps his momentum going. This time we're closer. If he can get the Video Pro right into Autobahn, we may have a move down the back straight. Definitely closer this time. Just that 2 kart length gap down the back straight's not quite close enough. Can't say he's not trying. Close up under brakes. This is a great race between two kids that I've got no idea, but they're no more than 9 years old. Definitely closer again this time. Maybe another fastest lap from Lack, I'm presuming. It's 1/10 now. Lack, 55.613. He has got the parallel hooked up. This time he's all over the back. Really needs to get Brisbane Karts corner right. Unfortunately, where Lack is fast, there's no passing in that section of the track. Where Misson has the advantage is where all the passing moves are. So it's advantage to Misson right now. Dad's heart rate's sitting at 200 beats a minute, watching the kids go round. Lack's still there. He will not let go. Misson, once again, doesn't need to look behind. Narrow into Autobahn. Lack runs a bit wider. He's got the bottom end to pull out of the corner, Misson. Again, Lack's back under brakes. Closes up through H Sports corner. There's still only 2 kart lengths. It's like there's a yo-yo between these two. Missing again. With Lack back to the 3/10. Forget the time, we can visually see what goes on. This is Lack's part of the track. Fortunately, there's a black flag for kart 84. Misson hanging tough. Still got 2 minutes to go, so there's still 4 laps left for these kids. You cannot say they're not trying. Misson runs a tight line in Autobahn, but it pays off for him. He pulls off the corner beautifully. He's just starting to open the gap now to Lack. Is he going to break it? Harry will not give up. I'm sure the J&D boys are over there giving him all sorts of signals to keep pushing hard. Minute 30 to go. The gap now, it's 0.46. Misson lays down 55.541. Purple time. Right when he needs it. Lack pushing hard. This is his favourite part of the track. Look at him close up. Great driving. This time he nails Brisbane Karts. Perfect. The first one I've seen the last 2 races from Lack. This time he's going to have a go. No. I think that's his move in that corner. Missing runs a bit wide. Is it down here he's going to have a go? No, not again. Missing narrow. Lack wide. Gets the run, but can't get it. Just can't break it. I feel the moves in Video Pro. He's just nailed Brisbane Karts. Bumpy right. Can he get it right again? That's where it sets it up. Get the move done in Video Pro. There's 35 seconds left, so we've got 2 laps. And it'll be back to point 2 with Lack. Again, let's see if he can nail it. He gets it right in Brisbane Karts. He's a shot at Video Pro. Beautifully through the S's, all over the back. Misses it, unfortunately, by a little bit. Carries great speed through RHQ. It's going to be on here with the last lap coming up. Nothing between these boys. There's been great racing all day as the 41 pulls into the pits. Again, it's 2 kart lengths down the back straight. Dad's got no fingernails left. Last lap coming up. Missing versus Lack. Here we go. It's on. Last lap. Who's going to take the victory? Winner takes all. Both pushing as hard as they can. I can see the J&D crew down there. This is where Lack's got it. He's brilliant through this section of the track. The flip-flop loves it. Look at this. All over the back of him. He just needs to nail the next corner. Better. Much better. Carry the momentum through. Missing. Strong's an ox. Doesn't care. Doesn't even look behind. Great racing from a young kid. Got the turn then. Missing got it a little bit wrong, but Lack's still there. Vinny doesn't care. Doesn't even look behind the last lap. Take a leaf out of this book, kids. I've not seen this kid look around once. And he's going to pull this off. Sam can have a heart attack now. He should be right. And it's Vinny Missing. Takes out the victory, but Harry Lack, mate, great racing. Great racing from both kids. Didn't touch each other all day. He comes down to 0.2 of a second between the two. Great driving. Fielding, rounding out the podium with Mills in 4th, Zhang in 5th, Bedford in 6th. And it's the 25 of Milligan, the tiny fella in 7th, Lawson in 8th. The 99 for Power Republic. Boland comes in 9th. And it's the 96 still pushing forward. Klein that rounds out the top 10. Then it's Schul, comes back from nearly last at the start and finishes just outside the top 10 from 22nd. That's a great achievement. And the number 7, fist pump over line. That's fantastic. He's excited. Doesn't matter where you come, he's had a great day by the looks of it, and he'll go home with smiles on his face. Good to see this parent smiling. I'm sure all the kids will be smiling too. And we'll be coming right back with the king of the kids, DD2, and the big dads in KA3 Masters right after this. Back from his grandpa nap. He's got the wife and the kids. It's great to see them all out here and understand how much we're grateful for Robbo with his class coming up. As the last race of the day, the 125 Pro Weight Chris Robbo Robinson Championship. And a fight it will be. Robbo doesn't mind a bit of biff and barge as long as it's fair and square. Talking about Biff and Barge, Scott Cleveland want to get going in this race. Has not put the foot forward yet. Has some mechanical demons in the first 2 races. But it's Hudson Heath. Will be on the pole from Woody. Big Gus, he's hanging and trying to get a podium, and then Dan's trying to take it off him in fourth. Big Smitty's in fifth. Scotty Cleveland, he's back in sixth with 2 DNFs. Never seen him back this far starting a final. Duffy, she's going to run out the D2s. And Jumpy, he's the king of the dads. He's got them all covered in the soccer field over Jeremy Knight, Craig Lawson, John Young, Glenn Clifford, and Andrew Dewson, I think it is. I can't believe they're still going, these blokes. They looked out last race, but they're all backed up again. Like I've said before, if you're interested in jumping on board to be part of the Dads Club, Steady Kids Karts, KA3 Masters will run at some events. The boys clear the throttle. Grab first gear. Woody, Heath, who's got it? We're off and racing. I'll tell you what, I think Woody's got it from the outside. He has. What's going on there? Woody, see you later. It's Heath and then it's Smithy. Smithy's gone from fifth to third. What's happened here? Gus has got it hanging out sideways. He's back to fourth. Then Hutchinson, then Cleveland. Come on. Oh, Dan's gone. Scotty's gone. Gus has dropped 2. Won't be happy. Meanwhile, Woody's like, oh, we'll see you later. Wants the first place trophy. He's been after it for a while now. Disastrous Heat 1. He was off the track more than he was on it. Hudson Heath. Come up to join the boys and give a bit of a run this weekend. But it's Cleveland. That's who I'm here to see. The big shiny orange thing. Whoa, big move in turn 2. Dan on Smitty. Smitty's wife out there before with Tash and Raylene selling the shirts. Doing a great job. But it's Scotty now stuck behind him. My Woody just keeps going further and further in front. He's gone, he's moved. Video Pro, it's on. Is it too late for the orange machine? Chris Walton, take note. This is you next race meeting. You bought the cart, you got to walk the walk now. It's Woody, the 1 second lead over Hudson Heath. With a 50 flat, he'll carve some time out of that. Then it's Dan, then it's Scotty. The president catching up to Dan now. I think Woody's too far for Scotty to catch. I'm putting it out there now. He might get to Hudson Heath. That might be about it. JT's going to have to give him a tune-up. Woody's got this thing covered right now, but in saying that, there'll be a fair few lap karts coming about. Is that going to cause any controversy? Because it's caused some earlier on. Once again, it is up to the fast karts to get past the slower ones. They must hold their own racing line. If you're faster, it's up to you. But it's Cleveland. Deep under brakes. Onto the back of Hutchinson. It's a bit of a touch. Didn't do Scotty many favours there, but Woody, 1.5 seconds out in front. Last time, this time, again extends it with a 49.8. Scotty Cleveland goes, I'll go one better. 49.825, takes the fast lap. Got to get past Dan, that's no easy feat. Dan doesn't want to get the podium up, but Scotty needs to get there. If he's got any chance, he should be going right now. There he goes. Video Pro. Bretho's favourite corner. Missing Troy better than this weekend. Got pants last time he raced here by the locals. Spending too much time counting his $100 notes from being a Sparky. The lap karts are starting to get involved now. This could be a bad spot for Scott Cleveland. No, works out all right. They're doing a great job, the lap karts, to stay out of the way. But it's Cleveland now. 1.2 seconds. He's got to catch up on Hudson Heath. Woody's nearly 2 seconds. That's too far gone. Or will Woody fall off the perch? Cleveland is fit. I'll give him that. He's probably the fittest one in this field. He's driving the wheels off this thing right now, so I'll expect a fast lap next time round. But they've got another slow kart, which hopefully doesn't get in the way. No, he's not going to. Tell you what, but Scotty is catching Hudson Heath. It isn't 1.15 seconds anymore. Woody comes around. Hudson Heath, Scotty. He's got to lay down a better time. Yes, 49.3. That's more like it. Down to 7/10 of a second. Another lap card out of the way. It's orange on orange. CRG versus Soddy. I might have counted Scotty out too early. Maybe you can get to Woody. Still 4 minutes to go. In saying that, he's got to get past Hudson Heath, who has a big look behind his shoulder, so no, Scotty's coming. But no, he's laying down the purples. Well, 7/10 last time. This time, I don't need a stopwatch to tell me that he's on his hammer. Three-tenths this time. Scotty's done the hard yards, but now it's sort of staying the same gap. There's only 3 minutes to go, so it's Woody's to lose from here. He's 2 seconds in front up the road. Hudson Heath does not want to give this spot up to Scotty, but he's deep under brakes. Should be closer this time round, but it's not as close as he needs to be. It's 0.3, back still 0.3. Jumpy, 14 seconds in front of the other dads in the Dads Club. Could be this time, could be on down the back straight. No, Scotty's gone in too narrow. He's going to lose it on the back straight. Woody's just maintaining a 1.9 second gap. He's easy. 2 minutes 25 to go. It's all up to Cleveland, trying to get past Hudson. Again. This time it does sneak to 2/10, but we know it's there, but got to do something about it, Scotty. Hits the inside curb, no good. This time maybe in Video Pro, he gets the run out of RHQ. No, not close enough. Stunt ran out of opportunity. Hudson, he's going well here. He's pushing hard, trying to stay in front of Scotty. It's no mean feat around here. Scotty does a lot of laps. Now we've got some big lap carts coming up. This could be a major issue, but they're doing a pretty good job staying out of the way. Oh, Scott's lost time this time. Back out to 6/10. He's had a barrier. I don't know what he's done, but he's lost a lot of time. Hudson Heath's actually catching up to Woody. He's down to 1.6, but with only a minute to go and no lap carts in front, I don't think that's going to change, but it's Hudson Heath who's actually put the foot down. He's actually, well, he's gone all over the place out of RHQ, but it's catching Woody. Not sure if Woody's getting tired or not, but he's going to have to hang in for 3 more laps. 1.6 seconds last time between the front two, 6/10 between second and third. 3 seconds back to Hutchinson. .4 seconds, 2 more tenths taken out of it. Gus, he's just hanging on. Duffy's up his chuffer. Can Duffy pick up Gus in the last couple of laps? That'll be an interesting conversation. Cleveland looks like he's burning his tyres off. He's not going to catch Hudson Heath. Hudson Heath has started to catch Woody, but won't be enough laps to do it. 1.2 seconds this time. But it's only just gone 0 now, so I think it's another 2 laps. Oh, what's happened? Oh, no. There goes Woody's lead. Have I spoken too soon? I think there's still another lap to go after this. It's Wood, Heath, Cleveland. Now it's tight. No. Yes, no, there's one more lap to go. No, there's not. It's checkered flag. Woody gets the victory from Heath, who's just hanging on by the looks of it. And Scotty Cleveland pulls up in third. Hutchinson in fourth. Smitty's in fifth. And it's very close between Gus and Duffy. God, it would have been good if she got him. She's just missed out, but... And it'll be Jumpy. Where is he? Coming out of the back straight. Who's going to win by a lap, I think. Well done to the Dad's Club, the KA3 Masters on trial. Jumpy, well done, mate. Someone's going to give him some competition. Actually, Chris Walton, maybe forget the DD2. Maybe jump on the KA3 Masters. A bit more your pace this day and age, young fella. The lights are on. But maybe, actually, no, don't do that, Walton, because you'll get beaten by Jumpy. That won't be a good idea. Let's hope the old fellas can see in the dark without their glasses on. But it'll be Rabs out the front. Where's Regan Payne? What's happened? Must be past his bedtime. Regan Payne hasn't shown up. Oh, they can't get it going maybe. The gate's still open. There he goes. Wasn't his bedtime. He was still awake. So I think the rule is he would have to wait for the whole... Oh, not sure if that's the right rule, but anyway. I think he's supposed to wait for the whole class to come past. But anyway, Regan's out there. Clearly the X30 didn't get going there for Regan. Now he's got cold tyres. Had a road tracks, that wouldn't happen. He's going to be, Rabs should be all over this. DV's got to get him excited. Regan Payne on cold tyres, just got the kart started. X30 things. Wouldn't find it with the Rotax, but we'll see. The final for Masters. Can we get a start straight up? We do. And Regan's tried to cut to the front, but it's going to be like driving a boat, that thing, for the first lap. Get through the first lap pretty clean. If I'm Rabs, you need to be making a move in this first lap. While Regan's thing warms up. Straight up the inside, Video Pro is where he should be looking. Send it up there now, Rabs. Stratzer boy, straight up there. Perfectly done. Regan's tried the switchback. It's not going to work, I don't think. Rabs just needs to slow it right down. We've lost a couple at Video Pro. Aaron Rab Jones has done a great job here, but it will not take long for Regan Payne thing to warm up. Whoop, we've got one going straight. He's had to go around the out. He's right. So it's Rab Jones out in front in the Praga kart for IKD. Regan Payne battling driving the boat. It's cold as a whistle. Farkas, the old dog, up to third. Scotty Hyland. I don't even know how Rudy Farkas is still going. Jackie must give him a few rubs in between races to keep him ready, because he's done 2 classes all day. Oh, no! Shit! Let's make sure someone gets over there to Rudy. That was a big one. And I dare say we will go straight to red because he isn't moving the most. I'll be going straight to red. Just don't move him. Just leave him on the ground. Poor Rudy, I put the commentator's curse on him. That was a big rollover. He's got to try and leave him where he is until we get the medics out there. Marnie and her team point these drivers into the Ingrid. Rab should know where to go. Point him in. That's it. Walton. Chris Walton. Hats off to you, champion. Mate, they wouldn't know what to do without you pointing in the grid there. Lucky it wasn't Regan in front. He'd still be going round flat out.
There's a sense of calm.
Oh, Rudy, he's getting up himself.
Soothes our restless souls.
Can't keep a good man down. He's taking his own helmet off.
A place
Probably
where
won't
we
listen
can
to what Marnie
simply
says.
be and find peace in the
But
stillness.
good signs that he's up and
For it is here,
up and
amidst the
about.
simpler things, that I find joy
Jackie's out
in
there.
its
Good on you,
purest
Jack.
form.
He's sitting up now, so that's a good sign that Rudy's sitting up.
Free to roam, free to be.
And we'll give him a bit of breathing space and we'll come back and resume the Masters race.
Okay, I'm here with Levi Dossel, and mate, a couple of quick questions for you before you go out for your last practice session tonight. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow with any driver in the world, who would it be? Who would you like to race against?
Jai Flynn.
There's a stitch-up going on here. It's the second person to say that. Jai, you're very, very popular, apparently. Trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
Horsepower.
Need more power.
Yep. Nah. You'd probably go. Need a better mechanic.
Dad's copped a spray as well. He's spraying everybody. Well done. Love it. Okay, well, all the best for tomorrow. Hope it goes well. Have you brought a new Ipswich Kart Club shirt?
No.
Why not?
I've run out of money.
Jai Flynn brought 4.
Oh, I'll go grab one off him.
That's the man. Excellent. All the best tomorrow. Good job. Okay, we're here with Chris Walton, legend of the sport, who's had a bit of a change lately and started his own thing, Chris Walton Motorsport. Do you want to give us a quick rundown on your offering, where and when, and how people get in contact with you?
Yeah, we just decided to start out and do sort of more the beginner side of the sport. We're just starting out and you don't know actually anything about the sport, so we're just trying to train that side of things up out here on Wednesday nights and some training days out here on weekends, and just keeping it local, Warwick, Toowoomba, Kalula. Yeah, and just sort of starting out with the basics, to be honest with you. I think that's where the hole is at the moment, and trying to do it at affordable rates for everyone, so it's not cost them a fortune to go racing. And then also still do their own things on the race meetings with their family, so they get that family time instead of being inside race teams and getting tied up with all the mess.
So they can basically engage you right from the get-go, or they could just take you on a bit of a roving mechanic or advice point of view on a race day that I could engage you, for example, and you might just come around and give me a bit of data help or mechanical help on the setup on my kart?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just want to stick to the basics. I don't want to get tied up in what I had before. It was just been there, done that. So we're just going to stick to the basics and yeah, try and help everyone enjoy their racing.
Yeah, and obviously very, very important. That's something we do well here at Ipswich Kart Club with our come and try days, and then we put on other days that sort of help them learn and so on. But obviously with the race meetings the way they are, it's hard to keep them under our wing as such. So obviously that's something that is great for you to be able to jump in and help them out.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll utilise the during the week to, for the less track time and stuff, where the race meetings are massive. So, but also still got all that P-plate stuff that you guys do here as well. So, which is awesome for them and it speeds the learning curve up.
Awesome. All right. Well, all the best. And how do people get in contact with you?
Yeah, just on Instagram or things like that, and just send us a message, or I'm always at the track. So
Yeah, he's always at the track, and we're sharing his stuff on our Facebook page as well. So you want to get in contact with Chris, have a chat to him about what you need from start to finish. He's your man. Cheers, pal. Okay, I'm here with Craig and Jeremy, our initial races or inaugural races in the new class KA3 Masters that we're running here at Ipswich this weekend. A bit of a trial run, but how are you guys looking for tomorrow? You excited?
Yeah, very excited. It's going to be great fun.
I'm excited, unfit, old, slow.
So how did this all come about? Obviously, you've hit me up 12 months ago and with a wild dream. Why don't you just explain to everyone how it all came about and why you decided to push me on it?
Yep, well, it came about because when it came to the KA3 Junior Karts, when the children moved on to seniors or moved on to KA2, the karts were left behind. So us dads thought, what a great idea, let's kind of steal our kids' karts and let's go racing.
And how long has it been since you guys have put your bum in the go-kart?
It's the same suit 29 years ago.
And you still fit in the same suit?
Same suit.
I can't fit in the suit that I had a year ago, so you guys are doing very, very well.
I don't fit in my suit. So as a little bit of a tidbit of information, Craig and I raced each other at Orman Park back in 1992. Today will be the first day that we'll be racing each other again since that date.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Are you going to survive? Because you're on track with us, obviously, so we're going to put you guys at the back of the DD2 class. Are we going to come around and lap you, do you think?
Hopefully not.
Some of us, hopefully not us.
Depends, I don't have any wets.
Well, that was one of my questions. Do you prefer racing in the wet or dry? I've been asking everyone all day that, but given you guys haven't been racing for so long, I will ask, wet or dry, what do you prefer?
I've no idea about wet weather tyres because it was all slicks back in our day, and it was fun this morning running around when it was a bit wet, back in the old days.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's wet. It's going to be great.
I'm sort of hoping it's wet as well, but unfortunately I think it's going to be one of those days that's dry, wet, and it's going to be a bitch of a day for setup. Okay, well, all the best tomorrow, guys. Hope it goes well. I'll see you on the outgrid. And
F-Dad, Formula Dad.
Formula Dads, very good. Well, all the best. I hope it goes well, and hope we don't have any broken ribs or any serious injuries.
Hopefully not.
Hey, Scotty, see you on the track.
See you there. Thanks, guys. Okay, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club. I'm here with Dimmer and Geordie Slater. So a couple of questions for you boys. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think most club days, it's when we do the reverse grids or just a random grid more so. So if you get placed right at the back and maybe you're someone that's maybe a bit faster, you've got to learn how to get through the field. I find
But you're qualifying tomorrow in tag?
Yeah, that's correct. So qualifying, it's a bit different. I think it's good practice for when we go to the big events. So I think we'll learn as much as we can from it.
Perfect.
Feel like if you mess up one corner around this track, it doesn't set you up well for the next one. Like, say you mess up the corner before the back straight, your entire run for the back straight's gone.
Yep. So and big fields too, so if you make that mistake, you're going to get gobbled up real quick. You lose 3 or 4 spots real quick. Do you prefer the wet or dry racing tomorrow? Who knows? Could be anything. Wet or dry? What's your preference?
I think for my go-kart and my motor's sake, I prefer the dry weather.
Fair enough.
Definitely wet.
You like the wet? Nice. Excellent. Wet on slicks, or would you rather be out there on wet tyres?
Wet on slicks, mate. Way more fun.
Wet on slicks.
Yeah. Agreed. So I'm here with Praga pilot Ryan Orman. So Ryan, if you could be on the outgrid with any driver in the world, who would it be?
I think it'd be a tough one. I reckon the home Aussie fan, Oscar Piastri. I think it'd be a good experience to learn alongside of, I reckon.
Very good. And what's the trickiest part here for you racing at Ipswich?
Probably through from 1 to speed bowl. It's very technical, very twisty. You got to nail it every time. If you miss it, and it's quite crucial. So I think that'd be the most difficult part.
Yeah, that's been a popular answer. A lot of people saying you stuff up one question, you lose half a lap.
Correct.
And if you had to describe your driving style in one word only, what would it be?
Smooth.
Nice. And wet or dry racing, what do you prefer? And you can give me an answer of you like slicks in the wet, or wets in the wet, or slick racing only, whatever you like.
No, I like the dry more than the wet.
You like what, sorry?
I like the dry more than the wet, so I'll rather dry.
And if you find yourself out on slicks out there and it starts raining, do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun, but you just got to be very patient and smooth.
Cool, thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're here with Ryan, who's racing in tag this weekend in his FA kart. Ryan, wet or dry racing? It could be either tomorrow or today when everyone's watching this. What do you prefer?
Normally the wet, preferably. Always love the wet. Always been quicker, but looking forward to the dry just to show the pace if I have it. Other than that, hopefully wet.
Take it as it comes.
Yeah.
Are you one of these ones that launch a kart straight over the flip-flop in the wet weather?
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
Is that the fastest way?
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't pay for your chassis, do you?
No, pretend like I'm 16 because I am, and pretend like Dad pays for it is my whole goal. Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich, do you think?
Trickiest? Just the raw fitness is probably the hardest part, but once you get over that, it's just laps. Every lap hurts, but you get used to it.
The more you do it, the more your body gets used to it. Yeah. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, who would be your pick to race against?
Jai Flynn.
Jai Flynn?
Really? Just to take him out. Yeah.
You'd take him out?
Hate him.
Yeah, he said the same thing about you when I interviewed him as well. So, okay, mate, well, all the best for tomorrow. Send it. Hopefully it's dry for you. If not, I'll be looking for you launching over the flip-flop in the wet.
Always.
Enjoy.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Okay, I'm here with young Maddie, Cadet 9 racer, having a crack tomorrow at Ipswich. Do you prefer the wet or the dry weather? Because it could be either tomorrow.
I think dry.
Don't like racing in the wet at all?
Oh, I like racing in the wet. Yeah, I just like dry more.
Fair enough. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, can be from any sport or any motorsport, who would be your pick to race against?
I would definitely lose, but probably Lando Norris.
I think we would all lose to Lando, but good pick. So you're a McLaren girl?
Yeah, or Oscar Piastri.
Are you going to be watching the race on Sunday?
Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think maybe getting every corner right and perfecting everything.
Everyone we've interviewed has said exactly that same thing. You got to stitch the whole lap together, don't you?
Yeah.
And how do you reckon you're going to go tomorrow? Am I going to give you a trophy come tomorrow night?
Ooh, maybe.
I hope I do. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
file restart. They should do a warm-up lap, form up behind the leader, single file, making sure that when they come back past to get the green flag that they're all in the middle of the track and do not sway either side. So we talk about our young kids understand the rule book. Let's hope the old boys understand the rule book of what a restart procedure should be. Unfortunately, for Rudy Farkas, there's been a bit of a involved in an accident which caused a red flag, but I saw Jackie, his wife, walking back through and said he's got some pain in his shoulder and his lower back, but he should be all right, but I'm presuming he'll be a pretty sick and sorry boy tomorrow. But apologise to Rudy for giving the commentator's curse, just giving him a rap about how good he is. And I'm pretty sure he's pushing nearly 70 for a bloke to run 2 classes. Hats off to him. So unfortunate rollover there for Rudy. I'm not sure how many of them he's had in his career, but I haven't seen one with him before. But typical Rudy style, want to go up on his own 2 feet. But great work, medical staff. Once again, Marnie and the crew looking after him and the young fella. We've gone from one extreme to the other, one of the youngest classes to one of the oldest classes in the medical room. So right now we should be going around single file. Make sure they start in the middle of the track. 3 and 5 second penalties for 2 and 4 wheels outside. So see how many of these guys know you cannot move until you cross that start-finish line. Green flag is out. Must wait till it's waved. And it's waved now. And clearly number 5 does not know the rules. That's Johns. He'll cop a penalty for that. You've got to stay inside the tram tracks. But it's Rab Jones in front of Regan Payne. It's getting harder to see up here at night time. I don't think Regan will waste much time here. Rab's, done that. He shut the door. Great job there. Regan, that must have been the hard way to get round. Long way to go in this race. It's still 7 minutes. Although I'm not sure the timer's working. The timer's not working up there, but the girls have got under control here. As we see the black and white flag out for the number 5. That'll be for the restart. So Johns, unfortunately, will get the penalty there. So we've got the timer counting up here. Just not working out in the track, so there's about 6 minutes to go. Rab Jones holding off Regan Payne. Could this be the upset of the day? Campbell's in 3rd. Johns is in 4th, but he'll be facing I dare say, a 5 second penalty. Timer's back up. Rab Jones doing a great job here, holding off Regan Payne, who's a lot more experience than what Rab Jones has got, especially around Ipswich Kart Club. And Rabs is doing everything he can and shuts the door again on Regan. You're going the hard way, son. You're not coming past me. Go make him work for it. So it's a great job here. Regan's going to have to really use his brains to see how he's going to get past Rab Jones, who's making this very difficult. This time maybe. Fakes left, goes right. No, again, Rab Jones says, get out. Not happening. Can't believe the amount of fighting that's going on. They still pulled a gap from 3rd and 4th. Rabs is making that Praga 20 foot wide. Says to Regan Payne, you want to come past, mate, do it the hard way. Another lap down. And again, it's Rab Jones and Payne. Then you got Campbell, Johns, the Galt, Robinson, Donnelly, Soward, Brazier, Robinson again. Rab's hanging tough. He's probably done the hard part. Regan's very good on cold tyres. He's very strong through here, Regan. Video Pro is definitely the shot, but old Rabs says no thank you. Runs mid-track. Different lines around Video Pro. There's 3 wide coming out of Video Pro back in the pack. They'll sort themselves out. But again, it's Rab Jones. He's got a car length on him. Regan's in the dirty air. He won't be liking the fact he's in second. Rab Jones doing a great job holding it off here. Regan gets a great run off the last turn. If you're looking at a turn 2 move here, no. Rab Jones says not happening there either. You're pretty safe through here. No one really passes through Revolution or All Tracks or Brisbane Karts or even RHQ. The next passing move is Video Pro, where Regan normally gets a very good run. He's not sure. No, not this time either. Again, narrow and wide turn, but Regan bumps the curb, which doesn't help. He may go down Autobahn. He does. The switchback will be on, but has he got the switchback? He's got the overlap. And he says, not happening here. Back on the inside down at H-Sport. Regan Payne having to work hard for this one. Rab Jones going against someone many years of experience and racing nationally. But fair and square, they haven't touched each other yet, so it's great racing between the two. Again, you're safe all the way through to Video Pro from here. Very rarely you see a move through this part of the track. Normally if you do, you end up on your head, so it's not going to happen. It's going to happen down here, but I feel this is where he's got to go. But this is a tight line that Aaron Rab Jones runs, which is a standard line for him, and Regan's not quite there. Doesn't go again. Regan's using his brains, probably lining it up for the end of the back straight maybe. This time. This time. Yes. Overshoots the corner a bit, but gets it done. This time, Rabs is going to have to make a move pretty fast back on him. And he does. Straight back up turn 1. Cop those ones. Rab Jones having the race of his life. DV will be up there smiling away. It's not easy taking Regan Payne on. He's doing a great job with only a minute and 50 seconds to go. Race of the day. Not intimidated at all. But again, it seems to be Autobahn or H-Sport end of the back straight that Regan's looking at doing. Goes out wide for a switchback. Got the run. Has Rabs learnt last time and shut the door? Don't think so. Regan Payne jams up the inside again. This time Bart gets a better run through the left of H-Sport, so not sure if Rabs will get the run in the turn 1 he had last time. Maxie's giving him the pull over. Blocked the line, but didn't listen. Again, can't do much through these parts of the track. He's got to try and stick with Regan. Unfortunately, he's got a couple of car links on him now. With just a minute to go. Might have broken him a little bit here. Rabs has a good line through Blondie though. Through Video Pro, I should say. Back up to Autobahn. Rabs won't be giving it up this easy. One small mistake from Regan. We'll see this happen again if he can get on the back of him for turn 1. He's got some pace in the front line. Regan gets out of there well, but getting quite serious from H-Sport, given the hand signals out. But Rabs is doing a great job. Regan should be pulling away comfortably here, but he's not. Got the old IPK Praga dialed in. One small mistake and Regan's gone here, but be one more lap after this one. They're 5 seconds, 6 seconds ahead of Johns, Campbell, Donnelly, Soward, with Galt, Robinson, Brazier, Sattler in the top 10. Good job. Regan checks the mirrors again. Knows that Rabs is right there. I think his best shot's turn 1 if he can do it. He's got to get off this. Oh, it's a good run this time, but I'm not quite sure if he's got enough room. Last lap. Could be on in turn 2. Send it all the way through. Not quite. Tell you what, but even if we finish this result, great race from Aaron Rab Jones. Small mistake there from Rabs. Just opened the gap up a bit for Regan. Just had a bit of an error, missed the apex on the all tracks chain breaker. But in saying that, Aaron Jones has the fastest lap of the race. Unfortunately, that one little mistake will cost him, but tell you what, hold your head up high. Aaron Rab Jones, DV in the Praga stable. It's a great race to be behind Regan. Regan, well done to H Sport. OTK, Regan Payne will take out the winning Masters. Second place, Aaron Rab Jones. Great race between these two. Back to the rest. It'll be Jones, but I think he'll face a penalty. So I think your third place will go to Campbell. Then Donnelly, Soward, Galt, Robinson. The Conqueror is up to 8th. Sattler moves it back to 9th. And Brazier rounds out the 10. Great race from the Masters. Awesome job, Regan Payne. Aaron Rab Jones. Switch paint. Didn't cause any dramas to each other. That's what we all want to see, but the experience of Regan Payne shines through in the end, but Aaron Rab Jones hasn't got half the experience Regan's got, so it's very well done to hang on and finish with the fastest lap of the race and second place to keep his championship alive in the IKC. So after a couple of red flags, we've got 2 classes left. Second last final of the night, KA3 Junior Light. It's been an absolute masterclass from AJ Leggett in this one so far for the day. Get one more lap here. We'll use the cut through. Looks like it's going to be Leggett, Turnbull, Petroni, Jamison, Losco, Lucchini. I can't see the rest. It's too dark up here. We've lost the side pod on the main straight. Unfortunately, whoever number 86 is. 98, sorry. Here we go. KA3 Junior Light, full field, full of testosterone. What have we got? We're away. Turn 1. Looks like AJ Leggett's going to hold it. Can we get them all through? Be good to see them all get through 1 and 2. Looks like we're going to pretty well get through there. Yes, we have. Looks like it's Leggett, followed by Butler. I think from what I can see here. Then Turnbull in third. Petroni looks like he's in fourth. This is probably the best start that Turnbull's had. See if he can use his speed this time. They can't afford to let Leggett get away too much. There's little battles all the way down the back straight. There's a bit of a touch there between Jamison and Petroni, I think. But it's Leggett, Butler, Turnbull, Jamison, Petroni, Losco, Lucitti, Jen Stimmer, running out the 10. Ollie Williamson up to 12th. Leggett just has this 2 or 3 cut length gap that never seems to get bridged at the moment. Wow, Slater makes a mess of the exit of RHQ and pays the price. Sorry, Butler pays the price of it. And Turnbull straight up the inside. Dropped the wheel coming out of RHQ. There's a couple off there as well. So that's given Leggett even a bigger gap. Not what they wanted to do. He's a very good leader looking at the last race. Another one that keeps his head straight forward and just drives. So now it's going to be Turnbull over Butler. With Jamison coming. Petroni, it's Losco laying down the fastest lap. 51.998. Ollie Williamson up to 11th. Hanek up to 15th. Don't forget those two. They'll be charging through. Good passing practice this weekend after the start they had. But at the front, finally, we're starting to see the Turnbull speed. Chase down Leggett. He's bridged the gap. Is he going to push him along here? Or is he going to get to him and make the move? Butler's lacking a little bit. He's now got Monty Jamison over the back of him. Petroni still there in 5th. But now it's a 4-way battle. This time, Turnbull would have to be fastest lap. He is, 51.579. Nothing splits the first 4. Turnbull has the pace. Monty Jamison's picked up the fastest lap now, 51.523. All 4 of these kids, any of them can win it. Williamson the top 10. Hanek, he's dropped back to 27. Something's happened. But it's Jamison's made the move. That's where the gaps come from. And Petroni says, thanks, I'll go too. So Butler from 3rd to 5th. Turnbull. Is he going to push Leggett or is he going to go straight past him? We're going straight past. Turn 1 gets it done. Jamison's picked up his pace in this race. Williamson now with a 51.163 with the fastest lap. He'll be hoping these guys keep fighting at the front. The more they fight, the more he can catch. Right now, it'll be Turnbull from Leggett, Jamison. And there's a small gap back. Looks like Butler's made his way back past Petroni. Losco and Lucitti are still there too. Jensen and Williamson. And he is charging. It's the first 3, then it's the next 4. Williamson down the inside. Moves up to 8th. Out the front butt. Is it Turnbull? Is turning it on. Pulling a couple of cart length gap from Leggett. Jamison's going to have to make a move shortly. Petroni, Butler, Losco, Lucitti, Williamson. Dimmer's up to 9th. Jensen's 10th. Some more of these guys fight. It's giving Ollie a chance to catch back up again. You're one of the smallest ones out there. Great mental drive this weekend after things not going quite right for him. to pick his way back through in the final. He's still got 4 minutes. But back out the front, it's Leggett who's starting to close back up on Turnbull. With Williamson setting the fast lap again, 51.017. Tell you what, this fighting keeps going. We could be in one big long train. And again, bang, there goes Williamson in the left. The locals corner at H Sport. He's not mucking around. Petroni now lays it down, 50.965. Out the front, still Turnbull. 3/10 on Leggett. Jamison's going to have to make the call soon. Do I go past? I think he's going to have a go here in Video Pro. No, I would have. Need to bridge that gap. Turnbull's just got that 3 or 4 cut length gap, which is what Leggett had in the last race. That's quite interesting. They've obviously done some work on Turnbull in saying that he's been fast all weekend. Just hasn't had the luck go his way. But looks like now Leggett's starting to push back up on him. 3 minutes to go. Jamison fastest lap. Petroni says no, I'll take it. 50.684. So Jamison's had a go. Got in a second. Now he's got the bridge the gap back. Turnbull says thanks very much. There's a whole heap of them. Back from 5th, 6th. Williamson, another one on the inside. Video Pro. Says thanks very much. Losco, I'll take 6th. Let's see if Jamison can push hard now because Turnbull's got the gap. Let's see what the gap is. This time around with 2 minutes to go. Turnbull lays the lap down when he needs to. 50.573 and makes it a 9/10th gap that Jamison must make up. Then Leggett, Petroni, Butler, Williamson, Losco, Dimmer, McHale's in 8th. Jensen, the Chitties move back to 10th. As the 32 pulls in. Got some issues going on clearly. I don't think he's made an impact on this gap. I think it's, if anything, it's probably grown. So it's spread out right now, the top 10. Dimmer's got 2 charging hard at him. But it's Turnbull running a perfect race right now. Half a 10th, he's just been caught, not much. With only a minute to go, he needs more than that. Monty Jamison to get up there. Leggett still hanging in for 3rd. But Petroni, he's been fast this race. The Sydney sider. Butler slipped back to 5th. Williamson back up to 6th. He's had a great run. Don't think they can catch Turnbull at the front though. There's going to be 2 more laps left. And he's extending his lead by the looks of it. But Petroni's not giving up for that last podium spot. He wants it. 4th no good. 25 seconds to go, so we'll get 2 more laps in for the KA3 light race. It's Turnbull. He's opened the gap up. 1.1 now. Leggett, Petroni, Butler, Williamson, Losco, Miguel, Jensen, Luke Chitty rounds out your 10. Petroni's the one that's going to make the move here, I feel. He's the one that's close enough to do something. Time you're going with the trophies better than not going home with one. Second's done. First is done, I feel. Although Leggett says, no. I'm still chasing hard. They're coming up to the last lap. But Turnbull has not put a foot wrong. Ran a very, very smart race and fast. Takes the last lap. Leggett now the fastest lap, 50.552. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th, this isn't done. Can't do much in the next 4 or 5 corners. Video Pros, the next shot. How game are they going to be? It's not quite enough. They're still too far apart. It's on there. Every corner from here we can make a pass. But Turnbull at the front says, I don't care. No one's catching me. Today is my day. I don't think anything's going to change. The boys are too far apart for the rest of it. Williamson's trying hard to catch Butler. He's going to run out of laps. Take your hats off. Ethan Turnbull. Well done. Takes the win. KA3 Junior. Second place, Monty Jamison. Great drive. Leggett in third. Petroni fourth. Butler slips back to fifth. Williamson picks up the fastest lap on the last lap at 50.441. Losco in seventh. Dimmer McHale's in eighth. Jensen ninth. Lucidi's in 10th. Great race. Great pace showing from the front. And again, goes to show you don't look behind. Keep your eyes forward and you win a race. But Jamison sort of come from nowhere. He's been chipping away all day. So second place will probably feel like a win for him. A lot of those guys you'll see next weekend at Coffs Harbour for AKC round one. And we have one class left. Chris Robbo Robinson's tag 125 championship. Can the old dog, Tyler Greenbury, keep the run going of 3 wins from 3 starts? Or will Kai Burke say, no, I'm going to take it out? This is the last final of the night. Thanks once again to all our officials. Run a little bit late.
And sit down.
Little Tyler Greenbury out in front, powered by the Rotax, followed by Kai Burke in the X30. How it should be, engine versus engine. So with the new restrictor plate coming for restricted, leaving it back up again. A lot of work's gone into doing that. Next weekend, this will be a full field, but you'll be chucking in the likes of Harrison Hoey, Jackson Susan Harlow and the like. But in saying that, the top 10 names here will also be there as well. Flynn's already had a win today, starting from 3. Can he do something? Lewis Brown's popped his way up to 4th. Fortunately, Brett Redding's dropped back to 10th. After he's, I think it was lost the chain last time. We'll ask everybody that it takes 2 seconds to thank the volunteers that you see, the grid girls, the scale staff, your clerk of the course. Takes you 2 seconds after the race meeting to go up and shake their hand and say thanks very much. All the girls in the tower, the starters. Goes a long way to helping volunteers keep volunteering. But here we go. Tag 125. We are away. Greenbury clears out. Kai Burke hangs tough in second though. Should get a clear start here by the looks of it. And we have to be careful running out outside of turn 3. Doesn't work well. There's a couple of stragglers at the back, but they're getting their way through. But it's Greenbury and Burke. I would expect Greenbury to gap the field in these first 2 laps. Great on a cold set of tyres. That's nothing but experience and racecraft from Tyler. Has nothing to do with kart setup. Exactly what he's just done there. Pulled away. Has not helped. Kai Burke getting a big shunt from the back, whoever that was. Lewis Brown can't be doing that. Won't work out well for you. So it's Tyler out of here. Kai Burke, yes, he's fuming about the punch he got in the back down the end of the H Sport straight. So it's Greenbury, Burke. Flynn, Norris, Brown, Johnson. Brent Reading's worked his way up. Reed, Usco and Slater, who had a couple of incidents. But Tyler Greenbury, see you later. Extraordinary on a cold set of tyres. Well, we've got a couple. We've got one straight ahead who's cut the track. He'll have to wait up and get back in his spot. There's a couple more that shouldn't be going down the grass onto the back straight. But anyway. It's 11 of Max Wisco, but it's Greenbury. Ahead of Burke. It's all on in turn 1. Back there is Slater. But it's 1.6 seconds. That's the gap. That's the gap that Burke's got to breach. The 11 needs to pull out of the way here, get back to where he should be, and not interfere with anybody's race. As Norris throws up the inside to take 4th, I think, off Flynn. But again, Greenbury's out of here. Forget the fastest lap. No one does 42 seconds around here. That's from the cut through. Last time round, 1.626 seconds. Greenbury had over Burke this time. 1.6 again, same time. Norris now in 3rd. Flynn 4th. Johnson, Brown, Reading. Rusco's gone himself back into 8th. It's roughly where he was running. Slater, Markison's had a good job from qualifying last earlier on the day. There's a big line-up at karts. From 8th back to about 15th. But out the front, it's Tyler still pushing hard. From Burke, Norris and Flynn. Johnson's had a great run. The Carlos Saints kart running out of H Sport this weekend. Can't say I remember seeing his name up there before, but behind him's Brown. This time it's the gap's opening. It's 1.78 now. 10th and a half. Tyler puts on Burke. Can't beat experience. Although Kai Burke's done a great job today. We haven't seen Tyler race in Ipswich for a while. Norris, 1.2 behind Burke. Flynn, 4/10 behind Norris. The rest of them are stretched out until you get back to Slater. It's on at the back there. 9th to about 13th or 14th spot. There's go-karts going everywhere. But again, Burke puts in a big lap. Pulls it back 2/10 of a second. 1/10 actually, 1.6 basically it is. They're both pulling away from Norris. Flynn now closing up on Norris. Johnson still sits the second away. Hamish Gamble's not had a great day. He's pulled into the pits. Trying to work the vortex out. But it's still on here. From about 10th to about 18th. One line of karts. Norris looks like he's pulled away from Flynn now. Was down to 2 tenths, but not now. It's Greenbury. Half a tenth, Burke's closed up on him. They've pulled 2 tenths on Norris. Norris has pulled another 4 tenths on Flynn. Johnson's closed up a tenth of a second to Flynn. Brown in 6th, Reading in 7th. Slater's up to 8th. Then it's Knight all the way back to about 16th is anyone's game. The front of the fields spread themselves out quite a fair way, but Kyberg's starting to eat in, but with only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, it takes some reeling in to catch Tyler from here. What was it this time? Another half a tenth or a tenth out of Tyler. It's on down the back. Markuson's in there. Ullman's in there. Another 2 tenths. Burke's pulled on Norris. So the front 2 pulling away. Half a tenth in the front 2. There's a couple of tenths back to the rest of the field. So both Burke and Greenbury showing their class. Norris holding down 3rd. Still 6 tenths back to Flynn. Still 2.5 minutes to go, though. Does look like Burke's etched into this lead a little bit more this time. 1.478 last time. Let's have a look this time. 1.2, 2 tenths out of Greenbury's lead. Is the kart starting to come to Burke? Or is Tyler starting to get tired? Another 3 tenths to Norris. The front 2 are in a field of their own out here right now. Lap times are miles ahead of everybody else. Flynn won't let it go either. Like I said, he's had the 1 win today, so he'll be trying to get the double podium and try and pick up the 3rd here and get it off Norris. There's still a bit going back on there behind Orman from 12th back to about 17th, 18th. Make that about 22nd. There's a big line of karts. But again, looks like Burke's again eating into this lead. 1.217 this time. 2 tenths again. 1.09. As Kai Burke left the charge too late with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Burke definitely got the younger years on his side here. Trent Mercer's dialed in the setup for the Birrell. Tell you what, but one thing catching Charlie Greenbury, it's another thing passing a 40-foot boat. He will not be making it easy, but he's definitely making big inroads here. Heads down, he's trying. Last time was just under 1.1. Only going to get 2 more laps. Under a second, 9 tenths of a second this time. He's just left the run a bit late. Again, back to the experience of Greenbury. Burke did get a bit touched up at the start, but Greenbury's electric on cold tyres. But Flynn, he's closing in on Norris a little bit more. That's back down to 5 tenths, that gap now. It's also Slater on the back of Brown. That's definitely not done with. With 12 seconds to go, this will be the last lap they come round and face. Slater and Brown going at it. But it's Greenbury and Burke. Again, it's gone for 9 tenths. It's going to be too late. This time it's going to be around the 7, I'd say. Yeah, 7 tenths. Then another 3 seconds back to Norris. Another 6 tenths back to Flynn. Johnson's just steady sitting there a second behind that. Reading. Brown and Slater going at it. Last lap. See what happens there. Be a few sheep stations going on, but Burke's had a huge run here. He's just going to run out of laps. They'll take something away from this to Team Mercer. to go next weekend down to Coffs Harbour. He's another 2 laps. I'll tell you what, he would have had him, but unfortunately, today's winner, 125, Robbo Robinson, Tag Championship. An old stalwart that Robbo knows the family quite well. Tyler Greenbury takes the win. Awesome drive, Kai Burke. Well done. Chased him hard. Norris will pick up third. Flynn will wipe the floor with fourth and a win in KA3. Then Johnson. Then Reading. Slater gets the goods on Brown by half a tenth. Wusko gets back into ninth. And Orman, top 10 on the Praga debut. So well done to Ryan Orman and DV. Once again, that'll do it for Ipswich Kart Club. Thank you very much for your patience and time. And like I said, take 5 seconds out of your day and go and thank all the volunteers and officials. It will go a long way. And we'll see you all again here for round 3 for Ipswich Kart Club.